Woo! Yeah, took a few minutes, but usually got to do a few things. How's y'all doing tonight? How's y'all doing? How's y'all doing? Hopefully you're feeling grand. Hopefully you're feeling wonderful, elated. What's up? What's up? What's up? Give me a woo if you're in the building. Mm, 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 mm. Who we got in the building? The electrician already starting to bless the brother. Woo! Believe, yo, Chuck, believe it all. You ain't shit for that. I love you, man. We got electrician 480, A.L. Evans. We got Little Rock 2517. You. We got Emperor. Who's that? Zachary? I can't pronounce that very well. Somebody called Charles to let him tell him to wake up to go to sleep. A.L. Evans, Angry Black Man. Hell, that's me. William Bigham. The Snowman with Cole Johnson. Oh, man. We got All-Star G. Haru blessing the brother in the building. Oh, on this Madden. I know. I got back on the Madden and I'm getting. Woo! Let's hear an actual expert. You know, it's kind of funny that I might play an expert on TV about this. Indigo Flow, blessing the brother. Woo! We got 1993, good news. Been talking to Tory Lanez alone and Prom Project all weekend. James, Kale, Matt, Tate. What's up? Appreciate it. Say, me and the Padawan, we're working, but, we always take time out. By the way, little funny story. I'm sitting in the office, doing some little paperwork or looking over some type of training, putting up training videos that we did the other day. And we're going to another training event this week coming up. So I guess, I really must be Superman because that super hearing does kick in once in a while. And I hear two people arguing and I yell for the Padawan to come on. The Jedi Order needs us. And we see this chick and this guy arguing. And we come up there, we're like, is everything okay? Of course, it's a black man, black woman. And for some odd reason, this chick said out of her mouth, what was it?
Y'all can go about your business.
We can go about our business. But yet, she was standing outside of her car, dude's in the passenger seat. And if we weren't there, he probably would have beat the piss out of her. But then, here's the funny part. He takes the key out the ignition, walks off, makes a motion like he's throwing the key, and she didn't say, y'all gonna just let him throw my key. But didn't you tell us to go about our business? Trying to be a smart ass and you get outsmarted. Eat it, bitch. Eat it. Like grandma's pumpkin pie, like grandma's stuffing. Eat it. Don't you throw one bit of that shit out your mouth. Eat it. And I'm just looking at the hypocrisy, what goes on, and women want to say, oh, we bash women. No, no, no. Trust me. It's more insulting if we told you the truth. You can't handle it. So, it's funny that I notice a lot of favorite content creators talk about this, but just to give you a little background, 10 years of military service, 18 months in Operation Iraqi Freedom. As a member of the QRF, where we handled everything from direct action, convoy security, search and rescue, reconnaissance, and humanitarian missions. 15 glorious years with the Baltimore Police Department and uniform patrol at the Northern District, where we handled everything from disorderly conducts, petty theft, burglaries, stabbing shootings, and even up to homicides, and investigated everything in between. So I might know a little something. And by the way, Commander, might know a little something about and law enforcement tactics. Maybe so, just a little bit, just a little bit. So I'm looking at this Tory Lanez, trial, which is a debauchery. By the way, it's just, in my professional opinion, it's just formality. My professional opinion is just formality. Yeah, my man Ross Dogg's Broken Spirit QRF is no joke. No, it was not. He had to handle some heavy shit at times. To me, it's just a formality. It's just two bitches that are wrong about that woman who was at the car with that dude. You want us to mind our business when you're arguing, but he does something, that's when you want us to step in. Why can't you pay for the mistake of picking poor men? But in this case, why can't Megan pick? Why can't Megan and her friend pick? Actually, her friend need to actually take accountability. Why would you have a friend who fuck all your men? Unless y'all get down like that. Because when you break this case down, that's what it's all about. And how did the fuck does Megan Thee Stallion have a boyfriend when she got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery? What type of weak ass niggas are we developing in America today? Yeah, this is my girlfriend. And then they reading off her body list. It sounds like, like Roy Robinson's win column. Got 210, got 210, like 215 fights and only lost 14. God damn. So it's funny about this shit because, of course, she's gonna go to trial because one, Megan doesn't want to hurt her little career and take the brunt of the punishment. But plus, she's trying to cover for her goddamn friend. So I'm gonna read to you in about a minute or so of what happens and what's going on with this fucked up case, as we know. And then I'm going to give you some of my expertise and why, personally, I know they know who had the gun. They're just trying to make it into a mistrial, or, as I like to say, they're just going through the formalities around him. But Megan gets to go on all these shows crying a river and lying her ass off. Like she's some goddamn victim. She get to make Marvel money twerking on She-Hulk. But yet, nobody gives a fuck about Tory and what this could do for his career. But, we have a history of that going on in the black community. Fuck a black man, blame a black man, fuck a black man. Destroy his shit. We don't give a fuck if it destroys your name. Doesn't that sound really familiar, men and ladies? Uh-oh. Hand me that cigar box. It's about time for me to light one up for this shit. If you think it's time to light one up, give me a woo in the chat, please. I won't be having the cognac till later on because, duty calls, duty calls. So after this stupidity, oh yeah, cognac is needed. Cognac is so fucking needed. Long time no see, Mike. One of the lovely ladies, Sandra Thomas, ladies and gentlemen. Hmm. Woo! Smoke them if you got them. Baby, I got you. Smoke them if you got them, as my drill sergeant used to say, because baby, I got you. Now, we're going to read this article. We're going to read several articles, by the way. Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez shooting trial. Everything's happened. After months of updates leading up to its kickoff, not to mention multiple instances of misinformation making the rounds. Shout out to D-Rognen for the super sticker. The trial centered on Tory Lanez's alleged shooting of Megan Thee Stallion begins this week. As revealed in October 2020, news released from the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, Lanez, whose real name is Daystar Peterson, is accused of shooting several times at Megan's feet, wounding her. Woo! Smoked the fuck out in this car. God damn. Ahead of the trial, as previously reported, Lanez was ordered to be placed on house arrest, albeit in connection with a separate incident involving August Alsina. Man, somebody play that I Get Around for August. Below, we break down everything we know what led to this case and what's been said publicly since in court proceedings as they unfold. What happened? Tory is alleged to have shot Megan Thee Stallion on July 12, 2020, following a party at Kylie Jenner's house. Man, that must have been a hell of a party. The incident, per the authorities, went down on July 12th at the Hollywood Hills area. Kelsey Nicole, who's been reported to have been at one point connected to Megan and a friend and assistant capacity, and was also with Tory and Megan the night of the question. According to the aforementioned initial news release from the DA's office, Lanez and Megan got into an argument while riding in an SUV. After the group left the gathering, at some point, Megan, then identified only as the victim, in the prosecutor's documents, exited the SUV, at which Lanez is alleged to shot her. Doesn't that sound like bullshit already? I'm just going to tell you. They were really trying to cover her up. A subsequent medical report later revealed by Complex noted that Megan still had bullet fragments in her feet in connection with the shooting. As reported in April this year, the record stated, among other things, that the risk benefits of operation have been discussed, such risks were listed, including injuries to the arterial infections and loss of function of the extremity and more. What has Megan said in the lead up to the trial? Initially, Megan did not name Tory in connection with the incident, telling Gayle King in a subsequent interview that the U.S. long history of police brutality and racism made her fearful in the incident aftermath, which is bullshit. I'm telling you what, people say stop snitching. Hell, Baltimore damn near invented stop snitching. Let the judge tell me you getting me more than 15 minutes. I'm telling every goddamn thing. Fuck that. That nigga give me more than detention. You niggas did it. He bought it. Matter of fact, I got the receipt right here. Shit. Fuck all that. That same interview, which marked the first time Megan spoke out in detail about the shooting, said that Tory had offered her a payment of $1 million not to speak publicly about allegedly shooting her. He's standing up over the window shooting. I didn't even want to move. I didn't even want to move too quick. I was really scared because I'd never been shot at before, said at the time by Megan. Isn't she from Memphis? I pretty fucking doubt that she was that shot at. Earlier in the late 2000 track Shots Fired of her Good News album, Megan appeared to reference the shooting. She also later discussed the case in Rolling Stone interview this June, saying at the time that she wants Lane to go to jail. She continued, I want him to go under the jail. Why the switch up now? What has Lane said in the leading up to the trial? Good question. What has he said? Lanez, meanwhile, has continued to claim his innocence in connection with the case. In September, Lanez made a few slews of claims about the incident as his part of his Daystar project in 2020. Among the claims, which are broken down in greater detail here, are Lanez purporting that he is being framed. Hmm. I have good reason why he's being framed. Spain Man said, bro, don't put that on us. Laughing my ass off. Bad enough we got Glorilla. Oh, she's from Texas. Oh, God. Steers and queers, my friend. Steers and queers. Mm-mm-mm. At the top of 2021, Lanez, as seen in legal documentation obtained by Complex, asked the court to modify a protective order that was then barring him from publicly speaking about the case. See, I have an issue with that. If the man can speak about his innocence and can prove the fact that he's innocent, why not say it? Because right now you allowed this chick to talk about an open case, which she should have been barred from doing as well too. She should have had an order of not speaking about an open investigation as well. But see, look at the favoritism being shown to her in this believe all women bullshit. How could she speak about an open investigation, but he can't? See, this is what happens when you help bitches fighting. Oops, did I say that? Oops. Early that month, Megan addressed the spread of false information regarding the case, namely the spread of quickly to be proven false claims that the charges have been dropped. What has Kelsey Nicole said in the lead up to the trial? Kelsey Nicole initially spoke out in the form of a diss track titled Bussin' Back, itself a response to the aforementioned Shots Fired song from Megan. You know how them bitches don't like to be friendly with each other. More notable, however, Kelsey's response late last year to claim by Lane's then defense attorney, Sean Hawley, as outlined by Rolling Stone court reporter Nancy Dillon at the time. Hawley made claims believed to be about Nicole during the preliminary hearing in December 2021, including that she and Megan had been at odds over Tory for romantic reasons. Ooh. Oh man. His new name ought to be Dickum Down Tory, huh? This is all cap, Nicole responded. It's always all cap. In a subsequent report, Nicole responds, it was further noted that a source had confirmed to Complex that an LAPD detective had testified during the hearing about a jail call Tory made with Megan's ex-assistant. During that call, it was reported at the time Lanez was alleged to have and apologized for the shooting. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh man, I'm gonna tell you, there's some bullshit in this case. The trial. What is Tory charged with? Just before the trial, a new felony firearms charge was added against Lanez. All told, Lanez have been charged with the following: discharging of a firearm with gross negligence, assault with a semi-automatic firearm. See all these bullshit gun laws? And carrying an unregistered firearm in a vehicle. Prior to the addition of the third felony charge this month, the DA's office said that Lanez was facing a potential maximum sentence of more than 22 years behind bars if convicted as charged. Really? Really? So you already had this motherfucker pegged and charged. I like to really read those GSR findings, really. As the trial began, it was revealed during opening statements that Kelsey Nicole, also referring to in legal proceedings as Kelsey Harris, would be testifying later on in the case that she, per Dillon, saw her close friend get shot by the defendant. Meanwhile, meanwhile, Lane's team made a I'm back. Meanwhile, Lane's team made a number of claims on day one, including reiterating prior remarks about Nicole. As for a claim involving Ben Simmons of the Brooklyn Nets, namely one of the salacious and sequentially criticized and questioned varieties, Simmons shared a quick rip of Rick Ross' viral false accusations clip and shut down such talk. The trial, day two. On the second day of the trial, Megan herself took to the stand at the Claire Shortridge Faults Criminal Justice Center in Los Angeles. While on stand, Megan reiterated a number of her previous remarks about the shooting, including Lanez having alleged offered her hush money. She also criticized how some artists have responded to the case, telling the courts she can't believe I have come up here and to do this and call out the male focused aspect of the music industry. Oh my God. She wants to call out the male dominated music industry. See what I mean? This feminist bullshit. The show situation in the industry is like a big boys club, Megan said per NPR. Elsewhere, Megan reflected on how some have attempted to make her the villain in the case while propping up Lanez as the victim. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I wish he would have just killed me if I knew I had to go through this, Megan also said. Really? 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 Kelsey Harris, Megan's ex friend and former assistant, was granted immunity Wednesday in exchange for her testimony in the Lane's felony assault trial. I don't care to be here today, Harris told the deputy district attorney Kathy Ta shortly after taking the witness stand. I just don't want to be here. I know why you don't want to be here, because you're about to expose a lot of bullshit. And some of that bullshit is your own. Harris told the court her mental health was suffering due to a recent death and the birth of a child. She said the trial was She said the trial was a triggering situation and accused Megan of weaving a false narrative that tarnished her reputation. Ooh, city boy, city boy, city boy, city boy, city boy. Megan painted the picture that I betrayed her. She painted the picture that I'm this bad person, bad friend, and that I took hush money, she said in court. As reported by Rolling Stone, there are many lies. She's triggered everybody. Ooh, triggered. Sandra said, Charles Faulkner Jr., you can't play Dazzle in Distress and then be a wolf at the same time. Like a wolf at the same time. Yeah, babe. Triggering situation. I see what she did there. Man, they classic with these words, boy. The witness was then asked about the defense's suggestion that it was she and not Lanez who shot at Megan. She told Todd that the claims were ridiculous. Ooh, I want to paint this picture for y'all, right? From a law enforcement and criminal justice aspect. Detectives and district attorneys or state's attorneys or assistant state's attorneys are not going to ask you questions that they probably don't already know the answers to. Okay? It's funny how she did something in the case where she needed immunity and she's not going to get cracked for it, because I do believe that not only she but Megan should be sued once the bricks are out. Harris then detailed the events that led up to Megan's alleged shooting. She described her estranged friend as being drunk. How many people have said that Megan is a violent, irritating, irritable drunk? But back to the story, and a little off on the night of Kylie Jenner's party. The argument that took place inside carried on. She said, without giving specifics, there was so much going back and forth, name calling between me, Megan, and Tory, and me, Megan, and Tory, and all this other bullshit she's talking about. Todd then brought up Harris's September interview with prosecutors when she claimed Lanez has threatened to shoot her. Harris was asked if she remembered making such a statement, but remained tight-lipped. Do I have to answer that? Harris asked. Judge David Herford replied in the affirmative, yes, ma'am. Said Harris. And this was in the car, correct, Tax? And she said yes from her reply. What did he do and what did he say? Todd asked, prompting Harris to plead the fifth. Why don't you want to answer that question? I don't want to be here, Harris responds. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hit that Cash App, hit that Super Chat. Oh, it's going down, baby. It's going down, please. Oh my God. You can't. I'm telling you, man. It's that bullshit. Trial day 4. Harris returned to the stand on Thursday, but struggled to provide conclusive evidence. According to Rolling Stone, Megan's former friend slash assistant recanted prior statements about Lane's alleged attack on the Houston rapper. In a September statement to prosecutors, Harris reportedly corroborated Megan's accounts of the alleged shooting. She told authorities that Lanez had threatened to shoot her before he opened fire on Meg. However, on day 4 of the trial, Harris told the court some of her initial statements were not accurate. Really? 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 City boy, city boy, city boy. Harris went on to say she never saw Lane shoot Meg. But admitted to sending Meg's bodyguards a series of text messages that read, "Help, Tory shot Meg, 911." She told Todd in the messages, which were reportedly sent 5 minutes after the shooting, were based on assumptions. What's going on with you today? Todd asked Harris. What happened between September and today? In September, you spoke with us. You gave us a lot of detailed statements about what happened, right? What happened between September and today that you forgot everything? I told you what I'm going through, Harris replied. Hmm. According to TMZ, Lang's attorney asked Harris if the Canadian rapper had paid for her silence, as many had suspected. No, I want to make it very clear. Tory did not pay me anything, she responded. Trial day 5. During the 5th day of the trial, the judge allowed the jury to hear the entire 80-minute audio of Kelsey Harris' interview with prosecutors. In it, Harris detailed the shooting in detail, claiming the SUV stopped because Lanez wanted them out the vehicle. Almost immediately, Harris heard gunshots, and by the third or fourth shot, she saw Lanez sitting in the front seat, leaning over the passenger door, aiming a gun in Meg's direction. Whoo, Lord. Mm-mm-mm. The September audio reveals Harris echoed the statements of Megan, confirming she was shot by Tory. However, when she was on the stand yesterday, it seems like her testimony couldn't recall a lot of things. Mm-mm-mm. Interesting, curiouser, and curiouser. Hmm. It's very curious, girls and boys. I'm going to tell you one thing. Let's read what Time magazine has to say. Grammy award-winning rapper Megan Thee Stallion took the stand on the argument the pair had that July night. And how the experiences had drained her both physically and mentally. Uh-oh, I'm back. Woo! Go back to reading now. The defense denies the allegations and has mentioned the lack of physical evidence to prove the charges. Since the shooting, Meg has faced a host of online hate, saying that even as a victim, she has been met with such skepticism and judgment. I wonder why. I wonder why. Hmm. With the language of Meg case, it's easy to forget that Tory on trial, Dr. Moya Bailey, a professor at Northwestern University who researches how race, gender, and sexuality are portrayed in the media, tells Time. People doubted her from the very beginning when she explained what happened to her, and then also people look for reasons to justify the behavior, to justify her being shot. Get completely the fuck out of here, please. Once again, we're going to read this bullshit statement. During the testimony, Megan said after the shooting, she crawled over to a driveway for her and Harris $1 million if they don't report him to the police because he claimed to be on probation and didn't want any further legal trouble. Harris claimed that this in her testimony in court. Lane's lawyer denies that he was on probation at the time. Prosecutors asked Harris in court whether Lanez had threatened to shoot her, to which she answered yes, after asking the judge if she told responding police that night that her injury that she was hesitant to share what really happened because she didn't feel safe with law enforcement following the then recent murder of George Floyd. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. Let me see. In September, when Lanez released the new song Money Over Fallouts, he referenced the shooting, shot in your foot, and didn't hit no bone or tendon. Several days later, Megan performed on Saturday Night Live against a backdrop that read, "Protect Black Women." The fuck out of here. to protest the killing of Breonna Taylor and the violence against black women. See, we're going to get into that too, as a matter of fact. Please, somebody put that in the notes. She also later referenced the shooting in her album Traumatized this past August, and a social media feud continued to unfold between her and Lanez. Oh my God. Oh, this is going to be fun. Megan's fans have defended her by calling out, let me see, calling it out, the misogynistic narrative surrounding the alleged assault and the trial. Some point to the misogynoir sexism is deeply rooted in anti-blackness and that cast an even more vicious prejudice against black females presenting people. Oh, get the fuck out of here, please. One of the ways that we see misogynoir happening in our world is through negative representations in popular and visual culture of black women, barely stated. Representation like the welfare queen or the strong black woman myth, which y'all hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's back up for a minute. We have a bitch called Megan Thee Stallion. Hey, Padawan, when you think of Megan Thee Stallion, what do you think of?
An aggressive woman.
Say it loud.
An aggressive woman.
Do you think she's sexualized or she chose that? That put her and fucking
That's it.
happening in our world is through. Yeah, I read that shit. Also one of those stereotypes that seem perhaps positive on the face of it, but actually creates a lot of problems because it doesn't allow black women to be vulnerable and be actual people. See, I gotta say this to black women who are out there listening. We, we don't we don't call out we want a strong black woman. That's a fallacy. Yeah, I called that out. Power to defend it. During her testimony, Megan said that she couldn't believe that she had to be there, despite having wide commercial success in the months before and after the shooting. Megan has talked. God damn it, this whole little damn thing. Megan has talked about feelings and prevented her from being happy. Maybe you should stop fucking so many people and actually focus on one person. Hmm. She didn't even file the charges. This was not something she wanted to pursue, but she does have to testify, Bailey says. Her own desires to sort of protecting him from potential blowback is initially not naming him by saying she stepped on glass, and all that is something we see a lot in the communities that are marginalized. Black women tend to take on the onus and the burden of trying to shelter our communities from state violence and additional state intervention, she oh my God. The systematic issues behind the shooting, saying that black women who struggle against stereotypes and seem very angry or threatening, we try to stand up for ourselves and our sisters. Get the fuck out of here. Yes. Oh no. And portrayed the villain and has wondered if it has anything to do with her race and perceived attractiveness. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Bailey says that since the case garnered buzz, people haven't been treating Megan as somebody who's deserving of care and rescue in this sort of situation. See how these feminist doctors always try to save a bitch from her own destruction? The move to talk about her sexual past, all that slut shaming, which you should shame sluts at some point, victim blaming, is really a tool of misogynoir to distract us from the person who actually caused her harm, and not really about Megan as somebody who survived a really violent attack. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to save this fucking thing because when it comes out the truth and everything, I want to see what Miss Dr. Bailey got to say about this shit. Hmm. Fans have criticized how much of the case be irrelevant. I get the fuck out of here. You put it up, X Life, and so many lies about me, making all this up a sex scandal, and people don't want to touch. Hmm. Don't want to touch me. She said, I feel like I'm sick. I'm a sick bird. Yeah, you're a sick bird, all right. Yeah, give me one. Time to change. What about now? How do y'all hear me? Hopefully, y'all can hear me now. So it's amazing how nobody wants to point out the fact that this whole issue is really an issue between two broads. Nobody wants to point out the fact that nobody wants to talk about how Megan has not been very honest about this whole damn thing. I'm going to read this last article. Tory Lanez's DNA not found on the gun used to shoot Megan Thee Stallion, expert testifies. Tory Lanez's attorney have called their first witness, an expert who testified that his DNA was not found in the gun used to shoot Megan Thee Stallion. On Friday, December 16th, forensic scientist Mark Scott Taylor told the court that Tory Lanez's DNA was not found on the magazine
of the gun, and the tests done on the DNA of the gun itself were inconclusive. Hmm. Curiouser and curiouser. Taylor's testimony corroborated with the Los Angeles Police Department's investigation echoed statements made by the stand criminologist Randy Zepdia, who was called by the prosecution earlier in the day. However, Zepeda said that the DNA is not always found, even left behind on objects. Both testimonies support DJ Academic's claims earlier this year when he maintained to have seen the complete DNA results, which he said Tory Lanez's attorney called very pleasing to his client. Curiouser and curiouser. At the time, Rolling Stones reported Nancy Dillon and Page Six senior reporter Ellen Reslin both refuted Academic's claims and insisted DNA evidence wasn't even brought up. As Reslin explained in a tweet, fake news alert, any reports of Tory Lanez's DNA not being found on the weapon in Megan Thee Stallion's case are false. Today's pretrial hearing was postponed to April 5th, and that fake news tweet was sent out before the hearing even started. See how they trying to cover up in the media? See the cover up, the big cover up. Prior to Mark Taylor's taking the stand, the jury heard, I'm not even going to pronounce that one name, it's an Indian guy, I guess, who was called by the prosecution. The firearms examiner stated that considering the number of shell casings recovered from and the amount force needed to shoot the semi-automatic 9mm Luger caliber firearm believed to be used in Megan Thee Stallion's July 2020 shooting, he could not and would not call the incident unintentional. Let me see. If you tap the trigger, it won't fire. You need to pull the trigger all the way down. I'm not sure whether I can call this an accident. What is it? Rotham said after confirming that the 5 shell casings found on the scene matched the weapon, which was recovered on the floor of the SUV in which Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez were traveling on the night of question. During their opening statements on Monday, December 12th, the prosecutor that the gun was found in a slide lock position, which means each of those 5 shots were fired one at a time. The trial adjourned for the weekend and is set to resume on Monday. The defense has yet to indicate whether Tory will take the stand before the jury is dismissed to deliberate on this case. Interesting. Notice how everybody was so quick to say that Mr. Lanez was guilty before even innocent. Notice his fingerprints weren't there. Notice, most likely, they would take gun residue traces off the hands of each party involved. So now, and I do mean now, if he fired that weapon, it will be open and shut case because those gun residue bags and testing will reveal who had the gun in what hand. Because number one, let's not forget that when you're shooting a firearm, there's an trace amount of gunpowder and gun residue that's on that person that's very concentrated. The further you're away, the less concentration that gunpowder and that residue has on you. So, they would know not only by whose DNA it is on the weapon or the gun, because the NRA doesn't like to say weapon, on the handgun, and they would actually know when they test the damn gun residue because they bag your hands, they bag everybody's hands. At least that's what we do in the Baltimore Police Department. They would actually bag your hands and then get them tested. And shout out from Shadow Observer for the Cash App. Don't forget to hit your Cash App, hit the Super Chat, please. You get an education. I do have to say this. I know she had it, babe. Come on now. We know she had it. Why do you think she wants to plead the fifth? Because a lot of their stories are breaking apart. See, there's a lot of idiots who think they can outsmart people who do this for a living and for several decades. Namer said, wait a minute, if someone discharges a firearm, shouldn't forensics be looking for a gunpowder residue in their hands? That's why they bag your hands to hit the gun residue, the GSR bags. They bag your hands and they keep you from trying to wash them. Usually everybody on the scene is handcuffed and they're taken down to crime lab to get tested. Because I'm gonna tell you, they know who fired that gun already months ago. And Megan Thee Stallion going on all these shows digging a deeper ditch for herself. She wants to use this protect all black women, but yet let's look at the history of Megan Thee Stallion. She's known to be a violent drunk. Every dude she's been with called her a violent drunk. Soon as she starts drinking liquor, she starts fighting on the men she's with. Not only that, they can also see the trajectory of where the bullets would land and how it would be shot. Because if Megan was supposed to be bam at a certain distance and a certain angle, and if she's not at that certain angle of distance from where the bullet would fragment or ricochet to her, then something doesn't seem right. Because you notice all the women are on code trying to throw Tory under the bus because they were all fucking him at some point. What happened was they got jealous because homegirl's house they were at was giving him the eye that he could hit, and they both got mad and realized, wait a minute, you fucking him too? Do you think this will tarnish her career because she's got that pending case with Carl Crawford, her ex-manager? I think so. It's going to make her look like a liar. It's going to make her look like a goddamn liar, man. It's going to make her look like a goddamn liar. When I looked at her foot, it looked more like a graze than a piercing. Not to mention, I didn't see any blood. Let me put it to you this way. It's probably just a fragment or a ricochet, if that. So if she had a total round of a 9mm, I don't know if they were jacketed or hollow point, it would have been a lot more damage to that foot. And seriously, why didn't they just tell the truth? Because them bitches would have been going to jail. And what it sounds like is that Tory was the one trying to keep them from killing each other. Because automatically, oh, he shot us. No, y'all were both mad and drunk. And by the way, let's listen to Miss Harris's statement. She was drunk. The reason, and especially if she was drunk to the level she said she was, where she was causing fights and arguments, was she coherent enough to really know what the fuck happened? Bay said he should have had them sell it in a BJ con. They probably were going to do that anyway, but they thought that Tory fucked up the church's money. Notice a lot of evidence and a lot of things don't sound right. We got the Dr. Ronald Neal in the building. Woo! See, from an investigative standpoint, that whole scene is taped off and locked down. And if you're in that part of ritzy Hollywood, I'm pretty sure they have camera footage of the incident from somebody's goddamn house. Our resident lady here said Charles Faulkner Jr., the whole thing was a bitch fest. Yep, it was. It was. So you're telling me you're in a ritzy millionaire area of California. You don't have any video from the traffic. You don't have any video from any of the houses that these are probably most likely million to multi-million-dollar homes in that area. No video surveillance. No video tracking yet. This is LA, folks. This ain't a one-horse town. Because I really want to know, where are them GSR reports? You already got the DNA report that says his DNA was not on a fucking gun. People leave trace amounts of DNA on everything. You're leaning on a table, you're rubbing on a blanket. Your DNA at some point, some type of hair, some type of skin follicle is on that material. No fingerprints, no DNA, no nothing. But apparently, the DNA on the gun, allegedly, is female, right? So, something does not sound right. So, you're telling me that none of this shit occurred? They got video of them exiting the vehicle. She's walking pretty well for a goddamn person shot. You definitely see her ass from anywhere. See, it's mighty funny how all this shit is being put on Tory, but I want to know, what are the results of whose DNA is on that gun? Don't tell me they only just did Tory. They said, in fact, they said the cops was in the process of being fired for what, I wondered. Yep. Yep. Shadow Observer said if they had tested Megan, she would have most likely had GSR also on her hands. Probably because they were fighting over the damn gun. Now the bodyguard's supposed to be missing, but I guess they found him. Monday is going to be very, very, very impactful to this case. Very funny. Well, yeah, I'm going to tell you, this case stinks. This case stinks. It's like a lot of omitted information is out of it. But then again, the trial is still early. The trial is still early, man. Bay said, now that's a plot twist. I didn't think about that. The girls fighting over the gun explains why Kelsey moved out. Don't be surprised if one of them would have, if she shot it because of over her constantly fucking her men and her boyfriends. I'm waiting for his defense attorney to throw down information that's going to be like a draw four. They're playing Uno, but you get to play Pylon in this version. Don't be surprised. Do not be surprised. That's definitely what the fight was over. Megan's whoredom. Of course it's over her whoredom. Every time you trying to get ahead, you fucking her men. Well, friends like that, who needs enemies? I can't wait to see the ballistic testing off of this shit. The GSR. I know they got video from somewhere. Somewhere. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Let's talk about it. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Don't forget to hit that super chat, that Cash App. Want to get it in, baby. Want to get it in. I'm just thinking to myself, this shit stinks to holy hell. Now, one thing in this case is making sense. You were so gun-ho to throw Tory under the bus, now you don't want to speak. You telling me these motherfuckers got Stockholm Syndrome all of a sudden? What gave them a change of mind? Why does Miss Harris need immunity now? Why does she? Why does she need immunity if she's innocent? So all the statements you made prior, AL, come back. So all the statements you made prior to this were fraudulent? So you're telling me that charges should be raised against you? What's going on, folks? What's up, Bay?
What's up? You know, I can tell you right off bat, as soon as she asked for qualified immunity, I bet the judge, and is this supposed to be a jury trial?
Yep.
I bet they all looked at her like, "Excuse me," and then when it was explained to them, what qualified immunity is, I bet they was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, so they were like, "Okay, so you're guilty of something." Now all of a sudden, you don't know who said "dance, bitch," which I believe was probably her.
Yeah.
Right. Suddenly, you don't remember that this traumatic event in which 5 gunshots went off. You guys were supposed to have been feared for your lives, and now you don't remember any details. Okay, okay. And when did this happen? A year ago?
2 years.
2 years ago? And suddenly you don't
Yep.
remember it? People in the Johnny Depp case remembered specific details. And what? That took what, 3-4 years for his case to come up to go to court? Now suddenly you stupid? Come
So
on,
I'm
man.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you that the fucking. Let me see what type of. I'm trying to look up what type of gun it was
Go ahead.
because anybody know what type of gun? I know the ammunition was a 9mm.
Because I've owned, excuse me, I've owned a 9mm German Luger before.
Yeah.
That's not a toy.
Well, if they said 9mm Luger, that was just the round, the actual
Okay.
ammo,
All
because
right.
9x19 9mm Parabellum, pretty much the same round.
All right. Because, yeah, I'm about to say, because if it was a 9mm German Luger, that's a big gun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if that's not it, that's fine. But the simple fact is, first and foremost, the one thing I want to know is who owns the gun. I have yet to hear them say who owns the gun.
Yeah.
Tell me who the gun is registered to. That's all I want to know. Let's start there. Then tell me, well, whose DNA was found on the gun?
And
Who had
who the fuck says dance?
right? That don't even sound right, but sometimes you just gotta. I mean, she said that nobody said it. She don't know who said it. Then okay, then nobody said it. Then we'll throw that out. Let's move on to the next thing. You know.
Yeah,
Let
like
hmm?
yeah, like it's funny because a lot of shit is being very vague because they would actually tell you the caliber and the type of weapon that was used in the case.
But can't tell you who owns it. Can't tell you who exactly had gunshot residue. Okay. Can't tell you the trajectory because I hopefully his defense attorney, hopefully they actually go with the trajectory
They're
of the
gonna go. They're gonna go
because
by the trajectory, and they're gonna go by ballistics.
right, because I believe both of them chicks are especially Kelsey is taller than him.
Yeah, both are taller than him.
Right, they're both taller than him. So they will show you that when they do the whole ballistic thing, they will show exactly where somebody was standing and how the gun had to be positioned and aimed in order for it to cause the damage in which it did. So good luck trying to explain that without implicating Kelsey.
I'm gonna say this. There's so much shit that they're trying to cover up, and people may say you're speculating us or something. I mean, yeah, sure, I can speculate like everybody else does. But last time I checked, my speculations were actually pretty on point, weren't they?
Well, seeing how you're a former officer of the goddamn law.
You're telling me that number one, nobody can tell me the GSR. Number two, I want to see the ballistics because 5'3" to 5'10", that's a hell of a height gap. Then on top of that, you got to look at the ballistics testing when it comes to distance and trajectory. Not only that, you're in like I said earlier, you're in multi-million-dollar California or LA at that moment.
Cameras everywhere.
Cameras everywhere.
Cameras everywhere. Not to mention the witness, the eyewitness of the neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't called the neighbor up yet because he saw the fight, or he or she, whoever the neighbor is, they will testify that they saw Meg and Kelsey outside the car fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And that Tory broke up the fight.
But see, and Dr. Neil, if you got a chance, come on up. You see, every time a black man tries to help them out and tries to break up a fight, we're the ones who get blamed for it, or hurt, or even killed.
This is why you don't get involved. You don't get in it. Because look at this. He tried to break it up, and now he on trial for what? Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon or whatever.
At least aggravated assault. I'm surprised they try to do some attempted murder shit. They didn't charge him with that, but I'm surprised they didn't. And I'm gonna tell you this shit.
Oh, you know why? Wait, you know why? Because it was below the waist.
It doesn't matter.
I know, but you know, I mean, legalese. If you go below, at least this is from what I know from dealings in Columbus. If you aim below the waist, it's aggravated assault, not attempted murder.
Well, it's automatically aggravated assault, but it depends on whatever legalese. Because most of the time, if a guy's pointing a gun at you, they're not pointing it to make you happy. They're trying to kill you. So you could and they discharge a weapon, you can charge them with attempted murder. But
wait. So if I just point a gun at somebody, that's
aggravated assault. So
apparently somebody was lying to me when they told me that was an attempt to tickle.
Because just pointing a gun at somebody is aggravated assault.
Shit. Let me aggravate assault. Never mind, wrong gun.
Anyway. I'm just because I'm looking forward to witness testimonies.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to a lot of this shit because it's still early in the trial. It's disgusting. So I'm gonna try to get some other guys in. Angry Black Man, Electrician, how y'all doing tonight?
Go upstairs.
What's good, Charles? How y'all doing tonight?
What's up? What's your take
Not
on
so much.
What's your take on this debauchery?
Just some bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Straight up, man. I mean, basically just saw like two women who were fighting over the same dick. Excuse my French, but at the end of the day, that's what it was. And the thing is that I know you was chuckling when I put that super chat in there, believe all women. This is the reason why that I can't believe all women. Because I know women are just like men that can be full of shit, women can be full of shit.
Oh,
all right. And the thing is that, there has been a track record of Megan Thee Stallion of being like she's intoxicated. She's quite violent. So there is a track record of that. So I just think that she got, she was, had one too many, as they say, and found out they were sharing the same dick and everything, and just got mad about it. That's all that happened.
How can you get mad at somebody sharing the same dick and you fucked all her boyfriends?
That's just the female nature. You know what I'm saying? That's just how they are. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying? You want to, because you're the so-called quote unquote star and everything, the rising star, you get that treatment, that shit go to people's head. And it got to her head. And now it's like you stated before, is that this is going to come back and really bite her in the ass. This is going to come back and bite her in the ass hard. But like I said, they just had this thing that's, well, just believe all women. And I don't believe all women. Women can be full of shit just like everybody else.
I'm sorry, I don't even believe a lot of dudes out there.
That's what I'm saying.
And you're telling me I should believe all women just because this broad said so. I'm so confused on this shit. Because
And
I think
Bay, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, finish your statement.
No, I was gonna say Bay, he just kind of, he just summed it up not too long ago what he said. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so my thing is, this is the type of shit, and let me get up with Bay, what back to what Bay was saying is that this is why you don't interfere, because I'm just reading them. Look, just this last week, another brother who worked at a restaurant, right? There was an argument between a man and a woman. Make a long story short, my man, he wanted to decide to put on the cape, and they draped a cloth over his body because he took two in the chest. So this is the reason why you motherfuckers need to stop interfering with their shit. This female fuckery is some real shit, and it's some real consequences behind it. It really is.
Yeah.
And this thing has cost Tory Lanez some money. I'm sure it has.
Yeah. And
you know what I'm saying?
This is what you call great over bullshit. This is what you call great over bullshit. Because one, here's another point. So the gun registered on her name, yet did she get charged? So the gun is registered over her name.
Is it? They've announced that the gun is registered in her name?
I don't know. That's what Detroit said.
Oh, no, he don't. He's not familiar with what's going on. But here's the situation from what I'm understanding. Because there's a guy, a lawyer for workers. He has a YouTube channel. He's been reporting. He's been in the courtroom, and every day he comes out and reporting. He said what happened was that they were at Kylie Jenner's house. Okay, Meg and Kelsey left. They left the party, but Tory stayed because Tory was going to try to smash Kylie, or at least attempt to. Meg got pissed because he wasn't in the car, so she made up an excuse to turn around and come back and get some damn shoes, which of course wasn't there. So when she got there, she was trying to convince Tory to leave. Like you said, she's a mean drunk. She's uncontrollable. So she was causing a whole lot of commotion trying to get Tory to leave the party or whatever. But Kylie was like, yo, all y'all got to leave. I don't want this drama in my house. So she kicked all of them out. This is how they wound up in the car together, the three of them, because it was just them two. So, of course, Meg, being a hater, started hating on Tory, about his music career and everything. And he pretty much kind of was like, well, that's why I fucked you. Like, you wasn't talking all this shit when you had my dick in your mouth, that type of stuff. Which, of course, made Kelsey go, what? Because Meg has a history of sleeping with Kelsey's boyfriends behind her back on some ghetto bitch shit. Also, she has a history of beating up on Kelsey because she's bigger than her. She has a history of assaulting her. I don't know why Kelsey even hangs with this bitch. But at any rate, so
it's
Kelsey,
called money and status,
I guess. So Kelsey got mad. This is when they was out. I don't know if they were in the car at the time or got out the car, but at any rate, they was outside in the street fighting. The neighbor saw them fighting. Tory grabbed Kelsey. I guess he grabbed her by her hair or whatever, trying to break them up. So this is when Kelsey went in the car and got the gun. All right. Now, whether her and Meg was fighting over the gun or her and Tory was fighting over the gun, somebody had to have been fighting over that gun because, I mean, if I'm drunk and you done told me that you fucked the dude because, I mean, her and Kelsey and Tory were not dating, but they was hooking up. You know what I'm saying? They was hooking up. They was banging each other with, you know, with the promise, the unspoken promise that it's just going to be mainly them two. You know, we're going to be the main slam pieces or whatever in the pictures and all of this stuff. Because who the fuck is Kelsey? You know what I'm saying? Who the fuck is Kelsey? Kelsey was like Kim Kardashian before the sex tape. He was a nobody. So, of course, here we now have the gunshots. They try to get up out of there after things done calmed down. Somebody called the police. And then, of course, you saw the whole situation played out, you know, on national TV with the helicopters and all of this stuff. So that's where we're sitting at right now. Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
We're joined by AB Media and Angry Black Man.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
And
Go ahead.
basically, it just sounds like another case of a persecuted black man to me, if you ask me. I'm going to keep it simple and plain. I know how I do.
Did y'all hear any of that?
He said it sounded like a case of persecuted black man.
No. I'm saying, did y'all hear any of that I was laying down?
Yes.
No. Okay. I'm just
absolutely. You were 100% correct. You know that. We is in concurrent with you.
Actually, I want to go back to something you said, Bae. Think about how much nigga shit these people are on. You're on so much nigga shit that a Kardashian kicks you out of your house. That's pretty low.
Look at them. Look at them. Do these look like people?
That's bad. You on so much. You on so much stupid shit. A Kardashian kicks you out of the house. That's bad.
Yeah, but I mean, she ain't no better. She's like the nerdiest.
I know. That's my point.
But yeah, that's
exactly my point.
Right. Yeah, you know, these is niggas. I mean, why you think Jay-Z and Beyonce didn't want to hang out with Kanye and what's the face? Like, what the hell? Beyonce sitting up here like, what I look like hanging out with a goddamn porn star? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Prime said what pissed Meg off the most was Tory talking to a white girl. Shit, him talking to any girl.
Mm-hmm.
Him talking to any girl.
Doesn't Meg have a history of domestic violence? Not just against
Meg?
Yeah, doesn't Meg, not just against Chelsea, but against her boyfriends and shit?
Yeah. Like Charles was saying, you know, she's a mean drunk.
Whenever she gets drunk, she wants to fight. She wants to fight her dude. She gets real masculine when she gets that brown liquor up in. She's from Texas.
Those are the worst chicks to be around. Give me the
chick. That's how they do.
Give me the chick that like to give sloppy toppy when she get drunk. Not the fighting.
Facts.
Like, you know what?
You walk in the men's bathroom to pee and you see, you know, her up against the wall or dude up against the wall getting brain. How many times you done walked in the club bathroom and saw that?
Yeah, guess what? I'm pissed off with the world. I'm gonna suck your dick. Oh shit! No, don't do that.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a dude I worked with. He wound up marrying the chick. They was engaged. They went out to a club. She disappeared. He went in the bathroom, caught her blowing the guy in the stall because he saw her shoes in the stall. Yeah, he wound up. They broke up. They wound up getting back together. He married her and they had a baby with her. Guess his color. Guess his ethnicity.
Negro.
No, he was a white guy.
Yeah.
Say what?
That sounds like some Coco shit.
But you know, he wasn't like, you know, he was like a young Uncle Fester looking type of dude. So, you know, sometimes you gotta play the hand.
Probably took the best he did.
No, Prime, that's not how you get. Look, hey, Charles, explain it to Prime.
Which one?
This last one. He said people keep asking how he get gun residue on him, not knowing you can get it on you standing close to a shooter. But explain to him how that works.
Okay. I'm going to say it again. Gun residue on the hands. That's why they bag your hands up, the GSR bags. Gun residue. So, it goes by concentration. You're going to have the heaviest amount of concentration of gunpowder and gun residue when you're the shooter. Yes, they can be trace amounts if I'm standing next to you. Hell, there's trace amounts when you're like 10, 20 feet away from me. But it's going to be very, very small compared to the concentration of somebody actually doing the shooting. Because if you look at a gun in slow motion, boom, and all those pressures and gases fill up to, eject the round out of the muzzle. So you're going to get all those gases and stuff and those oils and all that mixture of chemicals and the powders all around you.
Mm-hmm.
It goes throughout and spreads out like anything that's airborne. It's just the further away, the less concentration it has. Oh no, I understand that. I'm talking about people trying to argue how he's got it on his DNA and not on the gun. Well, that's because he was near the area.
You know the messed up part? The messed up part is that they didn't bother to question Kelsey that night. They went ahead, they did their swabs and everything, all right? But then they didn't ask her any hard questions and they let her go. They just assumed that Tory was the perpetrator. They didn't even take into consideration that somebody could be lying. But that's LA.
I believe they took it in consideration. They just disregarded it because of the fact of her complexion. But I digress.
I think AB said it right. Straight up, it's just some nigga shit. And when it's a nigga, and even though it's two women involved, what are you talking about? Police officers, they gonna look at the nigga. You know what I'm saying? And that's how he got all hemmed up on it. That's just straight up.
It was all about him. Their whole fight was all about him. You know the messed up part is two people said this stuff in media way back in the 80s and 90s. The NWA video where they showed the two girls scrapping on the lawn, the police pull up, and then all of a sudden the two girls start pointing at the black dude. Like, yeah, it was him. And then George Lopez, when he didn't want to tell his wife that her sister kissed him, he was like, no, I'm not going to tell my wife that, because I'm going to tell you how it's going to end. Like, the police are going to come up and arrest me standing shirtless on the front lawn.
That's just the way it is.
Right. Like, he was like, I got nothing to do with this. I'm caught in the middle.
Hint, like I said earlier, just another case of just persecute another nigga.
Yeah. Just get the dude, get the man. It's always our fault. Hence my avatars. It's always our fault.
Yep. It's always our fault. And the thing in it.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
It's always blame a nigga.
You don't even gotta be there on the scene and it's your fault. Somehow it's your fault. Somehow they gotta look at you.
But babe, check this out. But think about this for a minute though. So like in the 90s, in the early 2000s, man, a lot of brothers were getting locked up because under like here in the city of Detroit, we got a prosecutor here who just straight up hates black men, and she was locking brothers up left and right. Now you got a lot of brothers who are getting out on murder charges, rape charges. I mean, heinous stuff. And they suing the city. And the city, I think the city right now, man, I think we just spent something like, oh man, I forgot. I just read this, we somewhere around $20 to $30 million that the city been coughing up
Because of
because
her.
of fucked up. Yes.
Is she being prosecuted for
Is he
malicious
the
prosecution?
Hell no,
Oh, so she just gonna skate, huh?
they need to fire
bro.
that bitch?
It's
That's
so.
too much money.
Hold
That's
on.
too much money for
Y'all
a
want to hear
damn
something
city.
real funny? Check this out. When they was
Take her
coming up with all these fucked,
take her
when they was
fucking
coming up with,
Go
they was
ahead.
coming up with, when these brothers was coming out, she decided to get on board of, well, we gonna release it, we gonna release him, and this, that, and the third. And now some cases she was arguing like there's a case that happened back in, you all can look it up. It's on, even on YouTube. The case of baby Bianca, right? Now I knew the baby mama. I didn't know the baby daddy. But to make a long story short, this brother got 6 kids, and they accused him of killing his baby girl who was only 2 years old. But what happened was she got kidnapped, right? It was really a kidnap case, not a murder charge. Man, they threw them chumped up charges on him. No DNA evidence. The man came, I did not kill my child. All this. And this man is still fighting this. And this is going back since 2011. Okay.
She real
Now they
him.
fight.
Is he still in prison?
Oh, man. He's still in prison. Matter of fact, bro, they're on Netflix. They did a special on him. Chris, what's his name? Chris Haynes on American Crime or something that come on NBC. They did a special on him because I was over the girl's house, right? When the folk from Netflix came over there talking to her about his case. And the baby mama was like, look, I know this guy. I know his name is DeAndre Lane. I know DeAndre. DeAndre is not a fighter. He is a lover. He did not do this heinous crime. Now, he had a previous record, but since you a nigga and you was the last one with your daughter, we just gonna slam you in it. We don't believe this was a kidnap case.
And the Justice Department
And my man,
ain't about it. And the Justice
no,
Department,
they're not gonna do nothing about it.
That's Detroit. Yeah, okay. So they don't give a fuck. And what is the Innocence
Man, they don't give a
Project? Because I know this kind of the Innocence Project is on that.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, my man, the Innocent Project is working tirelessly in the state of Michigan. Right here, they got so many backed up law cases right now. They can't even get they like we got guys sitting on. We got guys here waiting to get retrial who've been sitting on like 10, 15 years. Okay, and the city of Detroit is pouring out millions of dollars on some fuck shit.
You know, in all honesty, I mean, I really can't say what I would do, but
Man, if I'm the mayor of Detroit, I'm pulling them prosecutors out. Man, like, motherfucker, you costing me too much money. That's too much money for one damn city to be coughing out because you doing stupid shit.
You know what?
Hold on, AB.
In all honesty, because
hey, hold on, here go Go ahead, babe. Go ahead, babe.
Because of what's going on with her, because she got so many bad cases, so many malicious prosecutions and everything, it's just like when you catch a crooked cop, when you catch a crooked judge, all your cases are null and void. Everybody got to go free. I don't give a fuck if they did it or not. Bitch, you fucked this up. This is your fault. I'm taking away your pension. You're being disbarred. You're done. You're going to be penniless because you fucked us. We didn't fuck
Wait
us,
a minute.
So we're going to fuck
listen, man, check this out, bro. Speaking of the mayor of the city of Detroit, which you were saying, AB, this motherfucker was no different because she took the job from him. Yeah. The mayor of the city of the present mayor of the city of Detroit was the Wayne County prosecutor, right? He was locking up brothers. They was throwing out cases that he was on.
Snowman want to come in? Brian?
We know for a fact that these black women that get into the justice system, they are not on our side. We know this by now.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Same chick that don't hire you or try to get you fired from HR. They try to trump up your charges and shit.
I don't care what city you in. These
That's
bitches get
facts.
elected to these positions or whatever, judges, DAs, and they're gonna shit on, you guessed it, black men. We all know this.
Of course, they can't help themselves. I swear to God, when that article, that what say black men are the white supremacists of the black community. I'm sorry, that was projecting.
And who was that? Jamil Hill?
No, that was some gay black dude. You know, and we all, as straight men, we all know how it is with gay black dudes. They get snarky and hateful just like women because they know that you'll never fuck them.
Yeah.
So
That's their lone issue with us. We straight black men don't screw them. That's
right.
it.
That's their biggest problem.
Nobody bothers them.
That's why they come at you. That's why they come at you crazy off rip.
That's why they come at you sideways.
Yeah.
Period.
Thank you.
That's exactly why they.
And that's
exactly
why when they flex, when they do all that bullshit, that's why they draw it sideways.
Why do
I'm
you
just speaking facts.
Why do you think?
Why
do you think that they get so? Give me 1 second. Why do you think they take pleasure in tricking you into performing either a kiss or some type of sexual act, and then well, I'm a man, you know, with such reverence, and then wonder why they get the punishment that they get when they reveal that shit. Just like that tranny tried to do with Dr. Umar Johnson. Once he found out that was a dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you wanted this. Go ahead.
I just want to point out something, not to make it a political thing, but aren't most of these cities ran by fucking Democrats? Isn't LA a Democrat?
Hello.
So most of these B dubs that win are fucking Democrats. I should know because I'm in Houston, Texas, and a whole bunch of them got elected like 2 years ago in the 2020 cycle to fucking political positions. I was like, God damn, all of them.
Well, hey, me and Charles are from Baltimore. Sheila Dixon.
Oh yeah.
What's the other chick named? Catherine Pugh.
3 female mayors all left in disgrace: Catherine Sheila Dixon and Stephanie Rollins Blake.
And there's a rumor about Rollins Blake, something about $1 million of missing money, but she bowed out gracefully.
Try a little bit more.
You can bow out in this prison cell gracefully.
Try a little bit more.
Something.
When that whole Freddie Gray thing happened, that was smokescreen for her to get the hell out of there, because that's the same time the rumor started about her and some money being missing. This is what these black women do when they get in position, man.
Hey, angry black man, I got one for you.
Investigation stopped. It don't mean you off the hook just because you quit.
Mm-hmm.
And now Rollins Blake is she's the head of the NBA Players Union or some shit.
Yep.
Damn.
I got one for you. Hey, I got one for you, man. You can't make this up either. I'm from Chicago. I want y'all to look up Lori Lightfoot.
Oh yeah. Oh Lord.
Dykefoot.
Oh Lord.
Dykefoot. Say it 3 times.
Wait a minute.
I got a picture of her if you want to see.
Yes, sir.
Listen.
Here's a picture.
Charles, you, Bitter Truth, Electrician, and AB, y'all have been on the morning show with me. There is something that we do when her name is mentioned or quote-unquote summoned, as my friend Victor Locke puts it best. Y'all remember Mumra from Thundercats?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't need to say anything further.
I got a picture of Miss Lightfoot if you like.
Don't do it. I'm telling you.
Lori Lightfoot does not take kindly to men who are not in their masculinity.
No.
This
is fact. This is fact. I am from the Windy City. I've lived in the Windy City where politics can get screwy at the weirdest times. Well, that's true in all big cities, but listen, and I mean this from the heart. Chicago has not had a good, solid mayor since Harold Washington passed in 1987. And I remember the day when Harold Washington passed because we were in high school. We had just started the second half. We had just started like third period for the day. And the news came across the public address and they sent us home. They sent all of us home. He had just gotten reelected too. He had just gotten reelected for a second term. And have you noticed guys who are honest in politics, which we know is few and far between, or people who are honest in politics, which is few and far between, you notice when they carry out their honest stuff popping up? And I got here's a perfect example. Like I said, Harold Washington was the mayor, just elected to his second term. When showed up, which was made up.
Hey, you Borgen?
I think we lost him.
God damn it, pal.
He was getting ready to cook, man.
God damn it.
Yeah, but yeah.
I think we lost him, Houston. God damn it.
Okay. You mean Dag Nabbit? Dag Nabbit?
Damn it. Oh, give me my goddamn shield. See, this is my rendition of when your family members notice that you ran into some money and they begging. The fuck off. But nah, you gotta understand when it comes to these women in these goddamn positions, man, they will fuck up the church's money, they will fuck up the cabinet's dough, and then look at you and blame you for it. Shout out to LAP SWAT 1 for the $5 super chat. FYI. Always check their 503C's page to see who's contributed to their campaigns, i.e. BLM, Antifa, Alphabet groups. Facts. Good God, facts.
Position means more to them than actually fixing problems.
Which position?
Just them having a position. It doesn't matter. Them having a job means more than anything else.
Well, they always get in position.
Because they always say, well, hey, that's why we got to go vote, and put black people there. We have plenty of black judges, plenty of black district attorneys.
That
doesn't mean shit at the end of the day.
That was me making a double entendre joke.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've dealt with.
Yeah, I'm trying to lighten the mood, but anyway.
I mean, hey, it's not like black women tell black men to go to jail. It's not like they call the police on us.
And the same black women who are villainized white women for lying on black men, they get awfully quiet when it's a black woman doing the damn lying on a black man.
Facts. Say that again, bro.
I have a situation that's close to home. My cousin, whose baby mama repeatedly called the police on him so much to where this motherfucker ain't right in the head that he was contemplating killing this bitch because she lied on him so much to the point that they started taking her ass to jail because she kept doing it, and it was all to get him back and get back at him. It wasn't until my uncle made his ass come back across to California so he wouldn't do anything stupid. Unfortunately, my uncle didn't pass. So still, but it's like, I don't want to hear this shit about what the white chick do when y'all doing the same goofy ass shit. In fact, you're doing it more closer to you.
Remember that story years ago with Juwan Howard and Chris Webber?
Yep.
Where the black chick tried to say they raped her at some party or some shit, and then come to find out she got caught in her lie, and Juwan Howard sued her for $1.
Yeah, mercy on her too.
Black women don't get called out nearly enough when they do shit like that. That shit, and this is what this whole Meg and Tory shit is. Because I agree with Charles. It sounds like it was two drunk bitches fighting over a gun. All this behind a dude. And it sounded like he was the only one that was trying to, break the shit up.
Yep.
And the gun went off, and Megan got shot, and they said, okay, well, let's blame it on the black guy.
I'll let her shoot. I'll let her shoot him. She's just been shot. Because I'll be damned if I'm going to get between a chick and a gun.
Well, not only that, but my whole thing is, you mean to tell me this man shot you and the cops show up and you didn't immediately say, yeah, him right there, officer, shoot that guy?
Well, according
He's
to
talking
her,
about George Floyd and shit. I didn't buy that shit for a second. That
Well,
whole
my
story
question-
didn't sound right.
My question was this: it's like Tory shouldn't have had to have step in to break shit. They had a fucking bodyguard. What the fuck was you paying the bodyguard to do if Tory had to step in and break shit? The bodyguard's job was to break that shit up. Because at least
Is that
there's
the
some
same?
shit. At least
Is
there's
that
some
the
shit.
same bodyguard that's missing in action right now?
Yeah.
Apparently so.
Because there's pictures of this bodyguard wearing matching jerseys with Megan. Don't be surprised that she was fucking the bodyguard too, and he doesn't want to get caught up.
Possibly.
I mean,
Well, hell, he probably don't want to. He probably understands where his bread is buttered, and he don't want to get a perjury charge trying to lie for Meg. Because he get called to that stand, he's going to have to tell the truth.
Look, well, you know, Charles, you know how you got homeboy security? Well, you got side security right here.
Mm-hmm.
His fee is cooch.
Oh, fuck that. Money, bitch.
Not that nigga's case.
You know what's funny? I'm getting a lot of offers to run other people's security companies, or at least be the commanding person on the ground for them. So, hey, I'll do it. You better be paying some damn good money. But it's funny how you got to have ethics in this shit, because if you're in police, medical, which means emergency medical, like paramedics, EMTs, and firefighters, police also fall under that. Private security professionals, you know, you have to have ethics, and a lot of shit that people do are unethical. Meaning, I will tell a client, I will not lie for you. Women think that I'm lying when I tell them the first rule of protection is what, fellas? Say it all together.
Obedience.
Obedience.
I cannot protect you if you're not obedient to what I put in. Like, I had to tell one client and lean into his ass, look, you got your little friends in your entourage. Guess what? Your friend will get shot because we're supposed to protect you. We told y'all this shit in the meeting beforehand. If you don't like it, that's on you. But at the same time, you're not going to kill my reputation, because I'll give you your money back. Your reputation is everything in the businesses like this. And I look at people and I'll be like, you see why a lot of security professionals do not like guarding rappers? They just don't.
Thanks. I work
Especially
in
the
it too.
entourage, you know, as unruly as they can be. You don't know how many people are in that group.
They're just a headache, man. And I'm gonna I'll tell you one thing. Two of the best guys I ever fucking bodyguarded that were really good were Common and Freeway. They were really professional, great guys. Even after protecting them, hey, take a picture, man. You're gonna use this for your business. I said, sure will. And
Hell,
they were professional.
Guy is a stand-up dude. Freeway, he don't fuck around.
Yeah, Freeway loved it because y'all seen the pictures. I posted pictures in my community tab.
Freeway's a Muslim. He knows better.
Yeah, and Common's the same way, because a lot of times you got to realize when you're in this business, like I told the Padawan, your name is everything. Fuck that, because if you get a bad name out there, it's gonna haunt you.
It'll hamstrung your business, especially. That's why you got to be. Doesn't matter how long you've been in the game, how deep you've been in the business. You always have to look at it. Your name is your brand. That's an intangible. And your reputation will always precede your presence. And you have to be careful what jobs you take. If somebody offers you to protect, if they copy your, or if they acquire your they acquire your services, you got to find out everything you know about this individual before you even decide to get involved with them. Because remember, it goes both ways, Charles. It's not just your reputation as a as a security as a security company, but their reputation and how they are on the road always precedes them. That's why security firms always talk to one another. Bodyguards always keep in contact with one another, let them know, like, yo, you don't want to mess with this one. You don't do that. You don't want to get involved with this person. Why is everybody muted up?
Facts.
That's facts.
Go ahead.
I do vote for, if you're gonna get a woman, if she gets pissed with you, at least get the woman who gets pissed with you and say she'll show you by giving you a blowjob.
You know what? I've had girlfriends that's their way of apologizing.
That's a hell of an apology.
Mattress combo and shit. Yeah. Let you do things that they don't normally like to do. You know what I'm saying?
Let them come in their ear so they can hear you coming.
I guess. Well, they'll go ahead. They'll go ahead and submit to that one kink that you've been trying to do that she hates. It hurt and all that shit. They'll submit. They fucked up.
Fuck that.
Don't tell me you ain't been there.
I say fuck that, bitch. If you really want to make it up to me, you better check what's on my wish list in some of my video game accounts and whatnot, or some of my electronic store accounts. If you want to get either an extra drive, like a portable hard drive or a gift card or something like that, that's cool, because I don't want to take any head or want to try something with somebody whose heart's not in it, because you can sense it when they're not really into it. You know what I'm saying?
She'll suck your hard drive too.
No, but I know. I'm like, I don't want it. No.
I'm not going to be mad at a pretty woman saying, you know what, I hate you. I'm going to suck your dick. Huh?
Have at thee.
Well,
shit, you might as well toss my salad if it's going to be like that, bitch.
Apparently, the cheat code is to say that you hate it. Like, man, I hate blowjobs.
Yeah. You
call reverse psychology, gentlemen. He doesn't like blowjobs. It's reverse psychology.
Yeah, they hurt my dick.
I haven't met a chick to do it right.
They be trying to swallow me and they can't get me down their throat. That shit be all hurting. So I don't like blowjobs.
You gotta
so you'll take that as a challenge.
Yes.
Hey, bro, you know what you got to walk up to a bitch and say? You got to be like, you know what, I hate blowjobs, and curse this big dick of mine. It just gets in the way of everything. You ever try to walk in your own room naked and you're knocking over shit over your dresser? Like, shit. You don't understand the struggle, woman. Somebody.
I'm gonna show this
underwear and shit.
I'm gonna make him hate me.
In order for me to play sports, they said I need a cup, so I had to go to 7-Eleven to get a big gulp.
So this is what she's doing. She said, while she's got the scrunchy tying her fucking hair. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. Check my community tab for that video. Once you lock it in,
Yeah, speaking of, I remember when somebody used to talk about, like, some dudes back in the 80s, but they were unfortunately they were showers, not growers. They had to, because of shorts being how short they were back in the NBA, they usually had to, like, duct tape their shit onto a thigh or something like that, so it wouldn't get flapping around underneath or some shit like that.
That'd be some shit. But hey, girl, can you grab my belt? Oh, that's not my belt. That's my dick. Whoa! Now you see where racism started. Yeah. I swear to God, you can't convince me. Like that's exactly where racism started. Like, You know, they went over to Africa and they were like, man, look at the size of their spears. Those aren't spears. The hell is this?
That was a George Carlin joke about that. Yeah. Usually wars always started over who has the bigger dick. That's why guns, bullets, rockets, missiles are all shaped like dicks. It's a dick making contest at the end of the day.
I could find bullets shaped like they actually make bullets that are shaped like dickheads.
Imagine getting these motherfuckers. Who's getting shot with that?
Like, oh my God, he got penetrated. Yeah. I know. This is.
You want to hear something funny?
What?
So apparently there's some guy that's part of this Comic-Con network that these women, they're trying to have him banned from all of these Comic-Cons, talking about he's essaying women. One woman, I guess he essayed her several times over the course of years. So I asked the question. I said, well, why hasn't anybody called the police? Why is he not in jail? So the one girl that's promoting this little boycott or whatnot is saying that, well, all of these women suddenly now they're afraid to come forward. Keep in mind, this shit's been going on since what, 2016? So the music era was in full effect. So
somebody got some background.
That's electrician.
Yeah,
that's
so
me. All right.
All right. So it's been going on since Me Too has been in full effect. So that was the BS lie that I was told. So I was like, well, what about, these women? Don't any of them have a father, an uncle, a brother, a male cousin, or anybody that would, handle this situation? This chick gonna turn around and tell me that she's been essayed several times, and the reason why she never reported it because nobody would believe her, and she'd be branded a slut. And I'm starting to really doubt this whole goddamn story.
Hold up. First off, you need to have them define SA, because SA is completely, how they define it is completely different based on which woman. Some women will say just saying hi, hello to them, they'll say that that's SA, versus some chicks versus what we actually know SA. So I would actually hit them with define SA. How are you defining it? Because there's a clear distinction between SA and great, and y'all need to be more clear about what the fuck what they're talking about.
I'm gonna say this, right?
I'm finna screenshot this.
I was about to say the word, but I understand what y'all saying. SA is only effective if she's not attracted to him.
Thanks.
I hate to say it, but my professional opinion.
You know what? I had to tell that white boy that on my page. This stupid motherfucker don't know that the difference between, okay, Charles, you saw it, the picture of the woman with the long hair and short hair.
Yeah.
Right. So, the whole thing was about some guy being a creep. And I was like, dude, if creepiness for a woman all depends on whether she wants to fuck you or not.
Pretty much.
Right.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Motherfuckers, white boys in black spaces. Never mind.
I mean, the way I see it, I remember it was Professor Black Truth. He said this, because we talked about SA and everything. He said, for black dudes, when they're charged, it's SA. When it's a white boy, it's misconduct. You see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
Just like when they say, they might have the laws maybe written on the books, but they're gonna apply it differently. Let me give you an example. In a lot of states, if you got somebody who's just a couple years behind before being an adult, they could try them as a minor, right?
Yeah.
But what race of dudes do they more often would prefer to try as an adult when they're still minors? Black and Latinos, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can give you a prime example. Does the name Corey Wise come to mind?
Black boy.
No, Corey Wise, the Central
Yeah.
Park Five. The difference between him and the rest of them was like everybody was like 14, 15 years old when they were charged. And so they all went to juvie when they were convicted wrongfully. Wise, however, since he was 16, and this is in New York State, the prosecution exercised the right to try him as an adult. That's why when he got convicted, he was sent straight to Rikers. So this whole thing about SA and everything, I get sick of it. I mean, I remember up here, somebody got accused of some shit. He ended up being, spending the night, but they let him go and the charges were dropped because lack of evidence. And I almost caught a case. I was in a situation where I could call a case, but fortunately, I was able to get myself out of that situation. Unfortunately, because I was the only black dude in there, and the only person who had my back was a friend of mine who was a short female and white. We were able to get out of that. We were all able to get out of that situation in one piece. Nobody got hurt. Everybody got home safe. So, kind of glad not to be in that type of shit. This SA shit is like ridiculous. So, Bitter, what is it? You said this SA shit was taking place, they said? At a Comic-Con?
Some Comic-Con. Some guy named Ryan Comp. He's got all these conventions. I'll share it.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. That bullshit.
Yeah.
They still trying to go after that fucking dude.
Yeah.
Why?
Wasn't that the guy who did the Dragon Ball voice, the Umbrella voice?
No, that was Vic Mignogna. That was Vic Mignogna. They already had his shit squared away. But it's another. They tried to knock off a few fucking cats. Vic was just the first one. They tried to take out a few cats that they were accusing of doing shit. I was like, man, what? I said, first, like you said.
God,
I like you said.
Wait, hold a second. Beastly.
Yeah.
Where are you, man? You at a racetrack or some shit?
No, I'm doing security at a car lot, and I'm by a goddamn freeway, and that was somebody revving.
Noise cancellation headsets or some shit, man.
Nah, not necessarily.
Yeah, you gotta invest in that shit, man. Seriously, noise cancellation earbuds or some shit like that next time.
I thought these were the ones that had it, but I guess not. But they've been trying to take out a few cats with that bullshit, and it's like most people keep saying, okay, why has nobody filed any charges? And my thing is, and I don't take that, oh, well, nobody will believe us. No, fuck that. If something legitly happened, you need to go put that shit on paper, because eventually something will happen and somebody will pay attention. Like, yo, why this dude got a paper trail of shit of women saying she been doing shit, but a lot of that shit ain't about. Now, a lot of them is he fucked a lot of them, and that's really what happened. He fucked them, and he ain't call them back. He didn't send them that. Hey, he didn't give him that. He didn't send that good morning text the next day. That's really what that shit's about. He fucked them and didn't call them back.
Like the regret sex.
Yeah, he didn't send that.
They regret it, then they call the cops. Then they call cops anyway. I'm like,
they didn't send that good morning text. He didn't send that good morning text the following day. And so they felt, oh my God. And then you got the goofy shit running around with the Me Too. Yeah, with the Me Too.
Fuck him.
Yeah, that's really what that shit is about. It's like, no, you fucked him and you regret it. And you probably had a boyfriend, and your boyfriend probably found out, because we know how that shit go. Oh, because I've been on the other side of that, where I've been almost ready to whoop a motherfucker. Like, I almost got into a fight behind that shit. I'm like, bro, you come at me, it's going to be problems. That bitch lying. Me and her was getting down.
Mike Tyson, anybody?
What's up, man? Let me ask y'all something. How many of y'all had turned down a woman, even though she was fine and everything? How many of y'all, because you had this gut feeling that someone didn't add up, that y'all turned down on fucking that chick?
Me.
Twice.
Me, a few times. More often than not, they were drunk. But there was a couple times when they were sober, and I knew because it was just like bad timing, circumstances. Just I just knew it's not happening.
Not all
So that's
pussy
the
is good
problem.
pussy. Shit. Not all good. Not all pussy is good pussy. Sometimes that's bad shit
Absolutely.
pussy. That shit's too good.
I mean, Charles, I think you're Borgin. But
Who, me?
no, Charles was Borgin, I think. But anyway,
No,
on the real,
stop
for real,
talking.
me. Okay, but on the real, for me, I remember a couple of those cases because I'm up here, so it's mostly white chicks I'm dealing with. One of the individuals I thankfully turned down. I later found out they had herpes, so I dodged the money.
Woo! Dodged the bullet right there.
You didn't dodge a bullet. You dodged a nuke.
I dodged on two different occasions, and then been a couple of chicks. I remember I told them when I said I let them know STDs is a big no. So if you got herpes and one of them said, unfortunately I got herpes, I said, yeah, not gonna work.
And she was still trying to fuck?
No. This was another person. I remember
I'm talking
having a
about
conversation.
I'm talking about the chick. Why is she out trying to fuck if she knows she got herpes?
No, I later found out from another person that she had herpes.
Oh.
And I remember seeing her one time, and I thought she must have it looked like the initial stages of an outbreak. And I was like, right, get away.
She was about to.
She was about to give you the kid, but I mean, she was alright. She was kind of cute, but
she was
5'6".
cute, but she was gonna give you the heebies and the jeebies.
Oh yeah.
You fuck her, your dick fall off when you take a morning piss.
Yeah, and most of the chicks were I know they were switch hitters too. So I was like, So because a lot of people don't know this.
That's where cold sores come from.
Dude, I know. I mean, a lot of people keep saying girl on girl sex is STD free. No, the most common STDs among lesbian and bisexual women is herpes and HPV. So you gotta be careful with a bisexual chick. Get tested.
None of that shit is sex free. That's why I don't even understand why they even try to say that goofy shit about with them. I'm like, no, they still catch shit too.
You technically call that sex because all they doing is a liquor and fingering, unless they get. It's like getting a Christmas toy, and it says batteries not included. So, you don't know. I'm just like lesbian sex. I'm like, all I gotta do is just do this. Just poke you with my finger in your shoulder. Yeah, am I a lesbian yet?
Because I've had conversations about that shit with a lot of LGBT plus folks. We have conversations, and me being the fucking weirdo that I am, they're just a little perplexed because
fucking bitch.
Oh man, I gotta say this. I had a conversation with a guy in the police department who was openly gay.
Okay.
And I had to ask him, if you call somebody a pain in the ass, is that domestic violence?
I got one for you, Charles.
He shook his head and laughed at me. He was like, wow. I never thought about it that way.
Fucking bitch.
Yo, I got one for y'all.
Let me post this in my community tab. Y'all go ahead.
This is one joke I had when it was during the Me Too movement. I asked, since guys were also accusing other dudes of Me Too and shit, I asked, could a dude who's known to be an asshole or a guy who's known to be a pussy Me Too a guy who happens to be a dick and falsely accuse him of fucking with them?
What?
Wow.
Say that again.
If a guy who's because I say guys are described as dicks, assholes, and pussies, right?
Okay.
Can the assholes and the pussies Me Too a dick?
I
mean, he's been fucking with them.
Y'all don't get it.
Yeah, I
Y'all, what? Y'all got it? Y'all got it?
I got this shit.
Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you.
hey,
I just hope
go
we
home.
don't go deep down that rabbit hole.
Go home.
I can't go home, dude. I'm a refugee. Oh man, that's the fucked up. But yeah, it is what it is. But and let me tell you, ain't nothing cool about STDs. That's why I say, like, motherfuckers, learn the importance of protection. I mean,
What happens if? Well, you gotta tell some of these bitches to get tongue condoms or something. You know, like put some like chewing gum over your tongue or something. God damn. I don't know. Like, damn. These. I mean, you think that's nasty? These chicks will have a whole gangbang fest with each other, eating more fish than Gordon's the fisherman. God damn.
that's
Oh
why.
wow.
This is why. You know, Ron Wills. He talked about
Yeah.
that whole. You know, he talked about that whole bullshit with Steve Harvey's the 90-day waiting period.
Yeah.
Brothers should apply the same thing to women. Like they say, no fucking for 90 days.
Women say that. They give you a 90 day.
No, wait. Hold up. They say you know, I need to get to know you for 90 days before I decide to give it up. Fellas, y'all have to do the same thing, but only y'all have to look at, because like a lot of them like to say that they're born again virgins, some shit like that. And when they ask you, let's go shopping, some shit like that, you say, oh, hold on, baby. Just like you got a 90-day, I got a 90-day thing.
Well, you got to check the Hofax.
No, that's it. Oh,
dude,
okay. Now, hold up. Now I got to put out the ad. Now I got to go to Snowman's ad right now. LJPN Network is brought to you by Hofax. Before she starts hoeing, check the Hofax.
I mean, shit, you got to check her Hofax because, number one, if a chick tell me I got to wait 90 days, then you see that nigga right there? Go out with that nigga for 89 days and meet me back at the 90th.
Well, of course. This is why it doesn't work in reverse. It shouldn't even work for her.
That's not what I'm getting at. Y'all not let me get my point across, man.
Okay, go ahead.
Damn. Like when they said they got 90 days, you use the 90 days, but instead of like 90 days of, if she ain't get a fuck you gotta be like 90 days without paying a goddamn thing for her. No going out, whatnot.
I'm gonna tell you.
That's how you lose a bitch in 10 days. That's how you lose.
Which is the point, because you saved your money in the process.
No. That's how you lose every bitch in 10 days.
But at the same time, like, you know, sometimes you tease it by pulling out the mask. It's like, the first time I use this, I want to be special. Some jokes like that, right? But in that time, you got to figure this chick out, because you know, even though she's really for what, you know. That's why I say also 90 days get tested if we try that.
I'm gonna be honest, right?
I guess I'm wrong. What do I know?
I'm gonna be honest about this shit, right? The 90-day rule only works for if she thinks she's ugly, or she's not really attracted to you. Where she wants you to keep trying to impress her, buy her shit, and then she might throw you the pussy like Kobe with the Lakers. You might.
Which is why that's why I told you. She won't give it up within 90 days. You'd be like, okay, we can do.
I'm gonna tell you what. If a bitch finds you attractive, hold on. If a bitch finds you attractive, she'll give you the pussy in 90 minutes.
Thank you.
Fuck days. Because here it is.
I'm down here in Atlanta. I've hit chicks that I've met within the hour.
Me? Took me a couple days, but you know.
Dude, look.
Yeah, they know when they want to fuck you within the first few minutes.
It is 45 minutes.
I agree.
Do understand, any type of chick you call yourself trying to actually hang out with
first
more
met her,
than just a fuck
45
buddy,
minutes. She and her.
You gonna spend something on her. I don't give a fuck if it's $1. You gonna spend something on the bitch. You know what I'm saying?
I guess I'm wrong.
Well, all I can say is go ahead, put it into practice.
Yeah, you put your theory to test. That's the only way to prove it.
Put the practice. The chick that you actually call yourself trying to, hey, you know, I think she might be girlfriend material. Go ahead and do that and let us know how it works out.
Because you're supposed to have something like that in play any fucking way. If it, you know, that's part of the vetting process when you're dealing with a chick, when you're trying to make a chick your girl, you're supposed to have something like that. Like they got this bullshit 90 days for us. You're supposed to have something to equivalent to that. As when you're trying to pick a girl that you eventually you want to try to make your fucking wife.
Yeah,
so
but
you're not wrong in having that. Though.
No, you ain't wrong at it at all. But putting into practice, I'm gonna tell you exactly why you're gonna fail. Because you know, when you go on that first date, that coffee date, okay. So what's the second date?
Apple.
Come on, think it through. Yeah. What you gonna do on the second date? What Applebee's and who paying?
Not Apple.
I'll pay Applebee's.
No.
No, I want him to answer. I want him to
20.
I want him
I'll
to
pay that all day.
No, okay, put the ground and pound. Put the ground and pound. Let me answer. Feels like I'm gonna get double legged and getting ground and pound here. Shit. You don't take her out the second date. What you do is like you might have her over your place, or she go over to her place and cook.
Okay, now third date.
Still same thing, maybe. Or you guys hang out, whatever, but
okay. Fourth date. Better yet, no, back it up. Go back it up. Okay, second date, you want, hey, well, let's go and eat. Let's say the second date, because you know she pretty much
like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong.
Because you do understand the coffee date was the inch. So now it's time for her to up the ante to get to that mile. So the second date, y'all call each other up or whatnot. Let's say she likes you more than you like her, but she ain't a stupid bitch. So she call you up like, yeah, you know that there's this movie coming out I want to see. You know, hey, you know, she all excited. It come out this Friday night. Because now you asked her, hey, what you doing this weekend? Well, this is what I want to do. I want to go see this movie. So what you going to do? What's your answer?
Thankfully,
is there sex before, during, or after the movie?
No, I want him to answer. Go ahead.
I just answered your question. Thankfully, I don't like going to crowded places, so no.
Okay,
not going.
So you gonna tell her no? Okay, so then she gonna ask you, well, what you want to do? Because I don't feel like being trapped in the house this weekend. So what do you want to do then? So now what's your answer?
Since I'm in Norway, let's see. Given I'm in Norway, let's see. I'd say, all right, how about we go on a hike and some shit, which is like what most of them like to do.
Hike?
I did say I'm in Norway. Hey. I did say I'm in Norway. I did say I'm in Norway, motherfucker.
Okay. So, but we're talking about nightlife excitement. This is a second date. She wants to go out that weekend at night in public with you. So, no, I don't want to go on a hike. I want to do something at night.
No,
you know
I can't. No. Wait. Maybe.
So now what?
No, because if there's going to be like going out at night or some shit like that, that means there's going to be drinking involved.
Okay.
I don't drink.
Okay, you ain't got to drink. Let's just go out. She wants to get out. Let's go dancing. I want to get out of the house. I don't want to go out hiking, and I don't want to be trapped up in the house this weekend at night. Yeah. So what?
This is like Sambo versus BJJ. God damn it.
No. See how you paint yourself into a corner with your little, 90-day financial rule?
I did that was wrong.
She can even agree to go on the fucking hike. Now it's day 3. She don't want to go on no hike. She don't want to have no dinner at your house, her house. Y'all probably already done fucked. Or let's say tonight is the fuck night. But she wants you to treat her nicely. Take her out. Spend a meal on. She wants to dress up and be pretty for you, and and enjoy the occasion like they do in the TV shows and the movies and all of this romantic shit that she's filled her head with.
The fucking ambiance of it all.
So now here we are at day 3, and she wants to go out to eat. What you gonna do? What's the answer, bro?
Given this is me we're talking about.
It's okay. You can say McDonald's.
No.
Thank you, AL.
He said
But
Burger
come on,
King,
I want to
motherfucker.
hear
I'm
it.
high class.
Because this is where it's leading you. I want you to know this is where women take you.
Hey, Bay, ask me the same question.
Well, no, I want him to answer. I want him to. I want him to go ahead and finish painting the store.
Can I give him an assist? I'm not
No,
going.
no. It's his theory. Let him work his theory out by
It
himself.
wasn't my theory. It was Ron Will's theory, but I guess I was wrong. I did say I was wrong. I did admit I was wrong, but you gotta beat.
I mean, I know who Ron Wills is, but who the hell is Ron Wills?
Ron Will.
Oh, I know who he is, but I'm just saying, why are you listening to other niggas about dating bitches? I mean, this should be. How old are you?
40.
40? Why is you listening to niggas about bitches at 40 about dating? You supposed to
Wait a minute.
You supposed to be the educator, not to be getting educated.
Bitter.
Hold on. I want to hear
Bitter.
I want to hear Nama's point.
Hi.
Third date.
Hi.
We at the third date.
Name it, go. Name it,
go.
go.
What you gonna do?
I said I was wrong. I guess I was wrong.
No.
I'm sorry.
Look, it's not a right.
Hold
on, Bag. Hold on, Bag.
Go ahead.
It's not a right or wrong thing.
Right.
What would you do past the coffee date and the hiking date? The third date is here. She said she wants to go out dancing, maybe dinner, somewhere where she's looking pretty for you.
Because she want to.
What would you do for that third date? Would you go?
Now she ready to fuck you.
Well, first of all, this is me we're talking about, and I said not without getting tested, right?
I mean, she can respect that. Okay, y'all got tested. Y'all both negative. Now what?
Now, if she want to smash, I said, all right. Now I'm gonna go someplace.
Like, what type of place would you take her? Third date.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you've already given in that you're gonna spend the money. So where would you take her on the third date? You know, now that you're spending the money.
Tag me in the game, coach.
I mean, you ain't posting, man. I know you got places that you think where the ambiance is nice. You know, they might have a live band, not a loud one, but not a nice little jazz spot. I know they have culture there where you are. So where do you take her? That maybe she's never been.
Here's one. What's the best place that you took a girl on a date?
I don't want to name the place because I don't want it to be geolocated whatnot. But let me describe it.
Ambiance about it.
Could you have yo, Bay? Sorry, Bitter. Could you back up for me, please, so I can answer this? Yikes! All right. There was this one place I remember. It was on a Riverside property, and I've been to that place with this person, and it had like a jazz theme to it and everything.
Okay,
that's nice, jazzy. Did you dress up?
Well, in my case, my previous experiences with this shit, what happened was like we met one time for coffee. Because she just got back from a trip someplace else, and she took the train. So I met her at the train station and met for coffee. It was late at night. Hold on. That was the first time we met. Second time we met another place, and I met her through her brother. So her brother was cool with me. Second time was like a couple days later because we've been texting and whatnot. She wanted to meet me someplace, and went to a certain Riverside cafe at a restaurant and whatnot. We had lunch there. We covered for our own bills because my situation being what it was at the time. Third date, she asked me to come over. Spent the night. But I didn't want to get it on that night because I didn't have protection on me. And unfortunately, they like the raw dog it.
Bro, you supposed to have it on you.
Yeah, you knew you was
At
going
the time, I didn't know what. I did not know where to find. I couldn't find decent condoms my size. That's until I asked around and they said, "Yo, you got to check the," because I was still new to the area.
We know you African. Just get a trash bag.
Fortunately, Durex came to the rescue.
fucking extra large Ziploc and shit.
Get a trash bag.
Sandwich
better.
You can tighten it up.
It's good to be. It's good to be. I don't care how much slavery. I don't care how much slavery and oppression we get. I don't care how much slavery and oppression we get in the diaspora. Hold on. I don't care how much slavery and oppression we get and how much racism. It's good to have the complimentary 4 or 5 inches.
Can I add something?
It's like
Can I add something real
She's
quick?
like, you're only 5'10".
Wait, hold on. I just want to say something. Then I give it to Beasley. Bitter, you from Ohio, right?
Unfortunately.
Oh, no, nothing wrong with that because I got folks in Ohio, Columbus more specific. The minute you said Ziploc, I just had thought of a Busy Bone song called Ziploc Bag and everything.
Oh,
don't make me sing it because I don't remember the words.
Let me tell you, Ohio, because I was in a depressive state, I was in mourning. I was dusty.
My condolences.
I was dusty as hell. You could see it in my face that I was just dead. I was dead inside. This is when my girl died. Man, I banged so many chicks up there just off the strength that I was in such a dark place. I'm surprised I don't have any children.
Or STDs for that matter, just in case.
Huh?
Or STDs, unless you caught some shit.
Or STDs. But I mean, because I wasn't worried about that so much as
not the same snowflake.
No, I'm still a very picky man. I don't give a fuck what I'm going through. I take great pride in knowing that I didn't bang a hair hat for pleasure.
Good answer. Damn, Bitter.
But yeah, always, no matter where you are, because I even got some in the car, I got some in the bedroom nightstand. You always keep them on you, nearby, easy access, because you never know. Sex.
Can I tell you something? Well, since you brought that up,
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hold on.
If Prime Making Good came on to me, I might get burned, but I'm gonna be hot tonight. Shit.
Wait. Just to back up, just to talk about what Bitter said. Always have everything with you at all times.
Yeah.
All right. What's your brand of choice, first of all?
Well, shit, it's either Magnum or Trojan. It's
okay. All right, up here, my brands are.
If one of you niggas say, hold on, neighbor. If one of you niggas say lifestyles, I'm gonna joke you to your.
Oh my god! Why don't you just? Why don't you just? You know what we call lifestyles? Baby makers.
You know what I call?
What the motherfuckers bust easily?
Yeah.
You know we call life. You know we call lifestyles and tuxedos in Baltimore like dick chokers.
All right.
I'm gonna joke a nigga so bad. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I'm like, yo, this nigga said a tuxedo. But go ahead, neighbor. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
All right, because this shit happened like what? 2010. My brand of choice. Well, hold up. Wait till I fuck up, then bust my head with the baseball bat. Okay, hang on a second.
Bro, are you good, man? We just listening. I'm like, wow, like you were 30 years old. Like I get it.
No, I was 28.
You were
28,
28. The reckless
20.
years. Yeah, then the
Yeah.
reckless years.
Yeah, but I was just fresh off the boat at the time. So let's see. My brand of choice right now. My brand of choice is Durex. And I also use Skin, but I got to only use Skin large. That's the only one they got for my size.
That's what she's getting anyway if you go raw.
No, but here's the thing about Skin. Because also Durex, they got this one type of condom called Real Feel. That's non-latex. So you do get the sensation. You hit it in it raw anyway.
All right,
so but hold on. But wait. Let me finish.
Let him finish. I gotta hear this.
Right. But since 2011, because that chick I broke up with, I got involved with another one, but we went condom shopping. And one of the things we bought were like Durex condoms. We also bought these things called a love box, which is basically this metallic cases that can hold like three condoms at a time. Okay. So ever since then, it was by Durex called Love Box. So I've got two of those.
My man had a utility belt of condoms. I like that.
Yeah, but there's also this other condom company I also fuck with. They're called EXS, and they've got flavored condoms. So I always carry two. I got always two metallic cases. One for variation of condoms I need if you want to fuck me, and the other one if you want to blow me, and one if you want to get to know me, as I say. So one's for blowjobs, the other's for some shit. So I've been always carrying with me always on my person at all times. Just like you said, it's better to have it not needed than to need it not have it.
I say the same thing for my handgun.
Well, that's where I got the saying from.
One day I'm gonna do like a pre-recorded video and be like, "Hi, I'm the officer of the goddamn law, Charles Faulkner Jr., commander of the Black Lion Security Firm. I'm here to show you my everyday carry. Magnum condoms, Glock 23, and with magazines, more condoms, knife, backup knife, comb and pick for beard, iPad, phone, extra phone, in case the bitch want to call you and you got your other phone so you don't want the other bitch to catch you. And also, most of all, shank. You can never have enough shanks."
No, but I was apology. I didn't know you were that green.
No, I don't blame you because coming straight from Africa, we're from a conservative country. We're like myself.
Yeah.
Culturally conservative and shit. So yeah, there's a bit of the cultural context got thrown out the window. But it's just that I've understood what he was saying about that shit, but that made some sense to me, and I understand. Okay, so watch yourself. Now that chick I got involved with when I first came to the joint, I had already got tested in advance for everything because I keep getting like these what they call canker sores and shit.
I got a question, Namer. Okay. I got a question, Namer. Did your parents try to always talk you into being married?
No, because at the time back home, it was just the fallout out of a war, and there was a lot of social strife, and they were like pressing on me to just get my education and get my degree and everything. And at that time, I was not messing around with nobody because I already understood the mentality. I was already red pilled by the time I was 22. This is 04 we're talking about. 04, 05, basically. So I wasn't messing around with anybody because, HIV being a joke and the condoms that they had over there, they were just for like average size motherfuckers. And I remember I tried one. When I took it off, my dick was like, boy, it hurt.
When you get them, when they small like that, what you do is you cut them down down the edges, and then you
No.
make one big super conduct. I couldn't even say that without laughing.
Bitter. You don't do that. The only time you
I know it's a joke, damn it.
I know it's a joke, but
I mean, shit, you could have used a shower curtain.
There was no saran wrap back then. There was no saran wrap
with the lights out.
You know what?
Hold on, Charles, real quick. I didn't even get to address.
Hold on. Beastly, go.
I'm sorry, Beastly.
I didn't get to address the date shit. As far as I was trying to tag, I wanted you to tag me in to kind of help you out a little bit to kind of help your theory a little bit of push. I would actually argue when you're going on the dates, you pick the spot that you gonna fucking enjoy the most, and she just tag along. I took a bitch to the bookstore.
Smart man.
I took a bitch
and I said, why are we at the bookstore? She's like, well, because I want to go to the fucking bookstore. And I like coming to the bookstore to just read the shit, either this or the library, one of the two. So it's like,
for me, I don't have any money on me.
I'm not buying the books. We coming to just read the shit in the store. We gonna go to the quiet little section where there's chairs and stuff.
You know what? Barnes and Nobles was the shit for that, man. Barnes and Nobles.
You know what, Beastly?
Shit for that.
Okay. You know what, Beastly? The funny thing is, I've actually done that shit where we hung out in the library and whatnot.
Yeah, you do shit that you want. I've sat in a car with a chick and just talked about fucking movies.
Talked about movies because
we didn't do shit, and we just sat in the car and the fucking windows got steamy and foggy, and the shit went down later. But
what
still,
date
it's
number
like,
was that though?
Well, this was my girl, so this was already my girl, so it's like it ain't even about.
She was already your girl, so you done already fucked and everything.
So it didn't really matter. But even still, when I go on, yeah, but even still, when you're going on the dates, you want to pick spots that you like, and she's just accompanying you on the date. And I think guys too put too much emphasis on what the fucking chick likes, and that's why you sitting here thinking like, what the fuck I'm gonna do? Nah, dude, if you want to go to the fucking comic book store, take that to the
you are
because
right.
Because if she's into you, she's gonna be into whatever the fuck you into.
Exactly.
And that's why I say don't be thinking too hard on where to take a chick on a date. Nigga, just take her where you.
Not to mention, chicks can't make up their minds any fucking way, so it doesn't matter what they think.
Yeah, anyway, so you do what you want to do.
You know what?
Anyway,
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Unfortunately for me.
Hold on.
Right.
Let me tell you. Look, this is what I do. This is what I do, especially here in Atlanta. But you in Poland, all that shit out there. Go explore. Listen, go explore the city. Find little spots that you like, where you be like, you know what, like, damn, like, shit, this would be a nice little spot to bring a little girl, little shorty up in here. You know what I'm saying? This is a nice spot. This right. So just stay on that path. And I'm telling you right now, and then when you like, okay, like, you know how they talk about how men order a woman's meal for her, and women like, I can't get what I want. Well, first and foremost, bitch, ain't nobody got 20 minutes for you to make up your goddamn mind. Second of all, hey, look, instead of how they show it, or she'll have the such and such without even consulting her, what you do is you be like, hey, look, they got this nice little $5 plate, this little number 3 special, whatever the fuck it is that you like. Yeah, they got this little number 3 special. You should try it. Well, what's in it? Like, well, it's got this and that in it. Well, I don't like, look, just try it. You won't even taste it. And then you go ahead and you order one. Like, I'll tell you what, I'll order one for me, and maybe, we'll get you some chicken tenders or something. You know what I'm saying? Something safe. And then what it is, you just get a large portion, or pretty much be ready not to eat all your shit. Hopefully she won't like it, but at least you got the backup meal, something safe, like a hamburger or something, and then boom,
done that.
Try it, right? That women love it. That they call that's called
fortunate for me. Yeah, but fortunate for me. By the way, from all this hard thinking you've had me thinking, I gotta say, damn you, Bitter. You gave me a concussion. Now I got lifetime and CTE. But anyway,
But you gotta think of how you're gonna win that election.
Thank you. Because you sitting up here trying to get on to nothing.
Anyway, thankfully for me, there's thankfully for me, some of the places I can find are kind of limited because I got dietary restrictions and whatnot.
Okay, that's
but so that's why I don't like to go out much. So I learned how to be cheap that way. But that's why coming over, cooking together, some shit like that brings a bond and intimacy shit, and that's where shit goes down.
Do you ever try the other side of town?
That's always interesting. Oh yeah, by the way, hold on for a second, fellas. Look.
First of all, I live in a small ass hamlet about 5,000 strong. The nearest town, there's 2 towns closer to us, about an hour's drive from either way.
No, we driving an hour. That's guaranteed fucking.
Yeah, we go out. Oh yeah, we going to another spot. If we, how far you say it was? The next town over? How far?
An hour's drive, about an hour's drive, some 60 miles or whatnot. But
I just gotta say this. I gotta say this. Hold on, everybody. I gotta say this.
Go ahead.
Look, I'm gonna put the Cash App in the thing. I got 50 people watching. Look, support black male media. If everybody put $2, that's $100. Just saying.
Weaponry.
Huh?
I said that's weaponry.
That's just weaponry. I gotta pay for ammo, cigars, liquor. Shit, I gotta teach motherfuckers, I gotta pay for string yards. That's 25 right there. Yeah. Shit. Like, hey,
smoke and drink and shoot niggas.
I'm gonna tell you what.
Fortunately, I don't drink.
It's educational. And then you got your own police officer who can tell you about how fucked up some of these cases are, which the media is not going to tell you, because guess what? I'm in the know. I've been through this shit. Okay? So I really would appreciate it. And I'm going to say this to all those people, because I meant to talk about media, media, what is it? Mediocre tutorials and O'Shea talking about niggas begging for money. Look, y'all living pretty comfortable because people donate. I think that if you have one subscriber, you entertain one motherfucker, yes, support black male media. Because, for example, let me use Bay for example. The type of culture that he was surrounded by and the type of cultural icons he was surrounded by, that's a wealth of knowledge of him just, remembering and telling you the stories about some of the stuff that him and his father been through when they had to shop. Okay? You're getting not only entertainment but knowledge. BGS the same. Dr. T the same. Green Gorilla, everybody. Yes, you should support black male media. Why? You already seen what these motherfuckers are doing to Tory Lanez, and he's fucking Canadian. And he's being treated like any other American nigga. So if you don't have media like this to talk on your behalf, you're going to get fucked out here. And I'm just saying that. And it's not about greed. It's not about money. If you're feeling entertained and you're feeling enjoyed and you're getting some good laughs, some good knowledge, some good conversation, and guess what? You may suffer from insomnia or depression, and we're cheering you up. Hey, don't forget to compensate. Hell, even a nice email saying I enjoy your shit sometimes works. But hey, I'm just going by the theory. I think $2 by each person who views it would actually support a lot of people. And that, I mean, shit, niggas spend more money on bitches that ain't gonna give them no pussy than people who actually inform you how to combat this fucking racist, sexist ass environment. But now back to you guys.
Is this you with this?
What O'Shea said? You trying to shame you for asking for donations for your platform?
He tried to talk about guys constantly asking for donations. I'm like,
oh my God. I'm gonna say this with pride. I don't care if this fool says it. O'Shea need to shut his dumb, simp ass motherfucking hypocrite.
And then here's the crazy part. Mediocre tutorials and reviews try to say, well, he's leaving the manosphere because he lost a sponsor. And I'm like, look, if you lose a sponsor telling the truth about shit,
Nigga, go ahead. You already got like 400,000 subscribers. Who the fuck cares? You
Oh
give
my
me.
God, yo.
I got
I
3.3.
swear, yo.
I got 3.36 thousand. Okay,
That
and
lets you know he.
How
go
That
ahead.
about
lets
Priest be losing sponsors? They ain't
that
crying over
that
spilled
lets
milk
you
because they
know
get 2 more after that.
that
So what
lets
the
you know
fuck?
he's doing it for money. Hey, all of this shit that he's doing this shit for money, which I don't blame him. But once you say some shit like that, you played your hand.
Yeah, you played your
No,
hand.
that shows they ain't real businessmen. That's what the hell that is, man.
It's
If
like
you do it
this.
for the money, I ain't gonna knock you. But for you to cry like this, you're not a true businessman.
And then
In
you
business, you're
cry,
gonna take some losses,
and
but you
then you
gotta learn to know how to gain double in return. And this
and,
is how these fools are, man. Like,
and anybody knows me. I'm giving more money than I received. Okay,
Yeah.
and most of the time, I'm giving the money back to some content creator. I'm like, so you got to realize this. It's very circular when it comes to this manosphere, and shout out to the people who donate in my regulars, like electrician, like LAPD SWAT, like like F Holiday and other people. And I know people don't have it all the time. That's why I'm really not big. You never really hear me talk about it. Hell, I haven't even posted my damn GoFundMe in over a month and a half. It's funny because there's so many people who would give more money to a crooked preacher, to some white guy selling you a bunch of dumb shit than anything. And I mean, think about this, right? The more you support black male media, the more people can actually retire from their regular jobs and talk about the shit that you need to hear or want to hear. Think about this. What if Tory Lanez was actually a supporter, a secret supporter of the manosphere? He could that shit would actually be able to galvanize and speak on his behalf of certain things. We could say, hey, we heard it through the grapevine, and he would not violate his gag order. And you would actually bring even more support for his case. Because guess what? The one thing I love about America, I don't care how much money you got, I don't care how handsome you are, you're going to get your nigga wake up call one way or another.
That's true.
But
that's why
manosphere
I
is the
see,
only
I see,
people that's
that's why I
behind
see
it.
why Angry Man called his ass out. Even as far as Donovan Sharp called O'Shea out. Because he be sound stupid sometimes and simpish. I mean, that
Shit,
last
he
video
was
with
he
Nicki
was
Minaj,
doing
he
it
spent the
all.
whole 10 minutes simping like crazy. Oh, I love black women, before you want to call him out. But it's like, yo, your trick ass be simping like crazy,
Well,
man.
here's the
Fuck.
crazy part because there's some shit that I'm in the know about, and there's personal calls I had because there's some shit that I'll be like, he'll say one thing, but I was like, yo, you didn't say this on the phone call. You see, this is the heavy part about people. And BGS actually thanked me for, he said, ever since I met you, you always been you. I said, that's the only motherfucker I know how to be. My parents never told me to be a phony motherfucker. If people don't like you, let them not like you for you. Or if they do like you, let them like you for who you are. And I don't knock people for making money. Make your money. It's just that, like I said, when you started seeing the abundance of female so-called red pill content creators, it's funny and it shows you, excuse me, it shows you how much everything we talk about in this space comes true at some point. If these females were so important and so were into the red pill, why don't you pick up a couple of these guys who are smaller channels like a Mr. Z, like a Dr. Dunbar, and others, and interview them and get them more subscribers since you're for the cause, right?
Exactly.
You don't even have to put money down. If you put a cause, get some of these brothers that you say you love and pick them up. See, this is the hardest thing that women in our community can do. You got the keys to rescue the kingdom, but you don't give it to the men. You don't unlock the dungeon for the men who is willing to fight for you. And that's the main shit that I look at him for the side eye because I've spoken to, some of these women and I said, look, the reason why a lot of men feel apprehensive against you because all this time y'all hearing all this red pill shit and now because it's lucrative and you automatically come Johnny come lately and now you like Bernard Riley was like, well, it's the algorithm. I'm like, nigga, it's not the algorithm because guess what? At one point, I was averaging 120 viewership. Even on nights like this, I would average 120. Now, friends of mine, close friends, was like, "Man, you went live. I didn't even get your notifications." And I'm I'm double click to you. So we already know YouTube is doing some funny shit. Just like when
You got
they
gotta tell people to select all when they hit the bell button.
they did
Not
they
not
did
the,
they,
not the other part. They have
did
to select all.
when they picked the all part, the solid bell, not the opaque one. They're saying we didn't get your fucking notifications. How do I know this? I wouldn't have known if BGS was live until Artisan said something on his channel. Something's fucking. They're doing this shit and trying to knock us off from getting viewership. There
You
is
got
no fucking.
option
Think about
all, personalized, and
how
none.
long it took. Think of how long it took after the O'Shea Angry Man, beef. Look at how long it took him to get 120 with his production value and everything. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's strange. He should have been there years ago.
It's not
I'm
just
glad.
that. I'm sorry for interrupting, but it's not just that. You're also noticing some people find out that they like certain subscribers discover that they've been mysteriously unsubscribed. They don't get and even if you hit the bell icon, sometimes they don't get the notification or they don't get it in their emails or because I always get the notification when I'm on your shit. And some people
here.
and the shadow banning thing too. The shadow banning, let's not forget about that. When people flagging. I mean, a certain YouTuber, I don't know if we have to mention his name, TS.
Oh yeah.
Talking about that because remember how many times he kept getting, his channels knocked off, and he would just create another one and re-upload the shit he had. Oh, by the way, Bitter, you notice my avatar?
Word.
Well, can I add something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I would actually, when y'all saying about the mediocre tutorials, so he said he lost a sponsor. Talking about this red pill shit, what the fuck did you think was going to happen?
Exactly.
Bingo.
What? Like, hold up. Like, did you not watch? May he rest in peace. Alan Roger Curry's last video that he posted, where he talked about because Alan was actually trying to work on creating a movie script. And he let some guys in Hollywood read his script, and he said the mainstream knows about this fucking space. They know about it. They either think it's two things. It's a bunch of incel can't get pussy motherfuckers or a bunch of bitter, hateful, murderous misogynists over here. So they know about this space.
Not only that, I don't mean to cut you off. Not only that, even before this space, Hollywood will not show actual red pill truth about dating, period, at all.
Yeah.
If you notice, if he did certain movies, they don't hit big in movie theaters like that. They probably be in independent or very short runs.
Yeah, and that's what Alan broke down. Alan said independent films, but he said Hollywood cares about the female consumer and the children shit. They don't care about the man shit. So my thing is, any guy that comes over here and wants to talk this shit, and I don't care what, at this point, I don't care what your demographic is. If you're trying to talk this shit about the dynamic between men and women, your shit is, you are not going to get the support that you think you are from the mainstream and from these big ass fucking sponsors. That's one of the reasons why, back to Charles' point, to bring it around, why you got to support your goddamn interests and support your media, because you're not going to get these big mainstream sponsors to come buy your shit because they have a certain demographic that they are targeting. It was stupid of him to even think that was happening. I say you're not getting support, and that's why trying to accuse other content creators of begging for support, jackass. That was what's going to put bread in your pocket by asking for donations. So that way you won't have to worry about losing no goddamn sponsor, because you know what? You got people that's supporting your shit either way. Oh well, shit, I'm good either way.
Here's my question.
I remember this YouTuber named Big Truck who said himself and everything. Well, he got sponsors, but he made sure these sponsors they don't take his shit away because they go towards a target different base from Manosphere. Like most of his sponsors, mostly in the tech business and stuff like that. because of computers and all that stuff. Yeah, technology. So yeah, that's stuff he sponsors. Nothing, when it have something to do with demographic, just like you were saying, when it comes to men and women relationships or interfere with that, like let's say if he sponsored Manscaped and stuff like that, and a couple of YouTubers that you promote the Manscaped also too. But if
I've
there is
been
like subjects like between men and women that think this is very misogynistic or toxic, from their point of view, yeah, Manscaped's pulling out. And so because they know most of the
here's
men,
my
most of the
question
people
to
that gonna
everybody.
spend on that product is gonna be females buying stuff for their boyfriends.
Here's my question though. Does anybody remember the adpocalypse that took place back in 2016, 2015,
Yeah.
2016? Yeah, because that just lets you know. Oh, that's kind of weird. You mentioned that Superfly Gamer cool some, because I remember there was a Joe Rogan joke about Dr. Phil, in which he admitted he almost Elvis his TV when he heard the bullshit that came out of that man's voice. But anyway, I understand that a lot of these like sponsors and whatnot, they know what they're dealing with. But the thing is, like, when they pay you a certain amount, but you're also somewhat beholden to them because they got to protect their brand. So if they're supporting you, they know they're just taking a chance with you. But some people fail to realize is like that ad money isn't everything. That's why you got to learn to when to walk away from certain things. I mean, Patrice O'Neal mentioned this. He mentioned the quote by
The Heat
what's his name?
quote.
Robert De Niro in Heat. If y'all remember the restaurant scene. Don't be afraid to walk away from something, from a job in 60 seconds or less when you feel the heat around the corner. Y'all need maps? Y'all lost in what I'm saying?
No, we got you.
You got you. Just keep talking.
I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, why is everybody quiet on me?
No, we let you make your point.
Yeah. So I'm saying it's like, this thing about my bad.
You feel better now. You feel fulfilled.
Yeah, we're just gonna talk all over your shit. Make your point, dog.
I love y'all. Y'all just like some bunch of mean older brothers. I'm like the run the litter. I gotta get pounded every single time. What am I, Spike Dudley? But anyway, but like I said, a lot of YouTube content creators, they feel like that they need those sponsors or some shit, even if they're getting like a donation. Once they get those sponsors, it gets to their head, it gets to their egos and whatnot. So my thing is, learn to walk away. That's why also Dave Chappelle said this piece of advice that Dave Chappelle got when he was 19 from his dad: always name your price in the beginning. When things get more expensive than the price you paid, than the price you mentioned, you got to walk away. And when he said the price, he was talking about what are you willing to sacrifice.
Yeah, look.
That's why I always feel this way. You got to understand your niche also too. There's a lot of people in this space do not understand. They doing managed relationship content.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna have to work 3 times much hard to make top dollar and everything. I mean, you see how Kevin was making those money and stuff like that. But it may seem easy for someone they see from his point, but he had to work twice as hard. He had to understand the type of niche that he was targeting and be in. And now you see Fresh and Fit also too. They over 1 million subscribers now. But you see how hard they had to work. Angry Man probably might be wind up going to 200,000 before the year's over. Or at least by February, I would say.
Oh yeah.
You see how hard they work? Like the type of niche you in. Some niches you got to work twice as harder than others and stuff. If you feel that niche, like that's why there's some websites that you can look up if you want to get into YouTube creation. They tell you the top niches that that's easy money all the time, and guaranteed those top 5 managed content, relationship content in general is not in that in the top 5.
No, I mean this is like the manosphere thing. That's one corner, a small corner in this whole social media sphere.
Yeah, I will say probably even politicals in a way, yeah, because you see a political subject. Yo,
Yeah.
see all the craziness they have with the political subjects where they talk and everything. So that's not a niche that's easily going to make money over. Like small percentage food gonna have top dollars in that. Yeah. If you're doing like
Oh,
content
by
that's
the way,
based
I just wanted
towards
to get something
targeted
out the
towards
way.
kids or something
Oh,
like
sorry.
that, that's easy money right there. There's
Mhm.
always money making from kids or just doing crazy entertainment and everything. And you always easy gonna get sponsors from there. I mean, shit, I seen YouTube couples maybe that just do like comedy skits and everything. They always getting sponsors and stuff like that. You know.
My favorite YouTubers like are those in the realm of video games, especially ones who are giving the breakdown of video game news and whatnot.
Oh yeah.
Although, and one way they try to maintain their independence from sponsors is they put out merchandise and whatnot,
Oh,
and they also
yeah.
have like and they also use Discord, so they can have like Discord chats and everything.
Mhm.
And oh, by the way, Charles, I have a request. Actually, there's a piece of legislation I want to put forward to the Manosphere, and that is regarding bitter truth. Consider his name is Bey, but everybody keeps misunderstanding the meaning of it. I say we call him Lord because Bey is a Turkish term for Lord.
Okay, I don't need you to polish my knob, but I appreciate it.
No.
Well, I'm not gonna call you Pasha.
The stupid shit always gets rewarded when it comes to YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The more intelligent it is, the less likely you're going to get viewership and all that shit. People don't like intelligence, especially in our community. People like dumb shit.
In this country, no. In this country, no. I don't know what the fuck. And then I just love. And the sad part is you got other outside interests that's like taking advantage of that fact. I'm like, bro, y'all do realize there's a big dick ready to fuck you around the corner if you don't get off your ass and actually pay more attention to this goofy shit and stop just saying, well, it is. I'm like, no, that's a problem. You got to stop that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They out here worried about fucking pronouns and sexuality and celebrities. I'm like, damn, like, do you not understand? Are you not watching the fucking news? I mean, okay, I don't watch TV. Okay. I don't watch TV except for on Sundays to watch football and maybe some Rick and Morty and shit. But still, YouTube, because I'm out and about a lot, YouTube is where I get my news. Okay. And I'm subscribed to a broad selection of channels. And you see what the fuck is going on. Disney is laying off thousands. Facebook laying off thousands. When Elon Musk took over Twitter, when he fired thousands, but only brought back like a select few of maybe hundreds. Okay, because they just got caught up in the storm, but they wound up being essential personnel. Everybody else started following suit, and because they can't afford their operating costs anymore. You understand? They got to trim the fat and start fresh. You got to rebuild the company. Disney's going about it the wrong way. Okay, Facebook just cut the bloat. That's what Elon Musk did. He cut the bloat. A lot of these Fortune 500 companies are getting ready to start cutting the bloat. Well, then the people that's going to lose their jobs the most is going to be women. Heaven help you if you are a black woman.
Black women been getting replaced in white collar. That's been going on for at least 10 fucking years.
Yeah, and by the way, everybody gets kicked out.
And because you can't tell black women shit, especially black academia, they not going to see it coming. It's going to be like a blindside Ray Lewis hit.
Shit, Ford. Hold up, real quick.
Okay, let me
Ford just laid off a bunch of people too this past week.
How many?
Shit, a bunch. I forget the exact number, but they laid off like a bunch.
That's a good one, Charles.
Yeah, it was in the thousands. It was in the thousands.
Now look, listen, check this out. The reason why, because women say when we sit up here and talk about this stuff, they say that we're hating on them, and it's like, no, god damn it. We're trying to wake you up to this shit because you're the one that's supposed to be the most educated, you know, and all this employed shit. You want to lord your fucking job and career and shit over our heads, like you know, that make our dick hard. You know, that just make you wet. You know, that shit don't mean shit to us. We can't fuck your degree, and we don't want your fucking money. Your money's your money. We don't care. Good, you got your own money. Good. Guess what? You can pay for your half of the date. You know,
Good answer.
since you're independent, okay. That's why, and we say that sarcastically, chicks. We say that sarcastically because you know you want to rub that in our face and all this equal 50 shit. You a bad bitch and all this. Well, then don't expect me to spend a fucking dime on you. This is why you said what you said about a date, but that's ain't real life. Because the second you don't spend a dime on them bitches gonna call you cheap and move on to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, you know, but at any rate, you know, it's one big old circle jerk. But this right here is serious, girls. That look, peep this shit. I live in Atlanta. Anybody that's been in Atlanta will tell you there's a homeless encampment between under 20 and I-85-75 where they intersect. That's a homeless encampment. They don't do nothing about it. Look, that bitch has been growing ever since COVID hit. That bitch has fucking tripled. It is spread out all the way out to fucking not Cumberland. Is it Cumberland Mall? Cumberland Mall, all the way out there. You know, out past 285. You know what I'm saying? You got, and guess what? It was black women, young black women, like in their 30s, 40s, dressed up in their little, because they were still able to wear their nice clothes, but they out there with a sign with the mask covering their faces, but they out there with a sign begging for money. You understand? These chicks is out there homeless, and you know they're homeless because you see they tent over between either the on-ramp or the off-ramp. They got their tents set up in the grass. Brand new freaking tents and shit. You see the fresh shit that they took from their house before they wound up, you know, after they got kicked out. You still see the brand new possessions, and you're like, oh, she fresh homeless. Okay. You know what I'm saying? She still has her civility. This shit is about to get, thousands are getting laid off. It's Christmas.
Oh yeah. And by the way, Mr. Jones, thank you for the Cash App. And don't forget we're doing a $2 holla. $2, which is, we got 50, just about average 50 people. Hey, $2. That's all we asking. 2 people hit the Cash App. And continue, babe, because this is some important shit right now.
Men can adapt. We lose, you know, you talk about all these brothers, they ain't got no jobs, but it's funny how these brothers somehow got cars, insurance. You dare not drive in Atlanta without insurance. All these goddamn license plate scanners that had your information popped up within a split second. You bet not. They throw you in jail out here. So it ain't gonna be no Ray Pookie and them riding dirty in Atlanta. Okay.
Well, they talked a lot of shit about the black blue collar man, the truck driver, the electrician or whatever, but we're not the ones getting laid off.
Wait, look, let me get
shit, y'all the ones need help.
Let me get to this. Because you are 100% right. It ain't us that's getting laid off like that. Plus, also do understand those of us that might get laid off like that, we always have a way to make money. You know what I'm saying? Because of COVID messed up my heart. So, you know, I get the check. But I still can get out here and make my money. You know what I'm saying? I just did a bartending job yesterday. Through a private company. Oh my God! Look, let me just say that it was manufactured chicks with the BBLs and gay dudes, a pajama party.
I think you already mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, I did on the old boy show.
BGS's.
Yeah, on BGS's. So you know, but Charles might have a different audience.
Oh, by the way, you forgot to mention one thing. Oh, but let me read this out.
Go ahead, because
To LA SWAT. Hold on. LA SWAT 1, thank you for the $5 donation. As he says right here, invest in a VPN because the media is hiding how bad things are. Stuff going down in the UK last 24 hours. He's right about the VPN.
Yeah, I have a VPN.
Your best VPN. Well, who's got the best VPNs? What's your choice?
I use Nord. I use Nord.
Huh?
I use Nord.
Huh? Norton?
Nord.
Oh, NordVPN? Okay, yeah, that's cool. Who else uses a VPN? Because I use McAfee.
I don't trust McAfee, but okay.
It came with the
Oh, it came with it? Oh shit. Yeah.
It came with my phone. It came with my phone. I use it on my tablet and everything. So it's been pretty cool protecting me, because I don't want to get followed and shit. But yeah.
I hope so. Okay. But anyway, getting back to it.
Mm-hmm.
You out here, there's a reason why OnlyFans became such an explosive. Somebody need to mute themselves.
That's Charles.
OnlyFans exploded and became so popular because these chicks that it's COVID. These chicks needed to pay their rent. So I mean, school teachers and nurses and shit been caught up in this that's been getting fired recently. Ever since they've been getting found out because they get popular. You know what I'm saying? They get popular. So, and you saw what happened. Kevin Samuels asked the girls, like, hey, they use OnlyFans model. They talking about how much they get in a month, 10,000 a month, 30,000 a month. Like, okay, well, what would you do if suddenly they cut OnlyFans off? Like, so what's your next step?
They don't have one.
What the money, right? They had no idea. They was like, oh, it'll never go down. And then all of a sudden, 2 months later, they was getting ready to sell the goddamn company and go wholesome.
What was it that?
It's just like Kevin Samuels said. These women don't think past Tuesday.
Let's tell a good story. Let's tell a good story. These broads are not even smart enough to even these broads are not even smart enough to actually invest the money they get from OnlyFans and buy a goddamn house.
Because they live beyond their means. They go and get, and like you hear about these girls that's that's single. They ain't got no damn no real job, paying $7,000 a month in rent in an apartment. And it's like, are you stupid? You know what I'm saying? You don't blow the money like that. You stack the money.
They are stupid. They are stupid.
Excuse me. Hold up.
If you want to buy a wardrobe, you want to buy a new wardrobe, that's cool. You want to get a nice car, that's cool. But you need to stack that money. Where you stay, wherever you are, if you want to upgrade, just go moderate. Go moderate. Play it like you just live an average life. Stack that fucking money.
Yeah, but listen to what you're saying. You're telling a black woman to live. You telling a young black woman that's getting money to live an average life?
Yeah, because the money.
You're wasting your time.
Let me tell them. The reason why you do that is because eventually the money will run out. Whatever you doing that's off the books or whatever, you strong, independent, doing your thing, whether I don't care how you selling it or what you selling. Eventually the shit comes to an end. It comes to an end, and you're gonna need to have something to show for it besides a bunch of fucking clothes that you don't even wear no more. You know what I'm saying? Because the shit's outdated. You done bought so much of the shit. All right. A car that you got to drop in the goddamn mechanic shop because you need to get the oil changed and everything. A car is expensive. You need new tires, all that shit. Don't fuck around in a rack and pinion steering go out. You know what I'm saying?
But bro, we understand one thing here in this space. You can't tell these women nothing.
Look, sometimes you get through. Sometimes
it's a waste.
I understand what you're saying. But sometimes you gotta plant that seed and then let them because look, when something fucking happened, okay, when something happened, they go, oh shit, I remember they told me about this. My niece, boom, she always used to reference that shit. Like, I remember you told me that. Like, yeah, like, but what did I say to do? And she's like, yeah, well, that's what I did. I was like, oh, well, then you straight. And she's like, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Like, oh, okay.
Bro,
Hey,
bro,
hold
bro,
on a second.
let me
Hold on a
ask
second.
this real
bro,
quick.
we keep
Wait up.
on reading. I'm sorry, but we
Let me
keep
let me
on
ask this
reading
real quick.
stories
Let me
and
read out
reports and
the
articles about you know, black women getting evicted and shit. Dog, listen, it's time for them to fall on their face, man.
excuse me.
Hey,
Let me read
look,
out this. Let me read out the cash app, yo.
We should not have to come and clean this shit up for them because we've tried to warn them.
Hey,
Okay.
look, hey, cleaning up would
Fuck
say,
'em.
okay, look, cleaning up would say, hey, homeless woman, come live with me. But look, if you can't sit up here, here's my thing. I come from because I come from the school of educating people. If I teach you how to fish, don't ever come to me and say you hungry. Do you understand? That's my mentality. So I'd rather teach you how to fish, and whether you use it or not, that's on you. I don't give a fuck. But don't say I didn't teach you how to do this. You'll never. There's nobody out here that can honestly say I ain't never tried to teach them nothing.
All right.
Fuck
I will
that
ask
shit.
this real
Let me
quick.
read out the cash app,
This
yo.
is how
Let me
people
read out the cash
learn.
app.
Go ahead,
Let me
read
read
the
out the
cash
cash
app.
app, please.
What is the point in us doing these conversations, having these conversations, if we ain't trying to teach motherfuckers how to do
This is for black
this?
men. I'm under the impression this is for black men. Screw what the women thinking.
Hey, I love black people.
We
Fuck them,
do.
dude.
Just men.
Bitter, we
I love
understand
black
that you like
people.
black
Listen,
people.
listen.
Bitter.
Wait. Look,
Let
stop.
black academia let black academia help them.
Stop. I understand. We have a different ideology. You just for black men, I'm for black people. Well, this whole relationship shit, it can really be easily solved. I've already told people how to solve the shit, but of course, you know, like I said, I can teach you how to fish, whether you use the fucking rod and hook, it's on you. You understand? So we can have a difference in ideology. You know, I'm not gonna slam you for yours, or you definitely ain't gonna try to slam me for mine, right? Can we agree to that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
slamming you at all. I'm just simply saying, listen, let the Brittany Coopers go save them.
We understand
Let
that. I
let
understand your point of view.
you know what I'm saying?
I understand
Did
your
they
point of
bash
view.
us and then we supposed to come and help? Fuck that, man.
Let me ask
Hey,
this real quick.
we try to tell black women, get you a goddamn man in the house so you can have a second income in the fucking house. And what do they say? Well, if I gotta pay half the bills, then what's the point of a man? Okay, bitch. Well then, go live in your tent. Go live in your tent colony under the expressway. Then that's where I'm at with it.
Hold on. Let me ask something real quick, guys. Before
I'm
everybody
gonna tell
starts
you what
talking.
to that. I'm gonna tell
Let,
you
let,
what to that. See, it's hubris. A lot of these bitches are addicted to struggle, because if they actually didn't struggle, these bitches wouldn't have anything to talk about with their raggedy ass friends.
Thank you.
It's the old saying, why don't you get a good man? You know why they don't get good men? Because when the relationship goes south, the only person they can blame is them. They can't talk
Yep.
bad about the man. Well,
If he was doing everything right, then
why do you think
it defaults on her.
why
And
do
no,
you
no.
think they
And the
make
thing is, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
why do you think they make up this shit about, oh well, he wasn't mentally stimulating me? Bitch, this nigga was paying the rent and or mortgage, paying all the bills, and the only thing you had to do was pay your raggedy ass car note. And the sad part about it is, these bitches are so fucking insufferable. Men only have a 15-minute window of being around them before they're just totally disgusted. This ain't
Facts.
man's fault. This is not men's fault. Your mother taught you all the shit on how to scheme a man and never keep one. But
And
you gotta,
grandmothers.
but think about it. You're the ones going out with your mom every fucking other weekend to some concert. Manless in fucking Baltimore. Manless
Facts.
in Seattle. And it's
Facts.
crazy because now you're doomed the black community to perpetual poverty, because you can't even get your shit together, humble your motherfucking self, and pick a good working dude. Why? You overlook the good dudes because you want to have fun. Enjoy your fun. No. Enjoy your fun. Because hard times are coming and they hit hard. I mean, Ronnie Lott, Ray Lewis, and Atwater hard. Steve Atwater hard.
Brian
I mean,
Dawkins hard. Yes.
Yeah, let
hard.
me add this real
I
quick.
side
And
with Charles on that one.
let me add this real quick. So
Oh.
when it comes to the OnlyFans shit and them not doing their money right now, y'all actually see the importance of why pimping was so important.
You know
Why the
what?
pimp?
You
Why
know
the
what?
pimp was so important?
Tag me in.
What? This is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
The pimp was
If you
important
take
because
the
what did the
man's
pimp?
direction, you'll be all right.
The pimp was important because what did pimp say? He said, "I don't give the hoe the money because if I give the hoe the money, what's she gonna do? She gonna blow all that shit, and then she gonna be in a few days. She gonna be coming back to me talking about that she broke. That's why I keep the money, and then I just pay for give her a little bit of it at a time."
You know what? I have actually seen that happen. You know, where they blow the money and then a couple days later they come knocking. I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen. You know, especially like me being a photographer, some projects I paid for. You know, a week later, hey, you got any more shoots? I'm like, well, yeah, but not for you. You know what I'm saying? So trust me, it's been put to practice. It's been put to practice. But look, if a chick don't want to listen, that's on her. That's fine. But like I was saying earlier, at least you can't say that you wasn't warned, that somebody didn't try to tell you this shit. You know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is that they're so look, first and foremost, they're raised in conditions in households where they just learn how to take. The relationship is not reciprocal.
Wait a minute, Bay.
Only
That's fine. Wait a minute, Bay. I gotta stop you. Say that again for the niggas in the back paying with the paper airplanes and spitballs, passing around notes. Do you love me? Yes, no, maybe so. That flew over a lot of niggas' heads. Say it again.
They are not taught how to be in a reciprocal relationship. They're only taught how to take because their mother wouldn't. I don't care how she wound up becoming a single mother. The point is she's a single mother. Okay, don't matter whether the father is in the child's life and paying his child support or not. Doesn't fucking matter. At that point, once a woman has a child, it's all about resources. The more resources she can acquire, the better she feels her life will be because she got to take care of this kid with no man in the house by herself. Hence the term. Okay? Hence the term. Matter what
read the super chat for me. I'm driving.
Oh, let me go to the comment section.
I got it.
History repeated. Battle Bismarck cut off, sunk by the Royal Navy. 2023, the battleship Brittany G and followers cut off, sunk. Oh shit! Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta think about it. A lot of people are getting hit hard.
Right, like you talking about. Look, because the relationship is not reciprocal, and the only reciprocity that you see is your mother exchanging sex for favors. Let's be honest. You know, mama's little friend or friends that always come by, either whether they come by or they come pick her up.
I'm sick of this shit.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, come on. Or, you know, she going over to such and such's house. You know, she'd be like, I'll be gone for the weekend. She got her little suitcase. You know what's up. You know what's up. She going to get banged out. That's the reciprocity that you see. And then the arguments that she have with these dudes is always about money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, usually centered around you because your mother, the only reason why she got her hand out is because she want him to help you take care of you.
But that ain't his child necessarily.
Right. That's not his kid. You're not his kid. And the messed up part is, and this is the bad part about dating single mothers, is that, you wind up bonding with the kids because y'all, especially if y'all live together. So, you getting along with the kids, you playing stepdaddy.
I remember that happened to Bitter, if I may.
Go ahead.
I remember, was it my man? One of my boys had that situation up here. Now, fortunately, they broke it up, but
they broke it up.
But hey, hold on. Wait, let me finish. I'm getting to that point. She had like 3 or 4 kids total from 2 different marriages. The first 3, they were like from her first marriage, and they were teenagers. And my man was like was a year young. Is a year younger than me. He was like 26, 27 at the time. She was like pushing 40.
Okay.
But she had a 7-year-old daughter who he kind of bonded with. He was from and she was from a previous relationship. And he was cool with that kid. I met that kid as well, but she was kind of like playing stepdaddy. But what's worse is like, especially if like this single mother has a son in the house and you messing with that mom, and that kid's like a teenager, don't be surprised if that motherfucker just like starts to swole up on a man.
Oh, that happened to me.
That almost happened to him. That almost. Yeah, I know. My man,
ass one day.
My dude. That almost happened to him, because the thing was, first of all, this guy was like 16. Wasn't at the time. He was like 19 or something like that. Just a junk. It's like just a pothead, just wasting time. He tried some slick shit on my dude, because my dude is black, right? His mom is like, and it's, they're white. Of course, the 7-year-old, she's half Latina, because from a dysfunctional relationship with a Peruvian dude. But he tried to get slick with my dude.
Let me ask you a question.
My dude told me, no, wait, let me finish.
Okay.
I'm gonna get to it. Just let me get it out.
Go ahead.
He tried some slick shit. My man came to me and told me about that shit. I said, don't. And what did you say? And he told me what he said. I said, no, you back off. You don't pay that motherfucker no mind. Because what he just said was some racial shit. And my man wanted to come back at him about being, a screw up and whatnot. I said, no, you don't get involved with him like that.
The kid wanted him to hit him so that way he could get him out of the house by sending him to jail. Either
not only that, now in our case,
break up with him. It was going to be one of the two. But he
not
just
only that bitter.
Mom.
Not only that bitter. Not only that, my man would have gotten deported.
Yeah, see, yeah, he wanted to fuck all his shit up, and I guarantee you he knew that, and he already hashed the plot with his friends, and they was like, well, what can I say or do that'll make him, make him hit me? Like, call him a racial slur. Like, yeah, call him a racial slur. You see the videos, every time you call him a racial slur, they knock your ass out, Like, you just got to be willing to take the punch. So it took him a while to get up the nerve to do it. Trust me.
And that kid don't even live with his moms. And the funny thing was, the boy didn't live with his moms, but he wanted to try that shit. I said, back up. This is what happens when you messing with single moms.
Why did him and the chick break up?
Well, first of all, the age difference.
Okay.
I explained to that dude, she's pushing 40. What the fuck are you doing?
You know what? The age difference is enough.
And the fact that she's a single mom. I just knew.
There it is. Right. Exactly. Because he got to take that shit from her kid whenever he's around. So
she even came over. She even stopped over. And I remember when.
The fuck does that matter? The kid is still, every time the kid comes around, he fucks up the vibe. And then they wind up getting into
16-year-old? No, the 16-year-old a couple times.
The kid is doing while he's there.
You talk about the 7-year-old? Okay, because we moved to another place. We relocated to another town, to the small town where I'm at, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's about an hour's drive where the other place where he met her at. She drove over a couple times. She drove over.
Like 7133.
Go on.
Sorry, so one time she came over to visit him, and if it wasn't the 7-year-old, she cool and everything, but she came over, and he asked me to keep the set, and like when the moms and him wanted to do something, and the 7-year-old was there, he asked me to like have the 7-year-old just stay with me, and we just chill for a while.
Hell no, please.
I wasn't having it. I wasn't having it. I said, no, I ain't doing it. It was even worse if she had an annoying ass little ass dog or Jack Russell who wouldn't know when to shut the fuck up. Yappy as hell. You know how yo. Let me tell you about this little dog. You know how
Wait. Throwing the whole story off, man. We trying to talk. Yeah, you see the little stories and we trying to talk.
Hold up, real quick. Let me say something. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. You know what he was supposed to fucking do when that dude said some race shit? You was supposed to take his fucking mom. Oh yeah, really? You supposed to take his mom in the next room and start banging her the fuck out. That's the fuck he was supposed to do.
I think he did, but
hear me fuck your mom. I'm a fucker with this nigger dick.
I think that's what he said. That's what he said, actually.
We gonna
That's
race
what he said.
tonight, Susan.
That's what he said, actually. And I was like, oh, dude.
You supposed to take her ass in the next room and he be loud as fuck. Like Jody Mama in Melville.
Right, exactly. I'm going to fuck you right here in the living room at 11:30 at night when I know he's in his room and he's still awake. I want him to hear it. And if he comes out, I'm gonna look him dead in the fucking eye.
Hey, Bitter, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Bitter. Oh, wait. Hold up. Bitter.
I'm gonna point to him like a psycho.
No. This is what you do. He cut the next morning when you remember the next morning? Whatever the next morning. You want some pancakes?
Walk in the kitchen with my roll open, no drawers.
That song.
I actually did that one time to a kid. Like they actually found me and their mother asleep on the couch, and they came into the house. I know they seen us, and we were ass out naked.
Oh shit.
Well, first of all, Charles, you're a single father, so you got a pass.
There's no insult you can say to a nigga who plowed your mother like a fucking cornfield.
You know,
like
what?
I mean, it was all kinds of nasty floppy donkey dick going up in her ass. Like you just gotta it's bad. Like that's the reason why when you're a teenage boy, you don't need to live with your mother anymore. I'm gonna just say that you don't need to live with your mother anymore because you don't want your mama to come up there and you open up the door. Hey, mom, I'm gonna. Oh God, you don't want that. You don't want mom, and she's like, oh, this is Mr. Tony, and Mr. Tony, dick harder than a fucking calculus problem. Slaying your mother like a fucking Dragon Quest. Like, God damn.
Oh, man. Damn.
Here was my issue.
You know what? I'm just glad.
We would wait, but we would wait until we thought that they were asleep. Okay, like 11:30, because they in bed by 9, so 11:30 is a good time. 10 if the whole house is quiet. And then you hear that, I can hear you. And it's like, God damn.
I want to tell you how many times being with a chick and her kids walk in, and I'll be like, shit. Next thing you know, you just all kinds stuck in the position, and you like, is it ignorant to keep on going and just smile at the motherfucker? You just killing his mom, and I mean,
well, it depends on how you feel about the kid.
I mean, you got her the Scorpion Deathlock and shit.
Was he tapping out like Ric Flair, or was it more like Sid Vicious?
I mean, you got her in some kind of hole that's a chiropractor trying to figure out how the fuck you do this. I mean, you just giving her all kinds of raunchy ass, ill-gotten, ignorant dick. I mean, dick so ignorant it had to repeat the 3rd grade ignorant. Like, God damn. I mean,
no, if you want to traumatize a kid, you're supposed to fucking be fucking them with some cowboy boots, butt naked, and some cowboy boots and a hat on with Rick James playing in the background. Give it to me, baby.
Oh yeah.
I don't know where you gonna get that drippy ass Jerry curl, but you gonna have one.
Or you know what? It's worse than somebody catching their mother fucking is catching their mother doing a blowjob, man.
Woo!
Oh,
Yeah.
You know, the
oh,
kids
no.
looking at mom and they like,
Kittens
how
and
do you?
puppies,
And
kittens and
then you know
puppies,
how ignorant
kittens and
mothers are,
puppies,
right? You know how
kittens and
ignorant mothers,
puppies to kill that visual.
and you know how ignorant mothers can be without even trying to be ignorant. They not even thinking about it, and they wake up in the morning, fix breakfast, and kiss the kids on the cheek, and and the kids looking like they just saw like the Manson murders and some shit. They like, ah, ah,
What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Stop doing that. What are you
Wow.
doing?
I like, did you wash your mouth?
You know, hey, you know that's a Rick and Morty episode.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Best,
I remember.
Buddy.
Yeah, hold
yeah,
up.
the kids called them on 2 separate occasions, making out or making, yeah.
I remember. What was it? Lavelle Crawford had this thing about. He talked about why you should never try to have your mama jokes with your mama, because she told it like he said, your mama's this that thing. She looked at him and said, "Let me tell you something, young boy. Your mama's so nasty that before she kissed you on the head goodnight, she just already sucked off your daddy." What's more traumatizing than that?
Like,
Yeah, I saw that one.
See, that right there would traumatize me.
I'm like, I don't need one of my siblings going on my head, motherfucker. God damn.
You know?
Please tell me to rinse your mouth before.
No, I would be traumatized in the sense where I would, have one of those take off my glasses and stare moment. While I try to figure out how I'm gonna handle this. I'm trying to pick violence, peace or violence. Peace or violence. Should I say something or should I just shut up? I'm caught between that X right there, that
I am
crossroad.
so glad I grew up in traditional African society, because
Yeah, I grew up in a traditional Baltimorean society.
I love y'all too, girls. Ain't you?
You grew up with ignorant. I'm not ignorant, but ignorant ass parents. God damn, she got an ass on her. God damn.
Okay, let's get something straight.
Damn, she look like she got football pads on, thick motherfucker.
And that's how she got here, son.
I mean, there's times that I know that in my wild ass life, there were chicks and my son and his best friend walked in on us. Or worst part is him and his friends, little kids can't wake up for shit for school, but a weekend there's some early waking motherfuckers.
Saturday morning cartoons.
It's sad because they catch you in the wildest moment, like your dick so hard it hums like a Jedi lightsaber. And they like, what you doing? Nothing. You can't put a sheet over it because it's still looking like a bitch in a tent. Like, you try to do it, it's still up, and you like, shit. And then your son looking at the chick's ass, and he like, wow. Wow, get the fuck out.
You struggle to find your drawers. You wonder where they went.
I was like, fuck that at the moment. I was
That's
like,
why I make sure. That's why I try to make sure there are locked doors in the house, because ain't nobody getting in shit without a key.
See, that's the problem with everybody. When it comes to safe sex, you guys don't understand some of the most aspects of it. Condom's one thing, getting tested. Thank R.I.P. Red Fox for teaching me this knowledge. It's from his album, You Gotta Wash Your Ass. But the most important thing, I remember Simply Marvelous, a comedian on Def Comedy once said, the most important aspect of safe sex is lock the motherfucking door.
Yes.
My parents, they always had the door locked.
Yeah, it was locked doors in my house too.
Yeah.
My doors are locked now. I mean, I'm just talking to y'all. Shit.
I'm like this. I thought I had it locked, but we were drinking, so we forgot.
Was it that good shit, Charles? Was it the good shit?
I mean, the shit was so good. The shit was so good. When you pull out, you look like a goddamn sprinkler system. Like I remember I walked in on my nephew and his girlfriend, and I almost became a victim.
Wait, was she that ugly?
No, it's the fact that he was getting his nut on, and it traveled a lot further than he thought. I almost
Oh shit!
like, oh no, oh shit, no. Thank God I have reflexes,
That's
man. No.
that's the worst time. I remember some dude joked about catching his daughter with her boyfriend.
Oh
And
Lord.
he said the best time to fuck the shit up is like you just walk in when he's about to nut. When he's about to bust a nut, you're like, excuse me. He's like, ah! He doesn't nut. He's just like, he's freaked out. He's and all kinds of shit. He's all kind of discombobulated.
The only thing worse than that is like being the cameraman for a porno.
Or the sound and grip guy, for that matter, or the guys holding lights because they might drop the lights because they're all focused on what happened.
I mean, he might be. Sometimes it's different than when you masturbate because it's just like yeah, nigga, I'm out. But when you really hard charging, that shit is like cocked like a shotgun.
Uh-huh.
The trick is to stay out of the line of fire. Let me stand over to the side. Okay. You never line yourself up to get shot.
and then suffer mental illness.
I remember walking in on one motherfucker by accident, right? And he just looked at me sideways. I just looked at him and just said, I just looked at him. He looked at me. Only thing I could do, I just took out a condom, put it on the nightstand, and I just walked the fuck out.
Like, yeah, you don't want to be involved in that one. That's trouble. You like, oh God, what the fuck?
That shit. I mean, that is like one of the. My dude, that was like another friend. And he's like, looked at me and said, "Thank God, thank you."
You ever fucked a bitch so good it sound like you making a house music album? Like, goddamn, you start dancing and doing the crazy legs and shit. Oh shit, be rocking. Like, oh shit.
I remember, that's why I remember. Was it like one of the cats I knew? He talked about one of the people that live on the street. He joked about how, huh?
Did he live in a pineapple?
No, he didn't. Come on, no, none of that. Come on, let's not go there, man. Come on. Anyway, and plus his pants are regular, not square shape.
We have severely deviated from the conversation.
But the thing was, since you brought up the music,
I feel ashamed in my part in that.
Okay.
Hey, well, you gotta understand something, man. You can't talk about Megan Thee Stallion and not talk about fucking at some point.
Exactly.
The hypocrisy of her. You make albums about your sexual skills and ways and habits and everything, and then you have the unmitigated gall to be upset that your sex life is made public. Excuse me, honey. We already know you were doing this. We already knew who you were doing it to.
With your wet ass pussy.
We just didn't know that you was that disgusting with it. To where you're fucking your friends' boyfriends.
That's some frenemy shit, first of all. You shouldn't be surprised about that.
Right. You can't sit here and tell me that what you're putting out here on the airwaves that you call music is not in line with your life and your lifestyle. We're seeing it play out in court.
Well, when you read off the list of names, it's like an Orthodox Christian reading the Bible. Hey,
Leave me out of this.
I mean, it's just as long as a sermon. Just as long as
Well,
a
it depends on
sermon.
which language.
Yes,
Depends
she
on the
messes with
church and which
Matthew, Mark,
language you're doing the
John,
sermon in.
Acts, Romans. Well,
Wait. Are we
she's
doing this?
doing ancient Hebrew.
Okay. No, not ancient
She's
Hebrew,
doing it
because
in.
Orthodox, Coptic. It's got to be Coptic, Greek, or Armenian,
It's
or
gotta be
maybe
It's gotta
Aramaic.
be It's gotta be Coptic. You might even go into a little bit of ancient Samaria.
Hey, in my case,
Like
it'd be
you gotta.
good, but okay.
All
Like,
right,
oh my
so
God, it's sad because when they read off the names of her boyfriends there, how can you be a supportive boyfriend and you listen to all the all the niggas this bitch bang, and some of this shit was
while
during
y'all were
their time.
dating, right? Exactly. While you were dating, I bet he feel like the biggest cuck. 'Cause, in all honesty, ain't nobody really talked about him. Everybody just said, "Wow," like he's disgusted. Like, yeah, I bet you are. Like, so why are you still her boyfriend?
Optics.
He got 30 to 40 million reasons why.
No,
Here's
fuck
my
all
question.
that.
Here's my question.
Fuck all that.
Hold up. Here's my question. First of all, Tory Lanez is 5'2", 5'3", right? He's a little ass motherfucker, right?
I didn't know he was that short.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
he's a
is.
real
He
short.
He's
looks like
5'2".
he's like a goddamn jockey.
Yeah,
He's like Kevin Hart.
short.
He's short, but he packing ridiculous. So like as they claim. But
God
Megan
damn.
Thee
Like
Stallion.
he's only 5'3", but he's got a 44 Magnum, huh?
Yeah.
Like I
So
said earlier, it's good to be from the diaspora.
Yeah. Megan Thee Stallion, however, is 5'10". She walks around 150.
Try 170, 175.
From the waist down, she's got to be at least 200, because Lizzo is 5'9.5". She walks around 290, 300. That's the scary
She's like
shit.
prime Hulk Hogan, 350, 315 to 320.
Yeah, but she's like what, about 11 inches shorter? Because he was like what, 6'9", 6'8", 6'7" at the time.
Well, he was 6'8" at the time.
Yeah,
But
6'8", 310 is not the same as 5'10" and 310.
I mean,
Big difference.
she's still a female and she's fat.
Yeah.
One thing that women need to understand is that not every guy in the world, the collective of men, do not find that to be attractive on a woman.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
like
not healthy.
don't find it, just like you wouldn't find it attractive on me, I don't find
He's
it
working hard
attractive
tonight.
on you. And we should both be okay with that and move on and find somebody that we like.
See, the problem is with women, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to admit that a lot of shit they do disgusts men. Right?
Yeah.
A lot of shit they do disgusts men. And when it comes down to big, it's sad because what man of worth and style and profile is going to want you? Because all women want a man that makes more than them.
True.
And they all want a man that looks good to them.
Of course, Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Charles.
And the fucked up part about it is that with this phenomenon, like the young lady who was on my show a couple of days ago, they try to lie to men who know the game and know female nature and say, you with this nigga because one, you couldn't compete to get a nigga that's higher above your pay grade, so you had to get the cuck who's okay with a woman making more than him. And he's not gonna be on any other woman's radar. And you're okay with that.
A low caliber dude.
A low caliber dude who you can control, talk your shit to when you get mad, and he ain't going nowhere because he can't afford to.
Isn't that a homosexual?
That is the quintessential homosexual.
Thank you.
It is the quintessential of homosexualism. And the sad part about it, a lot of these women will have the audacity to tell you there are no good men around. No, there are no good men around you.
Can you please repeat that for the fools in the back?
There are no good men around you. Why
You know
should there
why?
be good men? Why should there be good men around you?
You
And
know why?
Because they know in their gut they're catching a bad vibe around her, so they're like, nice meeting you, and they're just moving on. They just keep pushing.
Look,
Yeah.
same. I mean, same.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest.
Wait, what'd he say? Bitter, what'd you say? Can you repeat that?
Same.
Oh, okay.
It don't matter how you dress. It's your mentality, the way you carry yourself. The way you carry yourself attracts a certain type of people. A certain type of people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Certain people are just flat. I'm gonna say it again. Certain people are attracted to a certain way people behave.
Yep.
You know, so it don't matter how you dress. It don't matter how much money you make and all this stuff. I mean, like I said, that party I worked, man, please, that was a nice ass house, but there was some ghetto ass motherfuckers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Same. They smoking weed and shit and everything, trying to get me to drink, and I'm like, no, thank you. You know,
I mean, it's the same thing when I tell a lot of ladies, you can't talk shit to a guy that outrank your baby daddy.
Yep.
And a lot of women, it's like, let's go back to KS for his very viral, average at best video. This chick didn't even want to fucking talk about her baby daddy, but yet she thinks she deserves a 6-figure nigga. Why do you deserve a 6-figure nigga if you procreated with a nigga that was a jailbird or a street nigga? What logic
What
does
did she
that
say
even
actually
hold?
about that? What did she say about her baby's father? I mean, when she was pressed about it, what did she answer?
Was
What did
ashamed
she
of
even?
him. But
Okay.
this is the reason why when women talk about having babies, like, no, you could have stopped that process even before it even happened. Birth control, anybody? Guess who uses contraceptives and the most? Black men.
Black men, not all, but yes, plenty. But
Guess who
certain types.
uses the least? Black women. So
Black.
when you bring up these stats, black women still don't believe in the truth. Shout out to Mr. Z. Fuck your stats, right?
Fuck your feelings. Is the
Fuck your
reply.
And that's what I usually tell them. No. Black men, no, shorty. You got to understand. Y'all the ones who create this massacre of a fucking nigga. Y'all the ones who validate this motherfucker. How do you give niggas who ain't worth shit the greatest gift you can give them? And that's their legacy, genetic legacy living on.
Same attracts same.
And not realize that you're just as raggedy as any other nigga or bitch.
One question.
It's the freedom that they see in those type of men, because they see them as men who play by their own rules.
They're playing by a form of it's distorted masculinity, to be brutally honest.
Right.
And I'm
say that
glad you
again,
mentioned
please.
that.
Please say that again.
It's distorted masculinity.
And I'm glad you said that, Beastly. You know why? Because every time I ask these questions, like I keep telling people, I'm a lot more raw in my real life than YouTube life. What type of man are you looking for? What example of masculinity that you hold the dearest? Because the only thing y'all want is a nigga to protect you, even after you put yourself in a dangerous spot for the both of you. You want somebody to fuck you, and you want somebody to give you an ATM. You don't care about any other fucking qualities of that man.
Yep.
Facts.
You don't give a shit. And see, that whole attitude of not giving a shit is that you can curse your kids with the wrong type of genetics.
Oh yeah. And by the way, Charles, since you mentioned those stats, here's another stat we always that people like to also mention. Who has the highest rate of STDs?
Black women.
Exactly.
And gay men.
You know what? I remember. Thank you for bringing that up, Bitter. Because Bitter. Hold on. Thank you for bringing that up as well, because
they really
I remember Dr. T. he once talked about in one of his shows, like a couple years back, when he said he had a conversation with a gay brother, and he asked the gay brother, "Do you know what the HIV infection rate is among gay black men?" Gay black men, not heterosexual black men, but gay black men. He said, "No, what is it?" He said, "It's 1 in 2."
Damn.
1 in 2 at that particular time. And then again, I realized this because I know some guys who are LGBT plus and whatnot. Well, G's and B's, excuse me, specifically. And we somehow end up having a conversation about safe sex practices, and they were surprised because I come from a place that's I come from the dark continent, and STDs and that HIV is a death sentence still, even to this very day. Very few countries have access to ARVs and whatnot, antiretrovirals. Thanks to like some bullshit with pharmaceuticals and the Bush administration.
They just kept the shit out. They just keeping the shit out. That's all.
Yeah. Hey, if anybody, wait, hold up. If anybody wants to know what I'm talking about regarding that bullshit, you guys better look for a documentary, a Canadian documentary called Fire in the Blood. It talks about AIDS activists battling pharmaceuticals for access to ARVs in the developing world. South Africa was one of the focal points, as well as India.
I'm gonna say this, man. It's crazy because you look at a place like, for example, Atlanta.
Yeah.
How do you have such a high STD rate if these women, unless they're fucking with the guys who are not straight?
A lot of bisexual dudes too. A lot of them.
And even if they're bisexual,
they still gay.
Yeah. Here's the
Such thing as a
crazy.
bisexual man.
They willingly.
Mel came out of nowhere with that one.
Yeah, he came out there with that. You got to realize in Atlanta, women are desperate for men.
That too.
They are desperate for men, and they will compete. They will mate hustle. They will share men willingly. They will do a lot of this shit, man. And here's the criteria: dick has to get hard. Boom, you get it.
You don't scream the motherfucker anything like that,
that's the Southern black women, period. They so desperate for a man.
Think about it.
Atlanta's like the highest desperateness right there.
Yeah, they do. And think about it. It is not uncommon in Atlanta to have a bunch of Human Torch, flaming homosexual men that have a rack of kids in Atlanta.
Shit, they beat New York.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that Atlanta being, the epicenter of that shit, because let's not forget, this is part of the Bible Belt, right?
Supposedly.
So comprehensive sex ed and everything is not there. And and since I remember 06, back in 06, back when I was back home in Eritrea, I was at the library, right? And I was reading a Times article, and the cover of it was this woman, a pregnant white chick. And she was HIV positive. And they were talking about AIDS 25 years on. Inside, I ended up reading a couple articles about the explosion of HIV in the black community. And the whole issue about brothers on the down low and shit like that.
And here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part, Namer, because we're 40.
Yeah.
AIDS is really about officially, even though you might have heard of it in the late 70s, but officially AIDS is about as old as us.
Yeah. You know what? It's even as far back they've known about the virus has existed since as far back as the 1950s.
Well, that's because
they found they took some samples from an English seaman. I'm sorry, an English sailor. They took some tissue samples from him, and they realized this person was HIV positive, going back to the 1950s and 60s. So this shit's been around longer than we think.
But you got to think about it. When it officially blew up was when we were like little kids.
Little babies. Hell, how many of
because
our
you didn't really
generation are
hear
born
too
with
much
that shit?
about it till
When we
like
heard
that
that
late
Magic
80s.
Johnson speech, I'm like,
I
damn.
was. Oh, how old were you guys when Magic came out with that shit? When Magic came out, how old were you guys?
That was
I had to be middle school at the time.
I was 9.
Yeah, I was in elementary school.
Yeah, elementary
yeah.
school. I was a 3rd grade at the time. Think about that. Let's not forget our Mel, Charles, anybody else who's a millennial like us, or 80s babies. Our generation were the first to have to be born with the virus.
Yeah.
And how many of those are still? How many of those people who were born with AIDS? How many of those were orphaned by AIDS are still among us, still alive
I'm
among
gonna
us?
tell you. I'm gonna tell you. One of my ex-girlfriends,
Hmm.
her mother died of AIDS, and
Oh,
and then you got to remember. See, a lot of people don't forget. A lot of people forget the combinations of what happened in the 80s. The 80s is when the black family dissolved. I mean, it just exploded. Because you got to remember, not only were we fighting AIDS and HIV, we were also fighting the drug epidemic, the
Yep.
crack epidemic. So
crack
a lot of,
epidemic.
so
Yeah.
you got to think about it.
Poverty.
Ask any boomer, because those were the people usually affected, the late boomers and the early Xers were
Hmm.
heavily affected by that, who happened to be a lot of millennials' parents.
Hmm.
And what happened during that time, you had, especially in cities like Baltimore, Chicago, New York, and anywhere you had a black stronghold.
Yeah.
Look what happened. You had one. You took all the jobs, all the industrious jobs out of America.
Mm-hmm.
So you left a lot of men desperate to sell this fucking poison. Then you had a lot of women who were hooked on it, and ask BGS. A lot of women, black women. I think that shit was designed just for the genetics of black women,
You mean the
because
strawberries? The strawberries phenomenon?
which created what, prostitution heavily, just to get a
Mm-hmm.
fix. So now they're giving up all this sex for pennies on the dollar
Hmm.
most of the time. And then here's another thing people don't talk about. During
Hmm.
that time, a lot of kids were being raised by their grandparents
Oh
because
yeah.
Oh yeah.
their parents ran the street, or the
Yep.
courts considered their parents unfit. So now you have all this shit coming about that created a fucking implosion and just decimated it. Let me put it to you this way: the crack epidemic, the HIV and STD shit,
Hmm.
the welfare shit, it did more. They did more in 10 to 15 years to the black community with that shit than Jim Crow ever could think of doing.
Oh yeah. Let's not forget also the gun violence because of the crack era.
I mean, it's not even just gun violence; it's just violence. Because guess what?
Violence.
If I took my gun out right now, you know, left it
There's gonna be some violence.
with one in the chamber, and leave it on the table, lock the door, come back 1,000 years later, that fucking gun will still be there, unfired.
Hmm.
People were doing violence, not just with guns, just violent. Period, fighting for no fucking
Machete,
reason. I mean, your culture
stabbing.
was. We
Yeah.
developed a real cult. We went from being the classiest motherfuckers in America, because you go look at your grandparents and your parents' pictures. You hardly ever seen them not dressed well.
Oh man, I've seen
Even if they
pictures
were
going back
dirt,
to the
even if they were,
'60s, man.
We sort of
even
went
if they
back
were
to the
dirt poor.
Neanderthals. That's
Yeah,
technically what we do as wild, savage animals and shit like that. Even back in our ancestors in Africa, they act like this the way you think it
yeah.
is
Even when we were
before they
dirt
became
poor,
slaves.
even when
So
we dirt poor, we were still better off, dressed well better, treated people each other better, had intact families. But yet, all of a sudden, we became the fucking degenerates of the world. We started just loving this degenerate behavior.
Yep.
And when you didn't have men around in the household to calm that shit down, guess what? You might have had children dancing with their parents. I mean, that's common. That's black people shit. But you never
Hmm.
had your mom teaching you to twerk.
No.
When the fuck did you have that? You didn't have your
even
mom telling
worse, you
you
never
if
seen
that thing.
baby sons grinding on mama's ass.
No. Oh, damn.
Or
This is the
I
worst
mean,
generation of black mothers in the history of the planet.
really, if you think about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Black mothers, even if they were still single or whatever happened, they had some dignity about them. You didn't see bitches come to your school with a bonnet and some pajama pants.
No.
You didn't see that shit. My mother would even my mother's 63 years old. You would never catch her with that shit on. And it's
Hell, not a
funny.
bonnet. So,
It's funny.
head wraps and shit. But then again, I'm from another place, part of the world that's different. Excuse me.
Oh, head
But
wraps are different.
yeah, head wraps are different.
Head wraps are totally different, my nigga. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you why. The
Mm-hmm.
head wraps were actually adorned. You
Yeah.
don't wear shit that you wore to sleep outside the house. You didn't have a bunch of mothers cussing and carrying on, fighting and shit. But once again, one of the most important jobs of men is to protect the children from the mother and to protect the women from the goddamn selves.
Or women
Well,
walking
these
around
men
with
ain't.
hair nets, or like with curlers in the hair and wearing a shower cap.
Yeah, like you there was like a level of masculinity you had to live up to because you had to garner the respect of the older males of the community. But
Yeah.
what happened? The women didn't want us. The women chose welfare over the working man. See, the women don't like that shit. That's
True.
why they don't like the Monahan report. All these bitches who got all these so-called high-ranking degrees in fucking basket weaving don't like the Monahan report because it points them out for their fuck shit.
Now
What
they
you
raising
just
sons
remember
to
what
turn
you just
against
mentioned
their
right there.
fathers now and stuff, man. I
But
mean,
what you just
look.
mentioned right there, Charles. Sorry, Mel, for interrupting. But what you just mentioned right there, Charles, the degrees in basket weaving shit, useless degrees that are gonna go nowhere. Because I remember we were talking earlier about because when somebody was talking about more women are graduating than men, I'm saying, what are they mostly majoring in or minoring in?
In our community, the women
You see
always have
women
more
keep getting
degrees.
more than one degree, constantly going back to
In
school.
what
Like,
is the question? What are they majoring
exactly.
in? That's why I
They're
keep
made.
asking.
The
They're
What
most
are they?
majoring in
useless
debt,
things, and
right?
they exactly they majoring in college debt, and in hopes to get with a sucker who's going to marry her and pay that balance off.
That's also because I'm a millennial and I got told the same fucking bullshit lie that I argued people even back when I was in high school about. No, all you need to do was just go to college and get a degree. What they didn't specify, they said just get a degree and you can get the job. And I would tell people, no, go get you a degree in something that's gonna make you some damn money. No, just go over there and hindsight 2020, because my ass was right. Fast forward to now, because a lot of the fucking arguments that I had back then as a teenager with people, I'm right. I'm like, yep, and a lot of you broke. That's why your broke asses are screaming now about the damn student loan forgiveness shit. I said they are not gonna do that
Absolutely.
shit. I said just
I
because
mean,
you took your goofy ass to college and got like a gender studies degree instead of some shit that was actually that you can actually do apply it to anything.
I think there's certain like certain degrees that are still applicable, but you just don't know how to use them,
Let
or
me
like, or they
tell
can
you
come
what.
in handy. Oh,
Let me
go ahead.
tell you what one of these ladies who was in the admissions program at a college. She was
The
cool as shit.
what program?
She was in the admissions, meaning she got people into college.
Okay, administration office. All right, all right.
So the crazy part about her, she was cool as shit. She kept it real. I love a black woman who can keep it real. She kept it real. She kept it real. She's like, come in, Mr. Faulkner. And I was like, yeah, yes, ma'am. How you doing? I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna tell you something about these bitches. And that's how she spoke. She was professional, but if she like you, she just telling you some real shit. She like, look at some of these idiot bitches around here. They smutting it up. They coming
Hey, the
around.
honest ones always cuss.
They
The
don't.
ones that cuss, they're more honest.
Oh yeah, they smutting it up. They showing
Mm-hmm.
everything that God never intended for man to see outside the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
They got more tattoos than pirates. And she said, look at them. And look at all the degrees they getting. They getting degrees which are going to be obsolete 5 years after they get them, or 1 year after they receive it. How you going to
Exactly.
get a liberal arts degree and think you're going to make 6 figures?
Psychology.
Yeah.
Liberal arts, psychology, and it's a third one that's super
Nursing.
easy. Oh, African American studies.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're going to use that, like, unless you're working for a certain think tank or as a researcher or some shit like that, those degrees are going to go and take you nowhere.
Don't forget gender studies.
Yeah, they're just
That's
enough to
studies.
get you into middle management if you work hard enough, and you can keep your. This is the thing. You can keep your discipline when you're at work.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the rarity or beauty is being able to keep your discipline at home. And one of the things that I was talking about was for fellas knowing how to pick the right chick. I mean, she ain't gonna be Miss Perfect, but she gonna be Miss Perfect enough. It all depends on what you're willing to put up with. And one of the biggest things that I say to look for is just ask her about her father.
Yep.
Like just say,
Say that again. Say that again. Say that again. Say that again.
Tell me about your father, and then you just sit back and listen to what they have to say.
And you know what?
That'll let you know whether she'll have respect for you or not. And one of the crazy things that you'll hear, they'll say some crap like, he was inappropriate with me. And then it's like, and then you ask her, well, how old were you? What happened? Because you want to hear details. You know what I'm saying? You want to hear details. And if they can't give you details, then what you're really listening to is the mother pushing this trauma on the daughter as far as to why she kept her father away from her.
You know what, Truth?
That's a very popular tactic for women in court, or to threaten a man, to stay away or out, this, that, and the other. Good Lord, you see examples of this all the time. I mean, it depends on what shows you watch or what news cycles you go through, but you hear the shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, of course, Nicki Minaj's brother, he did that shit. But,
Truth,
but you know what I'm saying? This is why, look, this is the number one reason why you should never date single moms.
Yeah. Let me piggyback on that, brother.
I got off lucky.
Let me piggyback on that because it's interesting you said about asking about their fathers. I
never had that problem. That's what I meant by I got off lucky.
No.
I just wanted to clarify that. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, like I said, like I make it a point that because I remember a comic once said, whoever you get involved with, meet their parents. You got to meet her father because you want to know what kind of relationship she has with him. But you also got to meet the mother because she's the biggest indication of what this woman's going to be like later on in life. Because every woman takes after her mother one way or another, whether or not she has a resemblance to her mother. But as far as the fathers go, her relationship with her father is important. Because I remember certain older women that I've had conversations with. When I ask them about their fathers, I can hear it in their voices what kind of relationship they have with their fathers. And the look on their faces when I ask them about their fathers.
Yeah,
I even did this with my own mother. I did this with my own mother. I asked because I never met my grandpa. He died when she was young, when she was a teenager. So I asked her, what was grandpa like? And I heard it in her voice because she still held him in high regard. She was very nostalgic about him. And I was like, and then I asked some my uncles and everybody because they were pretty young when they lost him. And I've seen pictures of him and she does, and my mom does have a striking resemblance to him. And I'm like, Was he always like that? They said, yeah, he was like this, that, and the third. Because I've seen like what you talked about, like pictures of men who looking good back in the day. Because back in the 60s, 70s, this man was sharp as a tack. Always wore suits, and he was a average height individual, but he was a very stern, serious individual. But he was very loving. If I met him, he would have probably spoiled my ass with all the knowledge he would have given me.
You made me forget my fucking point.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I will say this: there is a folks. There's this documentary. I remember White Manosphere or content creator talked about. It was a BBC documentary. Now, of course, you guys got to filter out some of the bullshit in it because it's kind of female oriented. But it's from 2009. It's called The Biology of Dads. I remember watching that, and I sent that link to some friends because I realized when they became fathers, I realized you need to check this shit out.
Okay, I remember where I was. Okay, let me pick up.
All right.
Yeah, just listen to what she has to say about her father or any male, because if she'd be like, well, I never knew my dad, because that may be true. So then what you do is you ask, well, did you have like a father figure in your life? And if she say no, you feel you still want to test the waters because she ain't got no kids, then just sit back and watch how she talk. If she talks street, you taking a risk. But if she talk like she actually has an education, listen to how she talks to you.
Charles.
See if she talks to you, if she's better than you or smarter than you. See if she's trying to talk down to you, or if she's watching her words with you. Listen for stuff like that.
Yes.
Because those are signs of disrespect. And it just continues to grow from there. Because if she all of a sudden feel right off rip, she feel like she's smarter than you, you lost. She won't respect you. She won't respect you. So what you have to do is just challenge her intellect. Challenge her intellect. Show her that you are intelligent.
Just see, this is funny because I run into a lot of so-called educated women because most of the women I dated had degrees or were getting their degree. And they learned very hard and embarrassingly, you may not want to challenge me in this field because I'm going to eat you alive. They were like, well, to this day, my ex, who's getting her bachelor's, said, remember the time years ago you were talking about Roe v. Wade being struck down? We're talking about that now, and it was 5 years ago. I didn't even. She's like, from now on, I'm not going to disagree with anything you say anymore. I said, gee, I wish you would have said that when we were still together. We might have been married. You dumb motherfucker. And
She
I
could
told
have
her,
been Mrs. Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. She had that chance. She had that chance back then.
Maybe. Yeah. But I'm like, look, see, the problem is with the average woman. The average woman doesn't understand when she's getting a good deal. It's like that. This is black women. Black women are like Peter Griffin when he's playing blackjack. If you're not familiar with the scene, I will illustrate. He's at a blackjack table. The dealer's saying 17. And he's asking for another card. And his wife's like, maybe you should stop. 18. Okay, yeah, hit me. 19. And she's like, maybe you should stop. 20. And she's like, okay, you're good. Stop. Hit me. 21. And you know what happens? The dumb motherfucker says, hit me. It loses. That's black women when it comes to men. They don't even know when they're smart enough to say, you know what? I hit 21. I'm out.
He didn't know the rules, did he? And it's already proven that Peter Griffin is legally retarded.
Yeah. He doesn't know the rules. And it's funny because I was actually playing blackjack in Vegas. And it was $25 to play. Put my $25 there. And out of sheer luck, I hit a 20. and the house hit a 17. I got my money, doubled my money, and got the fuck off that table. Said nope.
Right there. Know when to, just like what I said earlier about Dave Chappelle, like name your price. Know when to get in, know when to get out. Oh, hang on, let me read out Detroit 3113. Black women would say, I would eat you alive toward the men that will not make enough and weak to let them walk all over him.
Oh yeah, read this next one.
But Charles, they will say men are not making enough money back then, so they had to take the assistance. Bullshit.
Which was bullshit. You had poor white people.
Thank you, Lord Juno.
You had poor white people and who women didn't go on welfare,
They knew better.
Even though the majority of welfare recipients are white women, but there's women who was even more poor than the average black person who didn't do it. Out of respect to their men. But here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the fucking problem. See, a black man know, if it's a good deal or not. Black women don't understand that. This is the deal. Do you want? If sometimes a good woman knows how to make a millionaire. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you want a millionaire guy, what's up, Free Will? Why not develop him? Why not invest in him?
Because they want to be at the finish line. They don't want to be on the sidelines cheering him on.
Mm-mm. They don't want to hand you the cup of water while you're running your race. They don't want to see you, you weren't with me taking shots in the gym. I mean, you weren't.
You weren't spotting me when I was on the squat rack.
You weren't. You were never there. See, I'm gonna quote Kevin again. A lot of women blew their chance at a husband and didn't even understand it or comprehend it or do it. I want you to realize that a lot of women didn't even know what the fuck they had.
They don't know when they got it until they lose it. I mean, let's about it this way. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, because we were talking earlier about KS and all the those few appearances he had on Fresh and Fit. And when he was talking to the women on OnlyFans, one of them, they were all like saying content creator, this and that. What was it he said at the end? He said, like, don't worry, Starbucks is hiring. For Starbucks or some other stuff. Because UPN ain't taking none of them.
Yeah, you got to realize something, right?
Uh-huh.
Do you know how many fucking people I'm connected to on LinkedIn? I'm connected to military officers.
Shit.
I'm connected to CEOs of companies. And really, there are some successful people who was in my business class were all veterans. And guess what? I'm connected to them as well. And some of them work in the government, some of them in IT. See,
that's a network right there.
That's a
hell of a network, because if you are getting involved in some shit, you guys can trade business cards, recommend each other one another. You can actually help each other out as well. Because, like, say if you need in fact, bitter.
Yeah.
Because what you said earlier about trying to teach people how to fish and such. How many black women understand the importance of networking? And it's not just in occupations only.
You know what?
They do a good job.
I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
My cousin, okay, she's a CPA. She has her own business. And the reason why she has her own business is because when she was working at that firm, and I pay attention, for those of y'all that's listening, that's trying to have your own business or whatnot, this is what she did with her clients while she was working for that firm. She sent them Christmas gifts, not cards, but gifts, like little gifts. Okay. She sent them little Christmas gifts, and they got little goodie bags for Halloween, little packages, like maybe a bag of Hershey Kisses or whatnot for Halloween, and whatever their religion was, if they had like, like Yom Kippur or
Holiday.
something, right?
Yeah.
She would get them. She would send them gifts like that. And the reason why she did that, I mean, not just because she was good at her job, was because when she jumped ship, she took them. They went with her.
Because what she
And
did
didn't
was,
wait. Let me finish. She didn't poach
okay.
them. She just bounced. She knew they was gonna come with her because she had been letting them know, hey, I'm planning on leaving. She was testing the waters. They was like, well, shit, if you leave, just let me know where you gonna be. And she was like, well, I can't, X, Y, and Z because that's illegal. That's tampering. You can't do that. But she was like, but I'll be, this is where you could probably find me. That's what she said. So when she left, she said them clients came with her. This has been like almost 25 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So she joined the fraternity. No, I mean not a fraternity. She joined the sorority.
Yeah, okay.
And she knew where I stood on sororities, but she explained to me, she said, no, this is a business sorority. Where they have bankers, lawyers, etc. She was like, these are for my connections. And I was like, oh, well, shit, then I ain't tripping. So yeah, you do have black women who actually are on their shit. They do network. It's be the dumb chicks that don't network, like Glorilla talking about $500 a week to be her personal assistant. Like, bitch, buy a dog. You know what I'm saying? Buy a
What I'm
dog.
saying is bitter. Bitter,
Huh?
if I may. What your cousin did, all those personal touches and whatnot, that let the clients know that she was in tune with their needs.
Exactly.
And she understood. She took the time to know her clients personally, but she kept it professional.
Yeah.
But she
love
did
that shit. They
because
ate that shit up.
they appreciate, because she showed how much she appreciated them, and they knew that they were appreciated, and they understood that this was not just somebody who was just making money off them. This was an accountant who had their best interests at heart. See, that's the problem with most businesses like that in the service sector and finances. Your CPAs. Oh, by the way, your cousin is a CPA, licensed, certified by the state, of course, but is she ACCA certified?
I'm not sure. You asked me that before, didn't you?
Because ACCA, that's a big international certification for accounting and shit.
Well, before we get into all that and bore the freaking audience.
But that's for her anyway. But like I said, because she gave that personal touch, she let them know that she had their interest at heart, and they appreciate that, and that's why, and that's how she maintained client loyalty. She gained their loyalty that way, basically.
Right. They didn't want nobody else doing they taxes and handling their money but her.
And giving them the inside scoop on a certain thing.
Trusted her. She earned their trust by giving. It was a reciprocal relationship.
Yes.
It was reciprocal. Thank you for your business. Let me show you how I appreciate you.
Thank you for doing business with us, and this is our appreciation.
I mean, that's the whole
was
thing.
Very into. In fact, she had to be very worldly to know that shit.
Right.
She did her research.
It's the same thing with relationships. Relationships are business. It's more than just sucking and fucking and going out on dates. It's a business.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
it has to be reciprocal. Just like Anthony, what's his name? Anthony Mackie. It was Anthony Mackie? when I forget her, Wendy Williams asked him, so would you ask your woman to make a sandwich? Like, you damn right. Like,
you make daddy a sandwich.
And then the female audience gasped. He was like, hey, if it's a noise in the middle of the night, you want me to get up, right? Like, yeah.
Right.
Like, if something wrong with your car, you want me to fix it, right? Like, yeah, you want me to
take
the trash out?
all the time.
Like, you start listing all the stuff. It was like, then yeah, you make daddy a sandwich.
Not some of the time, all of the time.
You know what's funny?
Show some appreciation.
You know what's funny? A lot of women who say they were never trained to be wives when I asked them. I remember this one chick.
She cleaned up I made sure my room was extra junky. You couldn't even see the floor. That chick cleaned up that whole fucking room.
Oh.
Went to another chick's house. Said the same thing. When I came to see her, she had shrimp, steak, green beans, mashed potatoes, gravy, fried chicken on a plate. I cooked. You want anything? Sure. See, this is what you got to understand, brothers like us, right?
Mm-hmm.
You may not be feminine, but you're going to be feminine around me.
Yep.
Somebody
Hey, Charles, let me ask you something. Like, if a girl cooks for you, does it make you less masculine if you insist on doing the dishes?
No.
Thank you. Because I've gotten a lot of flack for that.
No. It's like, look, men, believe it or not, men like pleasing their women. It does something to us, okay?
Yes.
We work hard. We conquer fucking lands just to see our wife happy and peace. It does something to us. Let's stop faking the funk. It was Mel. I already muted him. He's asleep, but we took care of it.
Good night, Mel.
Good night, Mel.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
Yeah.
Well, both of them said.
And it's funny because this is what black men are missing. We're missing women who are willing to go out, who are willing to go the distance for us so we could go further for them, if that makes sense.
We lack women who show appreciation for us.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. Patrice O'Neal, I remember he had this point. He said, ladies, if you got a good man, you know he ain't cheating, just look at him and say, thank you. And when he asks you what you're doing, thank you for fighting for us. When he looks at you and says, what do you mean by that? And genuinely mean it. When you say to your man, when a woman tells a man, thank you for fighting for us, and if he asks what you mean, she says, look, I understand you're a man. I know sometimes you're tempted, but I appreciate you being a faithful man, and thank you for fighting for us. Because that lets him know she's in tune with him. She understands things from his perspective. She understands the struggles that a man has, and she's genuinely appreciative of it. And when he tells his boys that, his boys are gonna be like, "She really said that?"
Wow.
Because they don't understand what it means, what she meant by that.
And it's like, and the word "wow" was gonna come out. Like even in some of my bad relationships, my boys would come over for the fight because we're big UFC fans and boxing fans. And whatever lady I was there at the time, she would cook the food, set it out on the table for everybody to eat, or give us all plates, and take our ass upstairs.
That's what's up.
And it's too bad that relationship ended so badly, but at the same time, I can say this, even out of my bad relationships, I got a lot of femininity out of their asses. And see, that's one thing a lot of brothers nowadays cannot claim. When I try to tell idiots like Amiri, I said, look, how many motherfuckers are being trained to be wives?
Very few.
How many motherfuckers are even trained to respect men? And I tried to tell him, I said, look, bro, would you allow your sons to date any of these women in this chat? And he was quiet because I asked him again. I was louder. And he was quiet again. So you already know, motherfucker. Before you go to BGS and say you're going to get this work, nigga, you need to treat it like old school Street Fighter 2. You need to go against fucking Balrog, Vega, Sagat before you even go to Ben Bison.
Don't forget Vega. Oh, you mentioned Vega.
You thinking that you're somebody who knows something. You don't know shit. And you've proven it each and every time you speak. First of all, we got the only set of women that are just ungrateful just to be grateful.
Shout out to Kareen, Toya, Shonda H. Don't forget Don't forget our sister in faith.
You know,
Crimson.
Crimson. Also, Asada Muhammad. Fitness mom.
Asada Muhammad.
Asada Muhammad. Fitness mom, and
Wait,
Sandra.
fitness now. Yeah.
Sandra when
Who
she
else?
comes. Sandra when she comes through. We got beautiful women here who give me hope. Okay. See, those women, even when Shonda does not agree with you, she's very ladylike and respectful. Hell, she'll even excuse herself for the night.
Hey, don't forget our favorite geneticist as well.
Oh yeah, the scientist supreme,
Yeah.
Miss Ali. Kiss that baby girl for us. We love you.
Oh man. Wait. You know that girl, that little girl, has to have a very strong relationship with her father. Because she
Uh-huh.
don't need daddy. Because like I said in that documentary, you have no idea how important a father's presence is in a girl's life.
You know what a father is, Namer?
The most
A,
important
fa-
man in any child's life.
a father is a boy's first superhero and a girl's first love.
Thank.
Should I say that again?
Please say that again.
I'm gonna say it again for the niggas in the back. A father is a boy's first superhero and a girl's first love. Think
Look,
about it.
I recently because I'm in most of I keep knowing I'm in college and I'm doing online courses, and like in my last term semester course, they were talking about the prison, the pipeline shit, and I said, yeah, they were talking about that. Yeah, they were talking about is it race? Is the racism and all of this stuff? I would say not today's standard. I said part of the problem is you have these intact family homes, and we're not placing the importance on a dad being there. Man, the women in my goddamn comment section on that post, they was like, "No, mom is important too." I said, "Yeah, but I ain't talking. I know we already know that, but how many people are we? How many people put an emphasis on dad?" I said, and like I quoted, and I said, bro, 85% of inmates come from single parent households where the mom is the primary parent. So there is clearly dad needs to be in the household too, not just mom. The dudes was like in agreement with me on my shit. It's the chicks that was like maybe one or two chicks that was also in agreement. Said, yeah, that's you right. Because my father X, Y, and Z. I said, yeah, because it's you need pops. People don't put an importance on that. We always talking about mama, mama, mama. I'm like, dog, you need daddy too. Because when the reality is when shit get real, mama not gonna be able to handle all of the real shit.
I'm gonna
You know,
tell you this, Beasley. I was in a course one time where I had to talk some real shit. And when you're saying some captivating shit, people just shut up and listen.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say to people, mama's only important until that baby starts to walk.
Oh yeah, or talk.
Daddy's important. Everything else after. You know why? Because daddy's got to protect that baby from you. Because
you know what, Charles?
I'm gonna just say this. Because guess what? A woman is gonna go to what the environment allows, and she's gonna have that type of behavior. A man has to always be at the ready. There's responsibilities that women can't even comprehend. If we were in Ukraine, each and every one of us on this panel will be forced to stay and fight.
Fuck that. Imagine how many of us are in Ethiopia. What's going on in Ethiopia?
Mm-hmm.
Hell, even the women are also taking up arms.
And you got it, but no. You kicking, you moving the goalpost, Justin Tucker.
Oh, sorry, wrong context.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because fathers are even more important. You know why?
Yeah.
Because when you see a father, a mediocre father is better than no father at all. Because even the most mediocre father is going to have a threshold of stopping that bullshit.
Yep.
You get me? And that father is going to say, you know what? Nah, this can't go any further than that. Because women don't understand what it means when they don't know how to get past their own selfish desires. I got to sacrifice because guess what? I can't let you do what you want because there's repercussions that you don't even comprehend. And then on top of that, men have something that women seem to lack even in today's time. It's called foresight. I got to think not one, not two, but 3 generations after me.
Exactly.
Why
Legacy.
Why do you think when my son went to that parent teacher conference, my son's mother and I made it a point to be there together? You're not gonna railroad my boy. I even told him, I said, first of all, the stuff y'all talking is ridiculous. I even had to check his principal. Well, him and his little girlfriend, we don't do romance at the school. I said, ma'am, let's be realistic. You have an environment where young girls and young boys interact. Things are gonna happen. That's not realistic. Well, there's not enough boys to go around. That's the real world, man.
Oh shit! What?
The girls were competing, and they didn't want that.
And I said,
percentage-wise, globally, it's more
too many fights. It was too many. It was too many. It's caused too many problems. Think about it. What's the biggest problem that happened in high schools?
Fighting over girls.
Fighting over a boy.
Yeah, they fighting over each other.
And here's the thing about it. My son, y'all seen pictures, handsome kid, getting taller. He's probably gonna.
Is he 6 foot yet? Is he 6 foot yet?
Pretty much, and still growing. So you're telling me the girls have literally only saw him for a week for summer bridge, and we went to the parent-teacher conference the first 2 weeks of school. This one girl literally walked past his class, walked back and saw him in there, bypassed the teacher, bypassed the other parents, bypassed me just to give him a hug. Not gonna lie, young girl was very pretty. Very pretty girl. Pretty dark-skinned girl. I mean, she could model because her complexion was that intact. She hugged, oh, this is my buddy, made it known. Knew he had this little girlfriend of his and made sure to hug him.
Did he have the decency to introduce her to you?
Hmm?
Did he get like, yo, dad, excuse me, daddy, I'd like you to meet such and such, and insist that because you raised your son to be a gentleman.
I'll give her credit. She introduced herself to me.
Okay, that's better. That's even better.
It's not his girlfriend. Some other girl is, but she introduced, hi, you're Charles's dad. How you doing? And we don't call him Peanut at school. Keep it professional. But
okay.
we were like, hi, and it's like it happened again in another class with another chick. And it's
isn't
like
he the popular one?
He's a Leo, which is
damn right.
Oh my God, I know too many Leos.
They're show-offs. You see Art New Style, he's a Leo. What does he do every time he's on air?
He's sketching.
So he has to show this. Leos have to show their talent somehow. Guess what?
Wait, hold on a second. Beasley?
Yeah.
Are you working behind the counter at a cafe? Because we're hearing a coffee machine or some shit.
No, that's probably the big ass 18-wheeler that just drove by.
Oh, that too, yeah. Like I said, motherfucker gets annoyed. What kind of brand of
Are you a July Leo? Are you a July Leo or August Leo, Beasley?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fucking Virgo. Do you not see how honest that ass is?
Wait. You a Virgo?
Yes, I am a Virgo. I am honest than a motherfucker. People hate Virgo.
What day? When's your birthday? Hold on. Wait. When's your birthday?
September 17th.
Oh shit, September 1. My man.
All right.
Virgos are honest. But I'm gonna tell you, they tend to be laid back.
Yeah.
Not
me.
I'm a little unhinged, but then again, I'm a little unhinged. But that's different.
You're laid back too.
No, you laid back. I'm
You're
most laid back motherfucker, but I am honest as shit with people, and it's like I try.
Virgo women can't make decisions though.
Fuck no.
Don't get me started with them. Don't get me started.
Some Virgo males too, but mostly females can't make decisions. They're very
I'll admit that.
I see that with an ex-girlfriend of mine that I still talk to. I'm the only one I still talk to, and she can't make a fucking decision for shit until I get on her ass. And it's like, if she gets a riot, I'm like, look, goddamn it, you either do this. Like I was trying to tell her about some damn medicine. Well, I don't want to. I said, take the fucking medicine and stop being goddamn difficult. She's like, all right, fine.
But I'll tell you one thing about Virgo women, they got incredible sex appeal, boy. God.
Oh yeah, it's It's weird with us, but then again, the only person we're compatible with is Cole.
Janelle, you one sexy bitch, boy. That is damn.
Shit.
God damn, you a sexy motherfucker.
Speaking of Virgo chicks, I remember meeting one, and what fucked me up about it is like we share the same birth date, only like 7 years apart.
Hmm.
I also found out this because I remember I met her at a pet store. She was working part-time at a pet store. Her main job was with the local sanitation, but she moonlights as a bartender. I thought about asking if she ever took batting lessons. Figured might as well get her a baseball bat just in case. But it is what it is.
I'm gonna tell you about some incredible women. If you ever, do y'all want me to post? I'll post it. If y'all got my email, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll email you a copy of BGS when he reads my chart.
All right.
And tell me what you think, because everybody who I send that to be like, how long has he known you? Through YouTube? For a long time. Never
6-7 years.
Yeah. And, but never met in person. But hey, the chart does not lie.
No. You know what? I remember Ricky Williams. He had his own podcast where he would read his guests' zodiac chart, and then they'd be chopping it up about it, as well as other personal shit.
And it's funny because Sagittarius and Capricorns love me. Bossy women love me. And the reason why they love me so much, and it took me a while to figure, because I'm the one nigga they can't overcome or conquer.
Well, you're an Aries. How the hell could they?
You can't conquer the god of war, only be conquered by it. Because women always like a guy that could put them in their place.
Charles, has there ever been a BlairCon where you saw a brother dressed as Kratos?
I can't think, either because I was drunk as fuck. I never noticed, because man, I'm gonna tell everybody, go to BlairCon.com, please. We want all the Blairosphere brothers and sisters to come. And it's funny. It's funny because BlairCon ought to give me royalties to promote the deal.
We should be like, they should give you they should be like endorsing you, sponsoring your shit, you know?
Because I tell people, I come up there Thursday, even though it starts Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. But I come up there Thursday to chill, bring the speaker out, and I'm just like, man, this shit is gonna be fucking awesome.
Always a good time in VA.
And it's right by the airport, so anybody flying in, you're just less than a minute away. You're literally so close you could throw a rock and hit the hotel. And the hotel is beautiful. And you come there, do what I do, take it off on your taxes for a business expense. And it actually is a business expense because I'm networking. It's a convention. Duh.
Yeah. Speaking of which, since we were talking about the importance of fathers, I remember. Yeah, thank you, Charles. I remember something Chris Rock said about uncles, and you back me up if you agree with this. Your uncles prepare you for life, because, and thankfully for me, I had a lot of my uncles who are still alive. I mean, I've lost a few, but they imposed some knowledge on me. And like, there's still things I'm still learning, even after their passing, that still sticks with me to this day, because they prepare you for life. Because you learn from your father the importance of being a man, about what you need to understand about being a man, but you learn from your uncles what type of man to be or not to be. Because you got all kinds of uncles, and each of them are going to have some kind of profound effect on you based on their specific personalities. Not to mention, you got cousins with them. And if you got male cousins, y'all are going to grow up and be comparing notes and whatnot. Hell, your cousins are like your de facto sibling brothers and whatnot. on both sides of the family too, because you guys like learn from each other. Like you watch your your dad's relationship with your cousins and how he talks to them, because they're all going to be, because we all get cussed the fuck out. Well, not get cussed out, but we're going to catch an earful anytime we fuck around and get caught. But it was important for that because you learn certain aspects of manhood. I mean, or like or if you might remember, Charles, in a previous hangout like a while back, like I said, we always had like one favorite uncle. That favorite uncle was like your second father, especially if it's your uncle on your dad's side. And if you're like having a hard time, like your father's having a hard time communicating with you, especially when you're a teenager, you go to your uncle, it's like, and he could get to you better than your dad can, because there's like a level of trust and whatnot. Because the favorite uncle was always understood, was always in tune with what you were thinking. I mean, your dad, he's in tune with what you were thinking, but sometimes fathers had a hard time trying to get to their sons because
sometimes stoic. We have to be stoic for a reason.
Yeah, stoic, yes, but sometimes it's like fathers, because like a lot of fathers, their biggest fears is like they don't measure up to what they need to be as a dad, because what was the example they had growing up?
And you got to realize this, being a father, it's
Yes.
not being an example for anybody. It's about being knowledgeable. It's about, look, I'm not here to be your dictator. I'm not here to give you the world. I'm here to teach you how to be a man.
Exactly.
And it's funny because when you have that authoritarian position, which a father is, the boys are not going to understand that till years later. Then you'll thank me. And even the Padawan, I'm basically his uncle and godfather. There's times we butt heads and he doesn't realize it till years later, and he's thanking me because he could have ended up like some boys that he knew that were selling drugs and beneath the ground.
Shit.
Even my nephew thanks me, and he's getting married. It's a Mexican shorty in Texas, and
Lucky.
he's in the Army full. He said if it wasn't for me influencing him and teaching him, he would have never went to the Army.
Yep.
He's in active duty right now in Texas. And
Speaking of which, your father, and more importantly, both your grandfathers, because you learn a lot from them. Grandfathers, great uncles, they also have some to pass on to the next generation.
You know, my great uncles and grandfather, my one living grandfather, he's 90. If I'm 40, don't even look. Y'all seen the picture? I'll post a picture of him and my son in the community chat tomorrow. And it's funny because you'll be like, yeah, I'll actually post their ages. My son 15 and my grandfather's 90. And it's funny because there's a lot of sage wisdom. And one thing about it, it wasn't the worst ass whooping I got from a person, but it was the most profound because it taught you leadership. Yeah, my brother, I'm supposed to watch my brother. My brother got us some shit and fucked some shit up in the house when we were living with my grandfather. Parents divorced. And guess what? He whooped his ass and then he whooped my ass because I was supposed to be watching him. And that's the part about leadership that women seem to forget. You're the leader. You're going to get it worse than him. Why? Because you're the alpha and the omega. You're the beginning and the end. And when I told Shorty, how are we the leaders of the community if you don't listen to the men of it?
Yeah.
I'm telling her, and she was shocked that I was going to say that. How are you going to say we're the leaders if you're not adhering to what the fuck I say? And I asked her, what's the first rule of protection? She was like, what's that? Obedience. And she was like, wow. She was like, that's harsh. I said, no. When you drive on the street, do you obey the fucking speed limit?
Yep.
When you disobey it, wrong shit happens, right? And she couldn't say anything because one, I'm gonna tell you my personal thoughts about that interview for people who didn't understand it. I really think that she thought she was smarter than me.
They all do.
I really think that she thought that she was going to just outwit me outright, and she got damn near embarrassed. And like I told her, I got nothing but praise and respect for you, Olympic silver medalist. But at the same time, I'm an international athlete myself.
You understand the sacrifices. I mean, Bitter. I don't know if he's still listening. Like we were talking about, like, you know, relationships and protection and whatnot. Take a look at dancing, for example. And I've mentioned this example because, like, some people say like relationships like a dance, but I myself, I say it's more like a Paris figure skating. You gotta know your position, play your part, right? But in a dance or Paris figure skating, it's the man that leads. He's got to lead. But not only that. I mean, you've ever seen like people when they're dancing on dance floor, especially like in Latin dance clubs or whatnot. The man is more than just leading. He's holding her. He's holding her in frame. He's also making sure that when they're on the floor, they're not bumping into other couples and whatnot. So some women do not understand that position unless they've taken dance classes. And the instructors explains to them, listen, the man's position is to hold the frame, He's also supposed to lead, but he's also going to make sure that you are safe on the dance floor. Some women don't understand that. And guys, when we think about it, if we take the time to think about, certain aspects like this, especially when we're explaining in a way it's simple for us to understand, it's like Leonardo da Vinci once said, simplicity is the ultimate complexity. When you understand something simple, you look deep into it, you understand all the intricate details and see the complexities of it all.
Well, it's like, women don't understand the importance of leadership because they don't understand that it's not just like when we call ourselves man of the house, head of the family, king of the castle. They don't understand is it's not just fucking titles that we bestow upon ourselves and walk around this bitch beating our chest. No, we understand that these are responsibilities and duties that I must uphold in order to keep this family in sync. It's kind of like, as corny as it is, you look at the Lion King movie. What was fucked? You got a bunch of bitches that don't recognize that they are Scar. Well, what was the problem with Scar? Scar didn't understand that the reason why Pride Rock got fucked up was there was a certain level of balance that you had to maintain in Pride Rock in order to keep shit going smoothly. What Mufasa was trying to teach Simba, that Scar didn't have no understanding. Scar just wanted the fucking title for the sake of being the title. And that's what a lot of these chicks are. They're Scar. They want the title. This is why they always run around talking about matriarchy and shit like that and being queens. I said, dude, like I just had to break this shit down to the ex that I talked to because she tried to throw some like shit because I was talking about getting some property and her joining me up there. I was like, I'm fucking on some Jon Snow, King of the North type shit, because the name of the property is called Iron Wolf Ranch. So I was like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna try to see if this shit's for sale. I'm gonna look into buying this shit. And she was up there through some matriarch. I said, no. I said, the fucking king runs shit here. Ain't no damn matriarchy. I don't know what you're talking about. I said, the king, my job is a responsibility to make sure this whole goddamn shebang runs smoothly. You just fall in line and fall suit. I said, the king's power. I said, you may have power, but I got absolute power. My power is divine. It comes from God. You are just the chick that's married to the king. So chill out.
I remember, basically, it's funny you said that because I remember there's this trio of sisters I know on my Facebook. One of them posted a picture. It was a sketch of a woman, apparently a queen with a crown, right? And she was sitting on a throne that was clearly that meant for a king. And I told her, and I remember my comment was, you better get out of that seat and get out of the king's throne. Did you get the license plate, by the way, Jay Beasley?
What's
By the way, hold on. Before we continue, let me ask you something, David. What kind of phone are you listening on?
On my phone?
Is this your phone you're listening on, or are you using?
Yeah, I'm using my phone this time. I'm not using my computer.
What kind of phone you got?
Galaxy S20.
Okay. Samsung. Okay.
Let
Yeah.
me see.
You got to find. You need to find one of those Samsung headsets that are like noise canceling shit, like them earbuds or some shit like that.
Yeah.
AirPods.
It might be the skull candies.
Yeah, you got one of those. Those are better. Got to get one of those that are like noise canceling one, or get one of those JBL ones if you can.
Let me see. He says, Lord Juno said, Charles, what's the best combat training of a civilian other than the Second Amendment? And your guys' opinion. Look up Israeli tactical.
Krav Maga?
Well, Israeli tactical, you could do a lot of training that they start you from novice to special operations training. And it's pretty applicable because you could do EP training. You can also do SWAT training. So I will look up Israeli tactical, which is one of the places I'm trying to raise the money to go. So, hey, don't forget to donate. And
may I make suggestions, sir?
If
Israeli tactical is not available, look for other alternatives because some people they got to find what fits for them. So there's also things like Russian Sistema. There's Filipino Eskrima, for example, and other things like that.
I think, like I said, my ex-girlfriend interviewed me for police and police tactics, and it was funny when I said what they need to do for less lethal and to lessen the amount of deadly force situations.
Mm-hmm.
I said, this is what you need. You need to actually, oh yeah, that promo vid, the promo vid for Israeli tactical was badass. and it's, you got to think about it. For police to actually lessen the amount of deadly force situations, basic boxing, basic wrestling, and basic ground fighting. If I wrestle you to the ground, there's less likely I need to use my firearm. If I could box you and then wrestle you, hit you with a quick 1-2 and then go for a shot and go for a takedown or throw, boom, I can subdue much easily. And also basic ground fighting, in case you take me down, I could defend off the ground, keep, good weapons retention or gun retention. Then I already don't like call it a handgun, a fucking weapon, political. But also, I can also use holds to get me up, or if I can't get up because you're bigger, get a hold of what I can get a hold and break, rip, or tear.
I can tell you a story about the previous town I used to live in. Like every Saturday night, because it's one of the places I used to frequent, one of the watering holes I used to frequent. I got to know the staff pretty well. And some of those guys, worked as bouncers, and those guys were in good shape. And they had to, and if you have a license to if you have a liquor license in any of these places, you got to make sure you have adequate security. So the bartenders usually had security cameras behind the bar, letting them know what's going on in certain in some of the blind spots inside the facility. The rest of the guys, and some of those guys also have to train and be certified to work as a security. So they understand non-lethal to hand fighting and whatnot, and joint locks. And a couple of those guys, and they also have to wear stab-proof vests, Teflon vests, to make sure that because they don't want to get stabbed or anything like that. And they don't have to worry about firearms. But not only that, they also have earpieces, because the one town where I lived in, there were three establishments within three that were in this intersection of across the street from one another in this town. And their vests, they also had those earpieces. So they were communicating with each other on the same frequency. So if one of them kicks somebody out or moves some people out of their place, they give the others the heads up. Don't let this person in. They give them description. And if that wasn't enough, they're also on the same frequency with local police who were assigned there to that same place, so they know what to do in case the cops have to be there to help arrest that person. Just make sure nobody gets hurt. And the cops and the cops who were assigned to that area, they usually had like a big 4x4 with a portable paddy wagon. So they made sure that, you know, if they had to arrest somebody, they just put them in that paddy wagon.
Mm-hmm.
And when it was closing time, when it was closing time, then they would just like take that person, any other people they would arrest later on that night, to central booking to spend, you know, sleep and spend the entire Sunday at.
Yeah, that's nice. We got a central booking. I think central booking is one of the most genius places ever because it's an intake, and I understand it works better for big cities compared to small towns, but it's funny because one day I got offered a position to become a sergeant for this one place that I sent from my cousin who runs it. He's basically, you might as well call him the director of security or CEO, to come in as a sergeant or lieutenant.
Yeah.
So I'll see how much they pay, and I'll keep you guys posted. So it's good to have LinkedIn, even with distant family members.
I second that. I've got plenty friends and families I haven't heard from in years. Good buddies, and I was seeing how they're doing everything. It's good. We all keep in touch one way or another.
And I think that it's funny because when we talk about manhood and masculinity, a lot of people don't understand that part of the thing about being a father and the man in the house is not just the responsibility, but the accountability. See, a lot of these modern women are afraid of failure, which failure is part of the game if you're the leader. Some things are going to be a fail. But yet, are you going to be there to support him? Are you going to be the great advisor, which women used to be eons ago?
Say that again. Say that again, please.
Are you going to be the great advisor that women used to be eons ago? Because a lot of women want to be number one, but they don't want the responsibility of being number one under the sun. They don't want the accountability of being a leader. They don't want to have the foresight. They just want to beat their chest. Look at Stacey Abrams. All she wanted to do was beat her chest. She didn't want to really do shit with Georgia. She wanted to beat her chest and say, I'm the first black woman to be elected governor.
For that gorilla, that's what she is.
And come to find out, you neglected your people first. And a lot of these black female politicians forget that black men are their constituents as well.
I mean, how many people forget that? I mean, you ever see some of these black women who are like in positions where they're in the spotlight and whatnot? And unfortunately, I got to bring up what's her face.
Tiffany Cross?
No, Tarana Burke.
Oh, you talking about KRS twin sister?
Oh,
yeah.
Man. Don't put that on KRS.
Oh man, that heifer. I mean, you ever seen the pictures of her?
AKA Connect the Dots.
Crater face, crater face, because she looked like she like cratered up, acne scars and everything. She became the center of attention, but look what happened. The whole shit got hijacked from her. Because you ever seen there's like these two pictures of her with Rose McGowan, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they're like arm in arm, waving to the crowd, they're looking at each other, right? And she's smiling, but McGowan is like, just like poker face.
I could take this anytime I want.
Because it was never about her. It was always for white women.
Exactly.
Black women are just the mascots as usual.
And not even that. When they were, you know, when they were like arm in arm with each other, they were like touching foreheads, right? Burke is smiling. McGowan has her eyes closed as if she was very uncomfortable with the situation. She was clearly uncomfortable with the situation.
Yeah, you got to think. Black women are the proxy because nobody wants to hear about a middle-class white woman suffering.
Nope, not at all.
Nobody wants to hear that shit.
Nobody
I love,
cares.
I love it how we connect all the dots here. How we always coming back to certain
I
things.
just don't
And it
stop.
goes back to what I was saying earlier about black women getting these positions, and they just turn into fucking Benedict Arnold.
Mm-hmm.
It's fuck you niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
That's black
funny as hell.
academia in a nutshell.
Oh, very man.
Look at
Shit, I
Black
should
Lives
change my
Matter.
avatar. Hang on, I need to change my avatar.
They fucking it all started with black men and Trayvon Martin and shit, but when the money started coming in, it started being about feminism and queer and trans and all this.
Well, because a lot of that
And
shit
then they went
started.
and bought mansions and they didn't do a goddamn thing for the black women that they claimed they was champion for. Because remember, it stopped being about black men
No.
and it
Because
started being
all of
about
that,
girl power and shit. And they didn't
because
do a
all of that,
motherfucking thing with the money.
all of that shit starts
Mhm.
in academia, and all of that shit is not about change and all that other shit. It is about, well, it's about change. It's about immediate change for them because it's all about power. It's about money and power. Look at what
It's
they're talking
about the
about.
next nigga to be on CNN. It's about being the next nigga with a fucking book deal.
You
Yeah,
know.
That's what
power and
black academia is in America today.
that's what they complain. Look at what they complain about: power and privilege.
Oh yeah.
Everything is about some kind of, everything is something plus privilege. So
I
it's
mean,
power and privilege, and so they telling you the game plan. I tell people, they telling you the game plan right there. They don't give a fuck about what they're talking about. It's about power and privilege. That's
And
why
it's
you
not
can
even and you're correct, but let me go one step further if I may.
just,
It's
yeah,
about
go
a
ahead.
black woman's individual power and privilege. It's never
Yep,
the fucking collective.
yep.
So all this sisterhood shit that they try to talk is a bunch of bullshit.
It goes back to what I just said about them wanting the title. They want the fucking title. They don't want the responsibility. They don't understand. Well, if you want the power, another Disney reference, Aladdin. What the fuck you do when he tricked Jafar into becoming a genie? What do you tell him? Hold up, not so fast, man. You want the power? You got all of the cosmic power in the world, but your ass is gonna live in this itty bitty tiny living space,
Living space.
and your ass can't be free.
Yeah.
But and they don't understand that. They're like, dude, you bitches are Scar and Jafar. You got a lot of responsibility that your ass not upholding, and you're fucking shit up, and you don't even realize it.
You know what? I got a good example of that shit. But before I do that, I just gotta mention some. I just want to piggyback on some angry black man said. ABM, you were right about what you said about this whole individual shit. Because, do you remember H. Rap Brown? A and B. ABM, you hear there? Yo, angry? Can y'all hear me?
I don't know if he can hear you.
All right. Beasley, do you remember H. Rap Brown?
Yeah, I remember. I'm familiar with her.
Okay, he did a speech. There's this if you can find it on YouTube. It's collectivism versus individualism. And he explained that the whole rugged individual thing is a facade. And black women fail to realize that. But then again, it's a dog eat dog, like we used to say, like I said earlier or in a previous chat on BJS's Hangout. I think it was Mitra explained to me the whole concept of dog eat dog. And they always had the concept of frenemies too. And hold on, before I continue, LAPD SWAT #1. Thank you for the $5 chat for donation. And it says here, have you looked into the alert school in San Marcos, Texas? Once a month, could you broadcast covering battle tactics, specific battles, and/or generals? I'm sure Charles would be more than happy to discuss that. But speaking of people wanting titles and shit, like you said, like you guys mentioned, one person I can give an example of that shit will be Meghan Markle.
Do not get me started on this bitch. I'd have had so many arguments in my
Dog, please.
about
Beasley?
this fucking hoe. I do not. Look, can I go? I'm gonna go off on this real quick. I'm gonna let you do it. I cannot fucking stand that bitch. My whole family got my grandmother, but when she was alive, and my aunt and a bunch of stuff. Why you like? I said because she's a clout chasing hoe. Fuck that bitch. I was like, y'all shouldn't be here believing this one shit. What she might have did, I said, okay, And so fucking what if she did? That's Harry's fault. He knew that he had family members that was on that type of time, but yet he brung that bitch around and to win. If that is true. So I was like, man, fuck that bitch. But go ahead and go do what you gotta do.
Who cares about what that fucking half breed thinks anyway? Fuck her, man. I'm tired of these. I'm so sick of black women trying to cling on to this bitch.
Okay.
God, it's fucking sad.
I get it. I get it. You're gonna feel some type of way about it. Me, I learned to disconnect from my own well-being because I already learned what she is. And Beasley, I just gotta say 3 letters, and I'm sure you're gonna look them up and understand what I mean when I say it.
Mm-hmm.
NPD.
NPD.
That's a cluster B personality disorder.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm a cluster B myself. I got BPD. So I know I've had many an NPD to deal with in my life. So that individual is that, and she is starting, and she's coming from that, and the only reason she's having this big stink about the whole thing with the royals is because of the whole shit about this, that, and the third is because she feels like she's entitled to be this. She wants those titles. So when she talk about the kids not going to be given those titles because the grandfather's now king, he made it a point to let him know, listen, you fucked up. But there's some screwy about that king anyway. But that's neither here or there.
Yeah, king. Yeah, that's what she didn't understand. And I think that's what a lot of these fucking people don't understand. She thought she was gonna go over there and get the title. I said, and the fact that work and responsibility, I said, no, it's not just a fucking title. It's an actual political position, and your ass have a job to do. It ain't this Disney fairy tale horse shit that y'all keep believing. I said, that's why I said, read a damn book or something.
I mean, I'm in Norway, and one of the princesses, she's involved with a black dude, and that dude is a fucking nut job. He's the same shit like Markle. Fortunately for her children, unlike their cousins who are part of the working royals and are in line to succession, they don't have to worry about that, and they can live their lives normally, like normal people, even though they have their titles through their mother. But just the fact that this heifer in question, because of what she did to Harry, and then because they're out of the country, they were told to give up their titles. They have to give up their titles. But she still wants those titles for her children, and because she sees those children as extension of herself. But they were supposed to be the Duke and Duchess of Wessex.
Yeah.
But they don't live in that area, and the locals there have been petitioning to have them stripped of those titles.
Rightfully so.
Because part of being the Dukes and Duchesses of that area is that you reside there and you're working royals.
Yeah, and
hold on for a second.
Okay.
Shout out to LAP SWAT 1. Man, I gotta have you on the panel one day to talk about your SWAT experience.
I actually read it out for you, Charles, earlier. I was wondering where you were.
And I was just muted because I was talking.
Okay.
And trust me, once a month I can do that for you because you're one of the faithfuls who donate. So I don't mind doing battlefield tactics. A lot of y'all like the show that me and BMT had, so we'll do another one. I'll try to get BMT. I would love to have LAP SWAT 1 on here. I'd like to have any military and anybody who's been in the private security sector, police officers, if you want to come and do another panel, because I'm going to do another one for black law enforcement, black security professionals, executive protection, public safety, firefighters, EMTs, military. I'm going to do another conference, so that's going to be another event coming up soon. Woo!
I myself am trying to get into the damn bail enforcement recovery agent shit. If these damn people would call me back, might have to go look for another company or
don't
try to figure
forget
out something still.
Shout out to Detroit 303. Didn't Meghan Markle threaten
to black women and the same black women were defending her for swirling in the fantasy BS. I'm gonna tell you about that. See, like Namor said, there's a working monarchy. See, people think that people make the mistake of thinking the British royals are not working monarchs. You do know King Charles III, right, has the authority to annex the prime minister. The prime minister is the head of government. The king, which we have a king now in England, is the head of state.
The constitutional monarch. Because we have one up here in Norway. And whenever a government wants to step down and whatnot, they have to hand their resignation over to the king.
Yeah.
Or because they have a parliament and because they have a parliamentary style of government, whenever one party does not have the clear majority, the king will summon the heads of those political parties and say, and talk to them and decide who should head the next government and see if they can work out with other political parties to form a coalition. If not,
because the
Belgium, for example, prime example would be Belgium.
Because the
Belgium,
first thing,
hold on, Charles, please.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I had to get this out.
No, go ahead.
Belgium is a prime example of how a king has to keep the people together, because the monarch, for over a year, Belgium was without a functioning government, because after the elections and the division, some of the political parties, it took them a year after the fact for somebody to form a coalition government. And the monarch had to do everything to do to maintain, and they also had to call in somebody to be like, they told the previous government, you're going to have to stay in for a while until a new government is formed. However, in certain countries, like in Italy, in Germany, in Israel, India, Pakistan, whatnot, where they don't have where their head of government is a prime minister, but they don't have a monarch, they have a president. And that person has the authority to dissolve parliament or call in snap elections whenever shit gets ugly. And they do the ceremonial stuff.
I'm going to tell you, people don't understand the authority that the King of England or United Kingdom, which is the proper term because of Scotland, Wales, and England.
Northern Ireland and a few other islands as well.
Northern Ireland, of course. Mm-hmm. And people don't understand that he has a lot of stroke. He can change the course of that fucking country at a stroke if he chooses. They usually let the people, because I'm gonna give you a good example before I mute up and let y'all continue the conversation. Mm-hmm. This is what it goes back to. What Beasley still there?
Yeah.
It goes back to what you said. The king is the king of the castle. The king doesn't make the day-to-day decisions, does he?
No.
He makes the final one.
No. Yeah, absolute power.
He has absolute power when it comes to the final. I will let my woman run the house. Think about it. And my woman say, hey, you got to pick up your socks, I'm going to pick them up because she's running the house. But if I say, I want fucking socks, everybody put their socks in this fucking corner right here because we're going to wash them every fucking Saturday at 7 p.m. Guess what's going to happen in that house? I'm going to tell you one thing I did when I had a chick live with me in my house, and we were together for 2.5 years. And she had sons and I had my son. I put on my damn grappling gloves and I said, do any of you motherfuckers want to challenge me for the fucking throne of this house? And I told their mother, go the fuck upstairs.
Ooh.
I had my mixed martial arts gloves wrapped up. Does anybody feel as though they bad enough to challenge me for this throne? And the reason why I told your mother to go upstairs because she wouldn't even survive.
Yeah. What brand are we talking here, Charles?
Huh?
What brand were they?
Oh, they were UFC brand.
Oh, okay, Reebok or Venom?
Before Reebok.
Okay, you know Bellator. Their gloves are usually supplied by Everlast. You know the boxing
company. I'm gonna tell you. But one thing I tell people, the Padawan gonna tell you because he lived with me for years. Mm-hmm. I'm the king of the castle. Yes, you can live free. I'm a benevolent dictator. There has to be one
Pull your
group.
weight.
Even when he got mad with his girl today, when I was trying to school over game, he checked the shit out of his own girlfriend. He like,
Good
yo,
man.
that's like that. He's like, that's my coach, that's like an uncle, and that's my godfather. When he
Oh
was
yeah.
giving you knowledge, you don't disrespect him. He's old enough to be your father. Because if he took that as disrespect and say, get rid of her, you gone.
Gone.
You hear him?
You gone.
You know
And-
what, Charles? I'm sorry to interrupt. But when we're talking about the importance of fathers and uncles and everything, I forgot to mention the godfathers.
Oh yeah.
I mean, people forget how important godfathers are in a child's life.
Hit me.
Because that's your father in God, especially in Christianity.
Because you got to remember the importance of the godfather. That man is supposed to be your father when your father passes or is incapable of taking care of you.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good, Dr. Pepper.
God
And
rest his soul, man.
people don't understand. The Padawang's father is passed away,
Oh, God rest his soul.
and he appreciates that. And people don't understand. Thanks. People don't understand. A lot of females, even college age females, don't have respect for men, but they want boyfriends.
I'm going for that, man.
How the fuck you wanna impress him, but you disrespecting the male role models of his family? And the fucked up part about it is,
nigga that put me together, nigga that took me out of the shit that I was in. You think you ready disrespect? Nah, hell no.
you got to think about this, right?
Mm.
See, how old are you, Beasley?
31.
31. Me and Neighbor's 40.
Yeah.
AL's like 40 if he's still here. He's 49. How old are you, angry black man? If he's still up. We're old. We're grown
That
ass.
was about 42, isn't he? 41, 42?
Yeah. We're half past being grown. Yeah. There's shit that we've done in our lives, and sometimes being a man, you got to be in the grind. You got to be in the dirt in the trenches.
Yeah.
Just to see light. And I'm like, I'm getting disrespected by a motherfucker that's old enough for me to nut out.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me, Charles. Is the Padawan there with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. You got an alias I can refer to you by, young man, or just I call you Padawan?
My name's Robert, but
no, not names, not names. Your alias, a nickname or something.
Say it again.
You got a nickname, anything like that? Because
people call me Gemini.
Okay, are you a Gemini?
Yes.
What month?
Him and Leon had the same birthday.
June 2nd. Yes, sir.
Okay, now listen. James Jr. Yeah, James Brown Jr. Okay, Jim Brown Jr. Okay, Leon. Okay. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, when I was a youngin, and even when I was in my 20s, early 20s.
Yes, sir.
My mom, because I'm from East Africa, Eritrea, right next to Ethiopia, if you know where that is.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, you met some of my people, huh? Okay. Anyway.
Yeah.
The men, whenever they need to be away from the women, there's always a certain coffee shop they'll frequent. They'll meet up and talk, shoot the shit and everything, right?
Okay.
Sometimes, like this is back home, my mom would sometimes send me to go, or if I was in the area and I knew my dad was there, somebody nearby, if I was near that area where my dad was at, I would have the decency to just go over there and check on him, right?
Right.
When I go to check on my father, I come in, I say respectfully, "Hello, Dad, how you doing?" And he would look at me and say, "Young man," and then he would just introduce me to some of his friends who were in the table with him. And some of his other buddies were in the other tables. He said, "Listen, young man, I need you to go over there and present and introduce yourself to all the other men right there. Because you know Uncle so-and-so, Uncle so-and-so, Uncle so-and-so right now, right?" Yeah, I said, "Yeah." "All right, no problem. So I would go start. I just politely interrupt the conversation. I say, "Hey, Uncle Such, how you been? How you doing?" And they see me. They're like, "Hey, how you been, Jim? How you been, son? How you been? What you doing out here?" I said, "Oh, I was just passing through. I figured I'd say hi. Just wanted to go check on my dad and everything." The older men When you go over there and you ingratiate yourself and be polite and introduce yourself to them, they respect that.
Sure.
Because it's about earning their respect. You want them on your good side whenever shit gets bad. They're the ones to protect you and vouch for you. Especially like in my culture, because if I wanted to like propose to a woman or something like that, I'd need to have my family members there to vouch for me. That he's on the up and up. He's an upright young man. He's a good person.
Yes, sir.
Or if I need to be somewhere, it's like I need to have a good relationship with them, or like with my cousins, because it's not just about what you know, but who you know. That's an important aspect of networking.
Yes, sir.
Because I've had that because like for example, me, I have mental health issues. Now my parents didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know it didn't make sense to them. But it was a good thing that they had somebody who had that issue in the family, because one of my kinfolk, when they relocated here, they started having some problems, right? And they reached out to me and said, "Hey, listen, we know you're going through some problems right now, but there's one of your cousins, he's going through some shit, and we'd appreciate it if you went out to go help, reach out to him." I said, "I got y'all." And they let his parents know that, don't worry, our son's got him, he's good. And I also made it a point to reach out to the family, see how they were doing, just to let them understand he's going to be okay. But if you want to be supportive, y'all need to do this, and that third, so they can understand the situation and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So Gemini, you got a lot to learn. So you got to learn when you around your Uncle Charles here. Don't be afraid to like introduce yourself to some of these people. Say, "Hi, my name is such and such. I'm Charles Faulkner's godson."
Doing that anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's good to remind them, because
Of course.
they appreciate that. Sometimes they're like, "Hey, come on, how about you come sit down with us?" Of course, fortunately for me, I don't drink, and they never try to offer me a drink or anything like that. But it's good to have those respect for older men, because even though they saw me with earrings and shit or had my hair braided, they were like, "Hey, yeah, he might look a certain way, but he's always on the up and up about certain things."
Yeah. Well, that's just generational.
Yes,
And
sir.
it's funny because I always tease them about his generation, but I also say the generation dressed better than we did.
Oh, we all learned how to rock a good suit. I mean, my graduation, shit. My dad was like, my grandmother still to this day
That
still
was
calls me by my father's name,
I'll
because
tell you.
I realized I'm still junior in her eyes.
The senior farewell, I had a 3-piece suit. I had a black and white vest and
Uh-huh.
a white suit with a black shirt and a black and white tie.
Oh,
Man,
senior. All right.
I was the sharp black and white fucking Oxford shoes, man. Man, people looked at me like I was like the millionaire. They were like, "God damn, that nigga put on." And my father always made it a sense.
Right. Hey, by the way, Padawan. Sorry, Gemini, you still there?
Yes, sir.
You see my avatar?
Where the fuck are you? Oh yeah, you're right there.
Blow me up. You see that?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
That's my parents' generation. So if you ever get involved with any Eritrean or Ethiopian chicks, make sure you know that not just the parents, but also the aunts and uncles, and find out if they got any veterans in the family.
Okay.
But like we talked about in the importance of roles and shit, see all these people here. Everybody's playing their role because they have something to fight for. This was back in the 80s.
And tell them the importance of that picture too, because
look at her. That's a woman in the front, right? But to her left, I'd say over her right, to her right shoulder, not behind her, but to her right slightly, there's a woman there. And then behind her is a man carrying something over his shoulder, and behind him, with a piece of cloth wrapped around their head, that's another woman wrapped around her afro. And they're marching from one place to another, AK-47s in tow.
Oh.
And this woman in the front is smiling for the camera, because the person who's taking that shit is one of their comrades, because they were part of the propaganda division, whatnot.
Okay.
And that picture tells you the story of what these people were about. even in times of strife, even when they were gone days without food, they never lost their sense of humor. They used to laugh, cry, talk shit, especially when they were not engaged in active duty. When they were like rotating and everything from the front lines, this, that, and the third. There was, and because they had a good sense of humor. There was times where somebody had like this traditional instrument you have a karate. They bring that out. Somebody always had that with them, as well as a traditional drum. And sometimes they just have an impromptu like dance off and some shit, playing some traditional music and whatnot. That kept their spirits up. But they were fighting for something, and they all knew that if they didn't make it, they knew one of their comrades would make it and probably name their kids after them. In fact, some of the great musicians came out of this. And there was one musician, I forgot his name. I'm not going to mention his name because it's going to be hard for you to say it, but there's a song he had. It's about a girl named Harena. Harena was her name. And this was the daughter of a buddy he lost. She was born the day he was killed. So in that song, he tells her everything she needs to know about the father she's never gonna know. And this woman should be like 30-something by now, but she was just a little girl when she was just a baby when her father was killed. And her mother was a veteran too, so they met in the war. She had their first child there. But in that song, he's telling her everything about her father, so she knew what he looked like, everything about her. Of course, she probably has pictures of her father from back in the day from her parents. I remember another musician who's a veteran. He sings about a buddy he lost. And he talked about in the song. He talks about he went to go visit his fallen comrade's family, and when he saw his son, and his son looked so much like his father, he got somewhat emotional. Well, we try to stay stoic, but he got so emotional the memories kept flooding back to him, and he couldn't help but refer to the boy by his father's name. Man, they were strong.
War do that to you.
My brother, my champion, my savior. Hey,
Yep.
I even said that to some of my sisters.
Yep, that's funny because that should be the motto of the Black Manosphere, by the way, because a lot of people don't understand brotherhood, and it's supposed to be that. I'm not in competition with people. If the message gets carried on, it gets carried on. If you want brothers to be better, see, a lot of women don't understand this. They would, if they actually knew what the Black Manosphere was about without speculating, without making assumptions, they would champion it because we're preaching to be a better man.
That's the problem, Charles. That's the problem, because how many women, Black women in y'all's community, in the ADOS community, even comprehend what men go through? In other societies, the mothers will check the younger women and explain to them, you don't understand the responsibilities, and the only time a girl will understand the responsibilities a man has to go through is because they saw it in their fathers and their uncles, and their fathers made it a point to teach them. Hell,
and that's the part. That's the part that gets there. That's the part. See, manhood is taken for granted because we gave them so much without asking for anything in return. That's why I'm not ashamed of saying things need to be reciprocated. Yeah, you should make me a sandwich anytime I ask, because guess what? I protect you without even asking.
Mm-hmm.
What do I get? Somebody put this in the chat. We got 36 people left. I want everybody to put this in the chat. What do a man get that equals the cost of his life? Women are not made to make the greatest sacrifice women will make, even though it's a great sacrifice, is childbirth. You know what the sacrifice men have to do? Everything else.
It's like the hen and the pig when it comes to one breakfast.
One gives a little bit of them, and the other one has to give us some skin.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's very detrimental the way young women think. Oh, we're strong and independent. Okay, go and sacrifice your life for your country. Huh?
Man, I know too many people who lost their moms to that. Well, no, I know a couple who lost their mothers, others who lost their fathers in that armed struggle. Then again, I know too many guys I was in high school with who died back in like 99, 2000, who lost older brothers and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And then hell, I lost an uncle after the fact. He was in the PTSD.
I tell a lot of women out there. Do you know why a lot of men are deleting themselves? Because they lost faith in society. They lost faith in themselves. And
Exactly.
places like here, we're trying to build men back up. You guys
Here's the thing.
Hold on. Can I cut in real quick? Dave, I just wanted to say something real quick, man. That chick, Chris Logic, is using Tory Smith's, I know this is off the subject, Tory Smith's picture for that video she did about the white woman went to Jamaica and got AIDS.
Oh.
And he's personally asked her to take the picture down.
I've never heard of this, but when you said that, it just hit me like, oh, the rent-a-dread thing? Because you got that sexual tourism shit?
And now apparently she's taken his picture down and replaced it with another ball player.
For fucking what?
Because she's a sick bitch.
Oh wow. Here we fucking go with this bullshit, man.
Unbelievable, man.
I'm gonna tell you.
All right, sorry for interrupting.
And angry black man, how old are you?
Oh, sorry.
An angry black man. How old are you?
41.
41. So we got
81.
So we got a grown ass man squad here, and you got to realize something. I remember in my Facebook, because many of you are also friends of mine in Facebook. If not, please message me so I can add you. I had a woman tell me, "Who hurt you? Y'all did."
Oh,
you know,
I've been saying that.
You know, I've always said the Bible scripture of though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, though I offer my body to be burnt, but if not given through charity, it offers me nothing. But I like to change it a little bit. Though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I offer my body to be burnt, and yet my women care not, and it offers me nothing.
Man.
Well, Chris Logic, the bottom feeder.
Yeah.
She doesn't even have no original content. All she does is just comment on what somebody like, what's her name? Paris Milan might fucking say or some shit. Oh, and by the way, now Paris Milan and Cynthia G are beefing.
I like to quote this great prophet of the manosphere, right? You might have known his name is Al Bundy.
Love and marriage, go together.
One of the greatest TV dads in history.
One of the greatest.
What happened to Ed O'Neill?
Him and Cosby, man, those were the greatest dads. You know what he said about women? That was very profound but funny.
What?
Women understand women. That's why they don't like each other.
Yep.
Why do you think women don't like each other? They know each other. They know that they don't have integrity. They know they're not loyal. Why do you think this Tory Lanez shit going back full circle? Why do you think Tory Lanez is fighting for his life in court? Because of two bitches who were not even loyal. You got Megan the slut who kept fucking her men, her best friend's men. How the fuck can you be my best friend and you fuck my men?
It's called frenemy.
Because women are in constant competition with each other.
Bitch.
And they do shit out of spite.
Ooh.
That's what it bitch.
Just like this whole Cynthia G and Paris Milan thing. Cynthia G just matched. Apparently, Cynthia G took some sort of subliminal shot at Paris recently
because Paris just came out and admitted that she's married to a black man and she's been hiding him and shit.
Yeah, because somebody found out.
So, well, apparently Paris was beefing with some other divested chick, and
Oh God.
Shorty said, "Well, hey, I know your secret, so I'm gonna go ahead and expose you." So Paris said, "All right, screw it. I'll just go ahead and let everybody know."
Matter of
Bitch
fact,
So,
politics,
y'all want to see a
basically.
clip? Y'all want to see a clip of the Cynthia G Paris Milan beef?
All right,
please.
go ahead.
Here you go. Here you go.
Well, two beasts, two lot of muscles there, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of muscles. This is what I like to say to all the detractors right now and all the little Paris Milan and Cynthia G haters. Get the fuck off my shit. Ugh, fuck off.
Yep.
So Cynthia took some subliminal shot at Paris, like, "Oh yeah, you married a black man. Oh God, is and you
Bitch
was hiding
politics, man.
you was hiding your husband." So Paris went all the way in on Cynthia.
Go ahead and
Said,
read
"Bitch, you
go
I
ahead and read that super chat for me, please, angry black man.
oh hold on, what is it? Chris Logic, the same woman that she tells black women to call police on black men while playing basketball, DoorDash, Uber, eating at restaurants, on the phone lines, walking down the street, by entering his home." Yeah, she's a shiesty bitch, and she's Liberian, by the way.
Oh,
She tries
Liberian?
she tries to pretend like she's some valley girl and shit from Princeton. Like she flat out lied and said she's from Princeton, New Jersey. No, the hell she ain't. She's
She's
from fucking
Liberian.
Philly. She's from Philly. Her
She's
mother's
from Philly.
Liberian.
It's funny how
Something?
I'm from Baltimore.
Yeah.
Proud of
All right.
being from Baltimore. My
Oh
Ravens,
man, let me
my
tell you
Ravens
something.
played like shit the other day,
Yeah.
but I'm proud of my Ravens, and I'm proud of being from Baltimore. There's some shit that I wish Baltimore would actually fix, but here's the thing: I'm not gonna tell you that. Oh, I'm Charles Faulkner Jr. Esquire, born with a silver spoon. No, men are proud of the places they are, and thank you, Detroit, for the $10. And I say this because look, a lot of these bitches are so delusional, they don't know up from down. They don't know up from down. And she's going to get a lot of bitches either hurt, arrested, or worse.
Well, this is not the first time she's been caught doing shit like this. And this is my problem with Chris Logic. She's been caught before stealing people's pictures and shit. Like she had some Facebook group and she was trying to pretend like she was some matchmaker, hooking these black women up with white men, and then she's a divester, so she's talking all this greasy shit about black men. And some black woman called her out on it and said, "Hey, you got a picture of me in your group, but hey, I don't say shit like that." You know what I mean? And the woman was running some sort of like bakery or something.
Yeah.
And she
Oh,
told Chris Logic and said, "Hey, look, you got to take that shit down because you fucking up my business."
Exactly.
She's been caught doing this shit before.
Have you ever noticed?
They real quick, Charles. They need the Tasha K treatment.
Yeah.
They need to start. These chicks need to start getting sued for the shit that they're doing.
that's
Mm-hmm.
what I was going to ask. Actually, that's what I wanted to ask. Actually, to angry
You can do
ABM.
that because you didn't
I
give.
mean, has any of these women actually taken legal action against such women like Chris Logic and shit?
Like
Not
I'm
only Tasha K that I know about. Chris Logic, I don't know if anybody's taken any real legal action against her. But Tory Smith is actually tweeting about this shit. I follow Tory Smith on Twitter. I was reading his tweet just now.
I'm gonna say this: she ought to be sued because one, you didn't give her permission to use your likeness. Have you noticed what pictures I use when I'm online? When I'm on live streams, what pictures do I use?
The ones of you in the suits.
The one's flexing.
Looking for sharper than Ric Flair.
The Ric Flair or maybe Panthro, since that's one of my. Those are two of my nicknames.
Yeah.
You don't see me using other random people's shit, okay? And it's funny because I'm proud of the way that I look. I love my blackness.
And it's not only that, but it's a article. She made the video, like I said, about the white woman that got AIDS in Jamaica. So why the fuck would you use Tory Smith's picture?
Wait a minute, hold on a second. Is that a white woman actually contract AIDS in Jamaica?
Yes, yes, that's a true story. You know how these tourists, a lot of these chicks that go like Jamaica and shit just to get banged.
It's called rent-a-dread. If they go to the Caribbean, it's called rent-a-dread. And I know how fucked up that shit is.
Yeah, well, that's what she did, and she ended up catching, HIV. And she's come out and told people like, "Hey, I got HIV because I was slutting around down in Jamaica." So now Chris Logic uses that as, them goddamn black men. But why would you use fucking Tory Smith's picture of all people? What a slimy bitch. And he's on Twitter saying, "Hey, I've tried to contact this woman and she won't take the picture down."
Wait a minute.
Tell him he needs to sue.
Yeah, he needs to sue. He needs to sue her for defamation and shit and misinformation because first of all, she's falsely implicating him as being HIV positive and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I got to say about this?
Go ahead.
Bitch. Out of here.
Yeah. Hold on, Charles. Could you blow up that picture of yourself? Because we can't just let that picture just slide.
Oh yeah, that picture's beautiful.
First of all, hold on, wait, hold a second. Y'all notice something wrong with his head?
He got a lot of lipstick on it.
Lipsticks.
Different shades too.
Your birthday kisses, huh?
Different shades everywhere.
Oh man, he was popular. He was
what my man say? He thinks he's cute. He knows he's sexy. He's got the moves that drives the girl
wild. He's got the moves that really move him. He sends the chills up and down. He's just a sexy boy.
Sexy. I love Sensational Sherry's version. He's just my sexy boy. Sexy boy.
Hey, do you remember Kurt Angle's cover of it? I'm just a sexy Kurt. I'll make your ankle hurt.
I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to bang Sherry.
Oh,
man. That was a sexy old bitch to me for some reason.
Yeah, she was. Oh my God, I love that picture. That picture is so sweet to me, man. Oh my God, that is. Oh, you want to talk about the arrogance, man?
You proved. I mean, who else who's got a beard like Isaac Hayes could pull that look off and have all them kisses? Or how about the time they told you were drunk and you picked up a couple of heavyset women?
Those were good times. That was a 29th birthday party. I was like, shorty, tender kisses, don't go away.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that shit was. Boy, that's a beautiful picture, boy.
Yeah.
I don't care what the.
Whatchamacallit? Angry black man. Let me ask you something. You know that whole bullshit about sexual tourism, especially when the women go sexual tourism and shit?
Right.
I mean, it's a weird thing because they always you always hear about everybody shaming passport bros and shit, right?
Right.
Well, let me take you back to 1987. Eddie Murphy Raw. Sisters going to the Bahamas. We all remember the movie How Stella Got Her Groove Back. Hell, if anybody remembers Sinbad's comedy album Live in Aruba.
I remember.
He broke it down how black women be acting in some of these places. Hell, just cause, and they're going to certain places where there's black women who go to the DR. They gotta be careful when they're down there too. Hell, one of the funniest shit I remember hearing was like my man. One of my boys, my cousin, who's from Toronto. He went to DR recently, right? But here's the problem with my cousin. He's light skinned because we East Africans we kind of light skinned and whatnot. And a lot of people keep thinking he's Puerto Rican. So when he went there, a lot of Dominicans were like asking him, "You sure he ain't Latino?" He said, "No, he wasn't." And some of the girls were just like checking him out because they were thinking, "Man, he looked like Roberto Alomar." That's a baseball player, by the way, folks.
Oh, I know who Roberto Alomar is. Played for the Orioles.
He played for the Blue Jays and has 2 World Series rings with them.
Best goddamn infield we done had in 20 years.
Second baseman of all time. If you remember his older brother Sandy, one of the baddest catchers around at that time as well. But going to some of these places, some of the chicks, they understand, like, you're not going to get as much play as the white girls are. And there's some places they're not crazy enough to go to. Like, you go to Africa, and hell no. Or like the biggest hot spots for sexual tourism for white women in Africa is like the Gambia or Senegal or Kenya. And it's dangerous when they go to those places, fuck around catching AIDS and shit.
But what I don't understand is with them is like, why you going across the seas to get banged out by a brother when his brother's here that you can get banged out by?
Because it's a sense of control. Because remember, some of these guys are hoping that they could just like ensnare these chicks into loving them and probably marry them and to get a visa out of that motherfucker.
Yeah, get the green card shit.
That green card shit.
Yeah, because these chicks are paying. You got to remember, they're paying.
Yeah.
A lot of these cats in the States, you can't pay them to bang you.
I mean, in Kenya, you had like, when they go to like places like Mombasa and shit, like some of them want to hit, and they're called Mzungo or something like that. There's a Swahili word for the white folks. And I saw the documentary about it. Like some of those chicks, they like some of the young ones, they go there. But they like to want to get with a Maasai warrior, but some of the local dudes are competing with the Maasai warriors for those chicks.
Yeah, it's crazy because I was reading about something. It's like that down in Jamaica. It's like rival gangs and shit competing with each other for the sex tourism.
What?
Yeah, it's weird. I didn't know that shit was that deep.
For real?
So I guess it's big money in that shit because a lot of cats down there and clicked up with each other and shit, and they really trying to eliminate the competition.
They're hustling. They're fighting over who got. It's like turf wars over who gets dibs on some of the women at certain resorts.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a fucking turf war. Yeah.
Same thing. You don't see this shit. You don't see this kind of shit when it's white women going to Cuba though. But they gotta watch themselves when they go to Cuba or the DR. Because it's not just white women from North America. You got women from Europe going down there.
Oh, yeah, of course.
What's even crazier? Where it's also just as crazy when you have that shit? You go to Bali. A lot of chicks from Europe or from Australasia, they like to go to Bali. And they made up with some of the local dudes, and they're called Bali cowboys and shit. There's documentaries about that shit. So that sexual tourism is no joke.
But then we got to hear shit about the passport bros. Ain't this about a bitch?
Exactly.
Yeah. Speaking of passport bros, fellas.
So you see now that everybody's problem with passport bros is bullshit. They just don't like the fact that you black men got options.
Speaking of which, if I may, one, fellas, if you guys got your passports, you might want to think about renewing it because they got the biometrics and everything now on those passports. I just recently renewed mine, and like when we were talking earlier about relationships and shit, like the first chick I got involved with, and I've mentioned this before. At some point, she asked me to move in with her. And I said no. And the reason I said no is because I realized if I ended up moving in with her until I get my paperwork sorted out, I would have been a legal dependent of hers. And I didn't want to put myself in that situation because what if the relationship goes sour? And my paperwork wasn't completely sorted out, my residency and everything. But they would have said, but if I had stayed and if it did work out, I would have been fast tracked on citizenship. But I said, fuck it, I'm gonna go the long haul way because at least I earned it on my own accord. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I got my shit within 7 years, and in the summer of 2017, I got my shit down. I got my passport, and because I already passed the citizenship test and everything, and it just took me a while. The process took a while, but I'm glad I got it on my own, not having to go through some pussy and whatnot. Now the woman in question, that didn't last long. Also, I've come to realize that she might have been a narcissist, so I'm glad I was out of that situation. But fellas, you cannot but I can understand a lot of those dudes in those resort cities and whatnot, because a lot of them, they're trying to hustle, they're trying to make a living based on these chicks. A lot of people don't know some of these guys who are involved in the sexual tourism trade over there. Some of them actually have wives and families. And the documentary filmmakers, they've interviewed some of the wives of such guys who were involved in the sexual tourism shit, and they asked them, what's your take on this whole thing? And they're not happy with it, they're not comfortable with it, but they understand what it is.
I know it's late as hell, but to turn in, fellas, anybody want to give their last thoughts?
Have a great show. Appreciate it. Got me through my work night.
And don't forget, I want everybody in the Manosphere to come to BlurCon in July and chill with your boy. We don't do meet and greets. We do meet and drinks. Beastly nerd.
No, got me through my work night as well. Fellas, stay up and don't forget your crowns, kings.
Woo! Last but not least, Naima.
All I can say is it's Monday morning over here. It's bright and early, still cloudy. Y'all have a safe week. Everybody in the chat, let me first of all say y'all ain't shit and God bless you for it. And y'all have a blessed week and upcoming weekend as well. So stay safe.
Yep. Now, I'm going to just say this. Fellas, ladies, make your money and free Tory Lanez. Whoa! And we out.
Oh, yeah.
Woo!